Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, Sweet Pea gang? It's Monday. Monday, fun day. Monday. How was everybody's weekend? Hey, Allison. Good morning. Hey, therapist. Good morning. Hey, good morning, film. Hey, Barbara. Good morning. I gotta check on our Jason and see what he doing out here in these streets. He probably should, if he going, he probably on his way. Ooh, we got something interesting for this morning. Maybe. I tell you. Yeah, Baka, good morning. Look. Thank you. Look, thank you so very much. I'm glad somebody recognized I was 4 minutes early. Hey, good morning, Marilda. Thank you, boo. Yeah, I said, let me be on time. No reason supposed to be sitting up here looking at the chat. Because sometimes I be just sitting up here, I be in the chat and I be just still doing stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm here. I'm sitting here. I got my coffee. So that's a plus. So yeah. Absolutely. I could be on time. And quiet as kept, I can be a couple minutes early. Let everybody file on in here. Mom, boy. So yesterday we left off with the morning session where the detective that was describing, it was so funny because I went back and I was listening to some of the dad's testimony and I'm messing with the universe being early. I hope that means I'm messing with it in a good way. That's what I hope. Long as it's in a good way. What you talking about hunting Baka, right? I'm assuming. I don't know nothing about no hunting. Oh, okay, good. Well, as long as it's messing with us in a good way, I can take it. I can do it. See here. I think I got the sneezes. Oh, you talk about Zach? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other type of hunting he do. I know he do a lot of fishing and stuff. Yes, that I heard it's good eating. Let me see here. Hey, Fowler, damn it. Damn it, good morning. I mean, let's see. Oh, this is what I want to do. I'm texting Jason. Okay. So I text Jason. So we'll see if he get in the courtroom. And if he gets in there to see if he wants to, I don't know if they take their phones. I don't know exactly what they do. Yeah, well, I was gonna ask him if he wanted to, like he can let me know, and then I could drop the link and he can always just join and kind of give us the update. So we'll see what he says and how it goes this morning. Yeah, that would be awesome just to kind of hear what his experience is like. I'm not sure if he ever, went to go view if he ever went into a courtroom and actually like viewed a trial, but that would be interesting. Being a spectator and just seeing what he observed and how the process works and things like that. I don't know if he has or not, but just to hear his experience and how he felt about it, the whole entire process of, even going through the metal detectors, things like that. That would be interesting to me. Okay. So this morning, guys, I want to talk to you. I want to go over these new trials that I wanted to put in that I would like to put in our, hey, Vanessa, good morning. I'm hoping he is, Vanessa. We gonna see if he can get in. We got it lined up so he can be in there today. He volunteered. So what I would like to do this morning is, because I am going to put a poll in the on the community board, guys. There is another trial that's going to be starting Wednesday. It's two of them actually, but I would like to know. I'm gonna give y'all the brief overview that they have on Court TV for both of the trials, and I'll put the poll on our community board, and I'm gonna let you guys decide which one we complete. The reason why I'm gonna pick one at this point in time is because we do start our DP penalty phase on Wednesday. And opening statements for one of these cases is supposed to begin on Wednesday. And I don't want to do too much and have y'all everywhere. So Court TV, of course, they put out like little trailers. So I want us to watch the trailer for the first one. This one is in Tennessee. It's Brandon Isabel, and this is the baby in the river unalivened trial. I don't know how y'all feel about it. But let's listen, and because I don't know much about it either. So let's see what it's about. And I'll put it in our community poll so people can vote on which one we want to try to do.
On the first day of February in 2022, a police officer on a routine patrol finds an abandoned car with a broken window. Then, a startling discovery. Beside that car, the body of 27-year-old Danielle Hoyle. She had been fatally shot. Relatives told police Hoyle had her 2-day-old daughter named Kennedy with her, and she was there to meet with the baby's father, Brandon Isabel.
Danielle, she missed by everybody. Like I say, young folks making mistakes, but that wasn't a mistake. There wasn't a reason to kill my daughter.
Brandon Isabel admitted to police to shooting Danielle Hoyle and to taking their newborn to the Mud Island boat ramp, where he tossed the baby into the Mississippi River. Baby's grandmother talked with WMC TV.
I want him to suffer like he made my baby suffer. I want him to hurt. I don't want it to be easy for him. I want him to suffer. He needs to suffer. Why would you hurt a baby?
I don't know about that one. That one brought tears to my eyes. Oh, gosh. Do they do the DP in Tennessee? Oh, my goodness. Let me collect myself. Oh, they don't have the DP in Tennessee? Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we could do that one. So let's go to our other one, guys. I don't know about the baby. Like, yeah, I don't know if I can do that one. Okay. Maybe we don't have to have a vote. Maybe we voting right here. Let me get the other one up here so we can see it. Okay, so here's the other one. I think this is probably more our speed. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is the other one that I was looking at.
Can you tell us in this video?
Yes.
Can you tell us in this video are individuals now at that blue stand
No, it ain't.
They are.
and getting into it?
I don't know what.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
I don't know which one this is. This look like this. Oh, this is the machete. I don't know. I have to see if this one is really going on now. I guess maybe so. This one is in Iowa. Oh my goodness. Well, what is they doing? Oh, they sent us the third man. I don't know about that one. I got to figure out because it don't look like they really streaming this one live, gavel to gavel. So we'll see. Oh, so they do have the DP? Oh, well, good. That's probably why he on trial then, because he trying to fight that. I'm assuming. Or maybe the family, you know, the mom in that video that we just seen, the mom in the video that we just seen, she explicitly stated, hey, I want him to get everything. I want him to suffer, you know. So I don't know if her suffering part is him getting a DP or her suffering based off of her, you know, what she wants, if it's DP or if it's him rotting in jail. Okay, wait a minute, guys. Okay, so just so y'all know, Jason won't be able to get into the courtroom today. He gonna try again tomorrow. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed in regards to that. Let's see here. Okay, well, it was another trial that I seen that we were gonna be able to cover, and I just have to find it. And we'll cover that one. We'll X out the baby one because I didn't know. I mean, any child is hard for me. Oh, this is the one that I want to do. Let me show y'all. Let me share my screen. Wait a minute. This is the one I want to do. Right here. This was the other one. I don't know. I don't know. This is not it. I don't know. I thought this was it, but this is interesting to see. Dang. Y'all see that? She ordered her husband to torture and slit the throat of the man who raped her before the couple burned the body, leaving nothing but bone fragments and teeth. Yee. Yizers. Oh gosh. Goofy. Y'all see he done told on himself. Say a Missouri man allegedly bragged to his prison cellmate about how him and his wife got away with a redrum in Oklahoma. So if they go down for it, that's his fault because he run his mouth so much. Wow. I don't know. I'll find it before Wednesday. Maybe they just haven't put it on court TV. It's supposed to be it's a murder. It's an unaliving plot. But I don't think it's that one that I just seen because they look like they was gonna be doing gavel to gavel. Yeah, and they done told on themselves, Marilda. He done told on them. Talk about how they didn't got away with it. Okay, well, I am gonna go ahead and take us into our day 3, part 2, the afternoon session. And I will gear up and be looking for the live feed for today because we'll go directly in there. Okay, guys. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't even ask you guys if you guys were ready. I was just already doing it. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm all discombobulated. I thought I was going to be showing y'all the two little trials, and then I went in there and it's not there. So it kind of threw me off for a loop. Yeah, I forgot to ask y'all. Y'all may not be ready to go in the courtroom. Vanessa said, we ready, girl. Bye. And nobody got time for that. All right. I know. Everybody's ready.
You want me to see it? State this for your decision.
Yeah, state called Melissa Naylor.
The witness hasn't been sworn in? Stop with that, adjust the mic, can you do that?
Good afternoon, if you can speak loud, just slow for us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wilshire is ever scaring you, that means you're speaking too fast. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Nally. It's Melissa Nally.
Who are you currently employed with?
With the Houston Forensic Science Center.
And in what capacity?
My current title is Operations Coordinator for the Firearms section, but I've been a senior firearms examiner since 2014 at the Houston Forensic Science Center.
Talk to us about first some of your background. What is your most recent education in regards to graduate and then postgraduate at the Houston Forensic Science Center, Firearms specifically?
So I received my bachelor's degree in biology from Lake Forest College in 1998. But then I was part of a 2-year formal training program with the Illinois State Police specific to firearms identification. When I transferred to Houston in 2014, I did go through some training as far as learning how things are done at this laboratory, but I've been doing firearms examination since 2001, both in Illinois and in Houston.
Do you have to complete continuing education to maintain your status as a firearms examiner?
Yes, we have continuing education trainings every year, and we have an annual conference specific to firearms identification annually, and I try to attend as often as possible.
I want to talk about firearms comparison. We'll get right to it. When you have a firearm and you have spent cartridge casings, are you able to confirm whether or not the spent or fired cartridge casings were shot from a specific firearm?
I am able to do a microscopic comparison of fired cartridge cases to test fires from a firearm and form an opinion whether those spent cartridge cases or fired cartridge cases were fired from that particular firearm, yes.
First, let's start with class characteristics and then individual characteristics.
Okay, so if I'm comparing some fired cartridge cases that are submitted to the laboratory to a firearm, I'll first look at the class characteristics, meaning the features of that item, such as the caliber, the shape of the firing pin impression, the overall style of markings that are on that cartridge case, and I'll determine if those are consistent with test fires that I create using the firearm that's submitted. If they're different calibers, then I would not even go on to do any kind of microscopic comparison of those items to that firearm because the class characteristics would be inconsistent.
So, and just to clarify, you have your firearm, you have your spent cartridge casings, and then you have your test fire cartridge casings. Right?
Correct. The test fires would be created using that firearm. So that's me generating those test fires by using the firearm to shoot into a water tank in the laboratory in order to obtain those test fires.
Would it be fair to say it's almost like creating a sample to test?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And so we know now that you can do spent casings to a firearm or to the test fires. What about metal fragments, projectiles, jackets?
So when I test fire that firearm, the bullets go into the water tank and I obtain sample fired bullets. I can compare those fired bullets to fired bullets or fragments that are recovered at a crime scene or are submitted to the laboratory for comparison, yes.
Are you always able to determine and make the conclusion of a positive identification or maybe a exclusion for a specific metal fragment?
No, I'm not always able to come to a definitive conclusion. Sometimes the conclusion I come to is inconclusive, meaning I can't identify or eliminate the possibility that these were fired from a particular firearm.
What are some of the reasons why metal fragments in particular present difficulty in your analysis?
Metal fragments can be either part of the jacketing of a bullet or they can be part of the core, which the core of the bullet doesn't really come into contact with the firearm in any way that would leave tool marks for me to examine. Additionally, fragments are typically very distorted and may have passed through hard materials and be damaged. So it's hard for me to see the pattern that the firearm has left on that item when it's been damaged by whatever it passed through.
Okay, so do you want to talk about individual characteristics next or the general components of a cartridge case?
We can, either way, individual characteristics would be good.
Okay, let's go there.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I wouldn't do a further comparison if the class characteristics were inconsistent between the fired cartridge cases and the firearm that was submitted. If the class characteristics are the same and say they're the same caliber, they have similar shaped firing pin impression, I will go on to look at individual characteristics. Those are unique features of an item that are created through use, abuse, and wear. They're not predetermined by a manufacturer. They're like a firearm can get unique markings on its breech face because it's been used and abused over the years. And so that will cause it to have unique markings on it that will be impressed onto the cartridge cases that are fired in that firearm.
Talk to us about some of the chemical components of a live round and then what happens when it's expelled from a firearm.
Okay, so may I refer to my demonstrative?
Yes.
I brought a demonstrative of a live cartridge. This is obviously much larger than a cartridge that you would use, but for the purpose of showing everyone. So a lot of times people will refer to what's a cartridge as they'll call it a bullet, but this is actually a cartridge. It's a single unit of ammunition. The bullet is just the projectile portion. The cartridge case is a second portion. This these two separate during the firing process. And then on the head of the cartridge case is the primer. The primer area is where I look for a lot of the markings that I use for identification purpose, because the firing pin of the firearm will strike that primer area and leave an impression. Additionally, slamming against the breech face of the firearm will create all kinds of markings on this head area for me to examine. The bullet obviously separates and goes down the barrel of the firearm. There would be gunpowder inside or propellant. So that's the fourth and final component of a cartridge. But obviously my demonstrative doesn't have that. So during the firing process, those two items separate and are marked by different portions of the firearm.
Okay, so what's ejected from the firearm itself, is that what we're referring to when we say a spent cartridge casing or just a cartridge casing generally?
Yes, the fired cartridge case or spent cartridge case would be this portion here. And it does get, in the case of a semi-automatic pistol, it will extract and eject this portion during the firing process. It will come out the ejection port and it could land on the ground or whatever is near it.
Okay, so when you say land on the ground, wherever it's near it, let's say first, even if they're stationary and they're shooting a firearm, are all of the cartridge casings going to land in the same exact spot?
No.
Why is that?
It's dependent upon things like how you're holding the firearm. A lot of times there could be something obstructing where a cartridge case may shoot out and bounce off of something. They're not going to all end up in this neat little pile. That's just not how it works.
So, for example, someone is shooting a firearm like this and then comes over here to shoot it like this. Those cartridge casings, they're going to be in different directions.
Correct.
In your experience as a firearms examiner, are you aware, I'm talking about firearms straight from the manufacturers, are you aware of any firearms that exist that don't expel a muzzle flash?
In my experience, there are flash suppressors, but in my experience with firing firearms into our water tank in a laboratory setting, I have not experienced one not having a flash.
And then what about the cartridge itself, the live round? Are you aware of any, or are you familiar with any that you've experienced don't have the chemical components that would cause the flash?
There can be some suppressing chemicals with the gunpowder. However, I have not personally experienced not seeing any flash.
And remind us again, why do we see that flash?
So during the firing process, as I mentioned, the firing pin is going to come forward and hit this primer. And inside of that primer is a priming compound. And when it's crushed, it generates a spark, which lights the gunpowder on fire. So the products of combustion, it's like a mini explosion happens inside of this cartridge, and that forces the bullet down the barrel, and it forces the cartridge case to slam against the back of the gun, the breech face. So during that process, it's like a tiny explosion. So what you're seeing, that flash, it's process of combustion occurring.
I want to turn your attention to the reason why you're here. Did you perform an analysis under Houston Forensic Science Center case number 2022-01966?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Did you perform an analysis on a firearm, specifically the firearm with serial number TLX70074?
Yes.
And was the request for comparison to both spent or cartridge casings as well as metal fragments?
Yes, there were two separate requests. One was to compare cartridge cases and one was for fired bullets and fragments. Yes.
And we'll get into the two individual requests in a moment. But at the time that you completed your analysis for the two requests, did you memorialize them in a report?
Yes.
Was that report made at or around the time that you performed the analysis?
Yes, it was.
Is it the common practice of the Houston Forensic Science Center to keep these reports as well as your analysis as part of the regular course of business?
Yes.
And are they in fact kept in the regular course of business?
Judge, I'm not gonna object to the report. If you just want to enter it, that's fine.
Perfect. So first, so that you're testifying to something you're aware of, why don't you review them very briefly? And this is State's Exhibit number 179 and State's Exhibit number 180.
Okay.
Are these copies of your reports that you performed the analysis for and then subsequently memorialized?
Yes.
Fair and accurate copies?
Yes.
At this time, I will tender to opposing counsel and offer into evidence States 179, States number 180, Your Honor.
Yep, no objection.
With no objection made, States 179 and 180 will be admitted to evidence made public.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first, let's talk about the analysis that you performed, State's Exhibit number 179. Just comprehensively, what did you compare here? Let's start with the firearm and the spent casings.
So I believe the one that you have up is the bullets and fragments.
Thank you. I apologize. 180. What do we see here?
So there were 5 fired cartridge cases submitted, 5 fired 9mm Luger cartridge cases, as well as 9mm Luger Taurus model PT-111 G2C semi-automatic pistol, serial number TLX 70074.
Okay, so I'm pausing it right there. Good morning, OnlyFan. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? Is she talking about 2 different weapons? Did she mention 5 cartridge casings from one weapon? And did she mention something else about another weapon? Okay, I'm gonna go back. Okay, let's go back. Because I don't know, that sounded like 2 different guns. I mean, 2 different weapons. So it's a 9mm Luger. That's the serial number.
What do we see here?
So there were 5 fired cartridge cases submitted, 5 fired 9mm Luger cartridge cases, as well as 9mm Luger Taurus model PT-111 G.
Oh, okay, I got it now. She just saying there were 5 cartridge cases submitted plus the actual weapon.
2C semi-automatic pistol, serial number TLX 70074.
And did you compare those to the items submitted by the Houston Police Department?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So let's just start with item number 00301. When we see lab item number here, why is it different than the agency item number?
When items are submitted to the Houston Forensic Science Center, they're assigned a unique identifier by the laboratory.
Okay. Let's start with EM number 1. What is your understanding of what EM identifies?
Evidence marker, so that would be something from the crime scene, a number that was given to it at the crime scene is my understanding.
Okay. So if I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 24, for the record, this has already been entered into evidence, EM1, and then as well as the envelope that contains EM1, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not it was fired from State's Exhibit number 120, the 9mm bearing the unique serial number TLX70074?
I was able to form an opinion, yes,
And what's that opinion?
that this particular item was fired in the firearm, the Taurus that was submitted to me.
And we'll do these in groupings here. As it pertains to EM3, EM4, and EM2, which are captured in State's Exhibit number 51, were you able to make or form an opinion about whether or not they were fired from that same 9mm Taurus?
Yes, I was.
And what is your opinion?
It was my opinion that those were fired from the Taurus.
Just for orientation purposes here, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 31. Obviously, and this is going to sound very silly, but you weren't at the scene, right?
No, I was not.
You don't know where a person was standing when he shot any of these firearms evidence, right?
That's correct.
And to be fair, you don't even know who shot this physical evidence that we're looking at.
That's correct.
You're just making a determination about whether or not it was shot from this firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go to EM5 that's located in the driveway over here. What are we looking at in EM5, State's Exhibit number 63? Were you able to make a determination about whether or not that item was also fired from the Taurus 9mm? And I apologize. That would be in a subsequent report,
Yes.
but were you able to make that determination or form an opinion?
May I refer to my notes to
course.
verify the number correlation? Thank you. Okay, so evidence marker 5 is the same as my item of evidence number 9, laboratory item 9. And it was my opinion that that was fired from the Taurus.
Is this a cartridge casing or are we looking at something different here?
That's a fired bullet jacket.
Okay, so the part that is expelled out of the firearm from the barrel.
That's correct.
And you want to show us what the part
Sure.
we're talking about?
So this is a model of a fired bullet, but the jacket would be the outer layer. The inside would be a core. And oftentimes it's either brass or copper, the jacket would be. And so sometimes it separates from the core during the firing process often. So in this instance, it appears to be the jacket, not the core isn't part of that.
And then we're going to go to EM6. That's for part of that first request, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What is EM6?
It's a fired 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And were you able to make or form an opinion regarding that cartridge case?
Oh, yes, I was.
And what's your opinion?
It was my opinion that it was fired from the Taurus.
Now let's talk about that second request that you mentioned that included EM5.
Yes.
When was that request made?
I know when it was completed. I'm looking for the date the request was made, and I don't see it
It
offhand.
is fine.
Okay, so I completed this August 15th, 2025.
And you see it here in State's Exhibit number 179. Who requested for this analysis to be performed? You don't even have to butcher
Oh,
it. It's mine.
You did.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Tough to pronounce, don't worry. All right. So let's actually just review very briefly what was submitted as part of that request and what was the request.
I was requested to compare test fires from the Taurus to some fired projectiles from a crime scene.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 134. CSU previously testified to it, but here I'm going to show you the actual item that you analyzed in State's Exhibit number 178. So we know this is from the vehicle that was processed by CSU Lambert. What is your opinion as it pertains to item 01101? Was it fired out of that same Taurus? Were you able to form an opinion?
I was able to form an opinion on that item, and it was my opinion that it was fired from the Taurus.
The same firearm that we've been talking about?
Yes, correct.
What about item number 011-02? Now, just as a point of reference, again, obtained from the same vehicle. State's Exhibit number 177. Were you able to form an opinion?
My opinion was that that item was unsuitable for microscopic comparison.
And that's because, I guess, just explain to us again why sometimes items are unsuitable for comparison.
Sometimes there aren't any tool marks or markings on that item that are the result of making contact with the firearm. They could have been a portion of the bullet core, or they could just be very damaged and distorted from the being fired through a hard object, or they're not a complete enough item. There's not enough detail on there for me to make a comparison to my test fires, for example.
Were any other items, I guess we can talk about that same report, State's Exhibit number 179. There is an item that references an ML number. What are we referencing there? What are you referencing there?
So there were 3 bullet items in a container with an ML number, and typically that's a medical legal number from an autopsy.
Were you able, and I'm sorry, what was that ML number that we see in your report?
It's ML number 22-0805.
Were you able to form an opinion about those particular items?
No, I was not.
Why is that?
The items were, there was not enough detail on any of them for comparison. They were not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Was the magazine associated with the Taurus that was submitted to the lab also submitted along with the Taurus?
Yes, there was a magazine submitted.
What was the capacity of the magazine that was submitted?
The capacity was 12.
And that was 12, I'm sorry.
12 cartridges?
Okay, so it can fit up to 12.
That's correct, yes.
And that, I guess that also wouldn't necessarily include if there's a round in the slide or the
In the chamber?
barrel of the chamber.
Correct.
Now, just briefly going back to the ML number and the items that you received from the medical examiner's office, is it pretty common that the items you receive from the medical examiner's office are unsuitable for comparison?
It's not uncommon.
And why is that?
Well, as I mentioned, a lot of times fired bullets separate into the core, may separate from the jacket. And so core fragments are often unsuitable. And just the firing process, when a bullet passes through a material of any kind, it can damage that bullet and it can separate it into pieces. And so fragments of the core are especially, those are not suitable for comparison. They haven't been marked by the firearm in any usable way.
And when they fragment, I mean, like you said, it would be consistent, for example, maybe entering a human being's body.
That certainly can cause it to fragment, yes.
It could also fragment passing through, for example, a vehicle.
Absolutely.
As it pertained to ML number and the bullet core, the fragments, what was the weight of the bullet core?
Oh, I'm sorry, of which bullet core?
And that's item number 10-01.
Okay. The weight was 65.5 grains.
And then item number 11-01, that was retrieved from the vehicle. What was the weight of that?
That fragment was 24.2 grains.
And then item number 11-02, also obtained from the vehicle. What was the weight of that?
1.5 grains.
Approximately for 9mm unfired, unspent rounds, live rounds, what's the approximate weight?
For a bullet,
Yeah.
about 115 grains.
Okay, and that would vary on the type of bullet.
It would, yes, it would depend. Just a typical run-of-the-mill bullet for 9mm is about 115. It could be more or less. There could be 147. It depends on the style of that bullet.
Okay. And what are the different kinds of bullets, I guess, that you've come across? You don't have to give us, I'm sure it's an exhaustive list, but just generally.
Sure. I mean, it could be a full metal jacket. There's jacketed hollow points. There's total metal jacket. There's different styles of bullets.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. This incident happened in February of 2022. You were not asked to examine certain crime scene projectiles until August of this year, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about, Judge, may I approach your witness? Let's talk a little bit about firearm mechanics. I want to just visit with this a little bit so that we can make sure we've got a clear picture. May I borrow your demonstrative?
Sure.
Thank you. So the way that a firearm operates, for those who aren't familiar with it, is there's going to be something called a firing pin that strikes this area, this small gray area on your demonstrative, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that will ignite something called primer, right?
The priming compound inside of that primer causes a spark.
And that causes a spark that ignites what us lay people may refer to as gunpowder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's actually the gases from that make the what us lay people would call bullet come out of the cartridge, correct?
Correct.
And then the bullet itself, Mr. also used the M&M example. I'll use a banana example. You've got kind of the banana peel and the banana inside, right?
Yes.
And then sometimes, depending upon what the bullet hits, how fast, what type, etc., you can have situations where the peel kind of comes off of the banana in a when it hits something. Does that happen occasionally?
Right, the jacketing does separate from the core, yes.
Okay. And jacketing, again, that's the peel of the banana. The core is the banana.
In your analogy,
In my
yes.
analogy. Okay. Now, when let's talk about muzzle blast, because that's been an issue here. That the whether or not there is muzzle blast, that's kind of the what we might refer to as fire that seems to come out of a firearm. How much there is can depend upon many different factors. True.
Yes, that's true.
The type of firearm could play a role, right?
It could, yes.
The barrel length,
Sure,
whether it's a revolver or semi-automatic,
yes.
rifles, shotguns, etc. They're all going to have different levels of muzzle blast. Fair.
Sure, that's fair.
And even within the same type of general firearm, like a handgun or a semi-automatic pistol. And I guess let me clarify that for people who may not be familiar. May I approach the exhibits, Judge?
Yes, please.
All right, when we say semi-automatic, can you tell the jury what that means?
Can I use it in,
However you
with
want
pistol?
to.
Okay, so a semi-automatic pistol is designed to fire one time for each time you pull the trigger. So cartridges are loaded into a magazine, which is inserted into the magazine well of the pistol. And then you chamber a round into the chamber of the firearm, you pull the trigger and it'll shoot one round. So that's, you'd have to release the trigger and pull again in order to fire a second round.
Now, some of us may have heard in the news or something about firearms that, and the court reporter's going to kill me because I'm going to use noises here. But instead of pop, 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 make brrr, the faster kind of firing, would that be called fully automatic?
I believe what you're describing would be consistent with full automatic fire.
That's where
Yes.
you pull the trigger once, and as long as you're holding it, rounds will continue to go out, correct?
Correct, as long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
That is not the pistol that's at issue in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And to be clear, the pistol that's at issue in this case, there's nothing inherently illegal about this pistol, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's the same kind of Taurus that can be bought at I'm sorry, can be, I don't know where to put this. Here we go. Put it there. Can be bought at Academy or wherever, right? That's not some kind of exotic firearm that requires some special licensing or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Now, going back to muzzle blast, other things that can affect muzzle blast are caliber of the firearm, correct?
Yes,
I mean, a large caliber like a 44 Magnum may have a larger muzzle blast than a smaller caliber like a 22. Fair?
it may, yes.
Okay. And in fact, in modern times with modern ammunition, there have been additives that have been added to gunpowder for certain ammunition where it gets marketed that it has less muzzle blast, right?
That is true, yes.
May I approach a witness here? I'm going to show you what we marked as defendant's exhibit number 12, 13, 14, and 15. Without going into the contents, can you just take a look at those, please? Have you seen those?
I mean, I've glanced over them, yes.
Okay. And are these exhibits, generally speaking, are they advertisements?
Yes, they appear to be.
Okay, and are they advertisements for ammunition?
Correct, yes.
All right, and is this the kind of marketing like we were just talking about that some ammunition companies are doing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender defendants exhibits number 12, 13, 14, and 15 and offer into evidence. I will say for the record, there's a highlighted portion that I added that was not in there. That's to make it easy to see.
Can we approach Judge?
Are those both very popular ammunition brands?
They're fairly common, yes.
Okay, and these aren't unique, like exotic things. These are things you can find at any gun store and a lot of sporting goods stores, correct?
Yes, they're pretty popular.
And you're familiar that there's a lot of that kind of ammunition that has the additives added to it to suppress how much muzzle blast there is, right?
It's not something that I'm specialized in, but I'm aware that there is something that can be added to suppress some of the flash, yes.
Fair enough. Now, as far as you're not, and I think I understand very clearly what your expertise is and what it is not, okay? You are not an expert in any kind of photography, fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so whether or not a fired weapon will have a muzzle blast that shows up on a video or photograph is something that's outside of your expertise, fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, as far as the way that a cartridge is ejected, may I approach the exhibit, Judge? You may, sir. In a semi-automatic firearm, when the trigger is pulled, the gases and springs work together to force the slide backward there.
That, yes.
And that is where the casing will come out, correct? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that because I was imprecise. That's my bad. Where we see this orange part on this exhibit, we see a kind of a hole. When it slides out, a casing will be ejected. Is that fair? If there's a better way you want to put it, please.
No, a fired cartridge case would be ejected from the ejection port.
And the one thing I want to make sure that we're not going to try to do here later, when the firearm is pulled, when you pull the trigger, the slide goes back, it's ejected. I think we're all in agreement. You cannot say that there's any real way you can tell precisely where the firearm was fired by where the cartridge ended up. Fair?
I personally could not tell you where, yes, that's correct.
Because that distance can, anyone that shot firearms knows that distance can vary. It can fall near you, it can go kind of far away, right?
There are a lot of factors that can affect where it lands.
Fair enough. That's what you judge.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May I put the excuse?
From the state, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, subject to recall, Judge.
Thank you. Excellent.
The state calls Zachary Caldwell.
Judge, will you approach?
Deputy Sam, let me go and take my 6-2 break.
All rise for the jury.
be seated. Take this fire.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Zachary Caldwell.
This witness hasn't been sworn in? Step up the mic, you need to.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. If you can do the endeavors to be loud and slow, hold to the mic.
Yes, sir.
We got water. If this will start with the hearing, that means you're speaking too fast.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, Dave.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Zachary Caldwell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator with the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
What part of the office?
I work for the Digital Forensics Division.
Talk to us about generally what your day-to-day roles are.
I'm responsible for the intake, evaluation, and processing of digital forensic devices. That includes cell phones, digital video recorders, computers, flash drives, hard drives. I'm also responsible for our asset management. I set up forensic workstations. I install hardware. I assist with networking setup, amongst probably a dozen other tasks on a daily.
Let me ask you this, before you worked as a digital forensic investigator, talk to us a little bit about your prior law enforcement experience.
Sure. I began my law enforcement career in 2005 with the City of Victoria Police Department. I spent about 3.5 years on patrol, some of those years spent as a field training officer. From there, I moved to a detective position where I worked crimes against persons. I worked aggravated assaults and sexual assaults primarily as my caseload. I then moved to a auto theft position where I covered auto theft and burglary. I spent about 7 years with the City of Victoria. I left the City of Victoria and went to work for the Cyfair Independent School District. I worked cases. They started a school district up there, so I worked cases for about a year. I was selected to go work for a high school. After that, I spent about 6 years in a high school. I promoted to a patrol sergeant position, and I worked there as a patrol sergeant for about a year before I moved to the district attorney's office.
That was very comprehensive. Let me ask you this. Your day-to-day duties at the district attorney's office, they vary. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir. Very much so.
So sometimes you do what we call cell phone digital forensic analysis, duplicating the imaging of the cell phone. You can get text calls, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What are some of the things outside of that that you do on a day-to-day basis regarding surveillance videos?
So oftentimes we'll take surveillance video and we'll review that video. We'll get requests from the office, sometimes investigators, sometimes ADAs. We'll assist with video review. We'll assist with demonstrative preparation, basically things to show jurors like yourselves when it comes to courtroom testimony.
Talk to us about your training and experience with the types of software that you'd be using in those circumstances.
So in those particular circumstances, overall, I've had about 3,200 hours total of law enforcement training. 420 of those hours have been spent at the National Computer Forensics Institute that's run by the Secret Service in Hoover, Alabama. 40 of those hours specifically were regarding digital video recording devices and the types of images and video obtained from those devices, including audio, and the software used to process those videos, and then taking those videos and conducting forensics on those, and then demonstrative preparation thereafter. Part of that training also included using AMP Software's AMP5, which is, I guess, a more forensic-based program that allows us to look at metadata and to look a little more forensically into some of the video and audio files that we recover.
Talk to us about Camtasia.
Sure. Camtasia is a program that we use quite often to prepare demonstrative exhibits. It basically allows us to import video files and then segregate those files into tracks, basically, where we can move tracks around, we can put tracks together so that they run almost like a TV show. Just like you would see cuts in a show, we can create exhibits for trial that cut just like a show would cut into different scenes.
Okay, so specifically In this case, did you review surveillance video and audio as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you used the word cuts, but are you altering the substance of the video itself?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, so when you say cuts, are you just transitioning between scenes? What do you, I mean, are we doing any editing and removing stuff?
We're not removing anything. We're simply, the way the tracks line up, we're transitioning to a different track. So if you were to think about it, imagine if you were to stand a loaf of bread on end, and all those layers of bread are different tracks of video files, and they're all playing at one time, and you're simply switching to a different one, and you're seeing a different one on the screen. If that makes any sense, that's the best way I know how to explain it. And as each track plays, you're seeing a different portion of video, even though they're all playing at the same time. And you can move those tracks around as to what you want to see on the screen.
So you're not enhancing video, like making, for example, muzzle flash out further than it really does, are you?
No, sir, none of the video changes at all.
So you're playing different portions of video with audio.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit Number 4, surveillance video that is from 208 Winkler Street. It's been on file with the district. Sorry, it's been provided to defense, and the business record affidavit has been on file with the clerk's office for greater than 14 days.
No objection.
With no objection made, state number 4 will be admitted to evidence to be published, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you review a number of surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you also review a video that had audio with it?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, I'm sorry. Investigator Caldwell, did you also, you're familiar with what location these videos are taken from?
Yes, sir, I am.
So previously testified to by Investigator Bledsoe, this is a demonstrative of State's Exhibit Number 85, which is in evidence. This video from the apartment complex, that's 166 Winkler over here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the Chase Bank that's been referenced in front of this jury ad nauseum is over here on this exhibit, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so you take this audio, what do you do with this audio?
That audio is obviously part of this video, and both the audio and video were imported into Camtasia together.
Okay, I want to talk to you before we get into that about frame rates or a rate of a frame and the quality of the surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
I guess, can you explain that to me?
Frame rate of a video is simply going to be how many frames per second that video plays at.
And does that affect generally the quality of the image that you're seeing? Or, I I mean, how do you see the differences?
It will. The higher frame rate is going to offer more fidelity or more quality to the video. Anything below about 40 or 50 frames a second you'll see a degradation in the video. It's simply not capturing enough data, or it's not playing enough frames a second for it to be really clear, especially if movement is occurring. So that movement, depending on how fast it's happening, the frame rate the camera isn't capturing enough data for it to be really clear. So the lower the frame rate, the less fidelity or the less quality that video is going to have. Anybody who's ever watched anything on the internet is familiar with low quality video and low frame rate video.
So the jury's reviewed and seen the Chase Bank video, the 226 Winkler video, the one that we just watched. I'm going to play portions of the 208 Winkler video, which is State's Exhibit number 4. And can you describe to us in the 208 Winkler video, and again, just so that there's some orientation to this. We have the Chase Bank. This is a demonstrative of State's Exhibit number 85. So we have the Chase Bank here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was probably well for you to see. We have 226 Winkler next to it, right?
Yes, sir.
That video is that black and white video.
It is.
And then we have 208 Winkler.
Yes, sir.
And then just on the other side of that, we have that 166 Winkler, the audio.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're about to watch here in State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. You're going to see what I know to be the initial aggravated robbery suspect enter towards the left-hand side of the video. You can actually already see him towards the center left of the video. He's going to run towards the right-hand side of the video. As he comes up against that wall, he's going to run towards the camera, and he will jump the fence right there right at the camera. And as he jumps that fence, he's going to make some movements towards a car that passes by, where it appears that he lifts his arm and points at the car that passes by. He'll then jump the fence and fall into that arm that opens the gate.
How does he jump the fence?
He climbs over the fence, puts his leg up on top of those spikes, and while he climbs that fence, he appears to be holding a handgun in I don't recall if it's his left or right hand, but as you play the video, we'll be able to tell. And he also appears to be holding that handgun in such a manner, it appears to me that he's got his finger in the trigger guard of that weapon.
And that's while he's jumping the fence?
It is, yes, sir, while he's climbing over that fence.
So we'll just publish State's Exhibit number 4. Is that the movement that you just described to us?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, he's throwing his hand up.
It is, yes, sir.
And then what do we see here now?
So you can see that he has the gun in his left hand. He's also carrying something else. I was able to zoom in on that video in my looking at these, and it's evident to me that he's holding that gun in such a manner that his appeared to be gloved hand, and there's a finger through the trigger guard or possibly on the trigger of that weapon.
When you say, may I have an exhibit, Your Honor? When you say the trigger guard or the trigger of the weapon, for example, that weapon was 120, it's not, but that's through here, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So he's jumping the fence with his finger through the trigger guard.
Correct.
You mentioned zooming in.
Yes, sir.
So we've been using VLC to publish some of these videos. Is there a way with videos like Camtasia or software like Camtasia where you can do the zooming in and you don't have to manually click like we've been doing?
There is, yes, sir.
And so did you take I'm sorry, we'll just finish publishing States Exhibit number 4, I apologize. So did you take the audio from 166 Winkler and then compile the videos and lay that audio over the video?
Yes, sir.
When I say layover, may I push the witness on? I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 181. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
How?
This is a snip from Camtasia that shows the spectrogram on the bottom of the audio. And basically that spectrogram is a visual representation of an audio wave. And that's where it's laid up against the video clips of the DVR footage that I was also provided.
And is that what we see, or what we will see, I'm sorry, in the video that you and I just described as the layover?
Yes, sir.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of what that would look like inside Camtasia.
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, the statement offers States Exhibit number 181 to opposing counsel, offered into evidence and tendered to opposing counsel.
With respect to 181, will be admitted over objection, republished, sir. 181.
Judge, may I have the witness step down just very briefly?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here in States Exhibit number 181?
Yes, sir. So these are going to be once I reviewed the footage, this is going to be of the Chase Bank, and these will be of the Winkler addresses as we move along in the video. And this is the audio portion of the video from the apartment complex. And what you're seeing here are spikes of the gunshots. Each spike you see is a gunshot, save for one that's going to be tire screeching of a vehicle that's also in the area. Each one of those spikes, I was able to time with the video, beginning with one of the muzzle flashes. Each subsequent muzzle flash lines up with each audio spike that you see, or that you will see.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure we're very clear for the record. When you say matching up, or when you're referencing the audios being matched with the gunfire or the muzzle flash, are you saying that you took every one of those 10 and lined them up with a muzzle flash by removing the time in between each one of them? Can you explain to us again, what did you do with the first one? How did that affect the 10?
It didn't affect the 10 at all. So both files the audio file exists where it's at. And then the video file is laid in such a manner that upon that very first muzzle flash, and then as the video plays along, they sync themselves. There's no manipulation of any of the other files that occurs. So as the files play together, the muzzle flashes line up with the spikes in audio. And you'll see as the demonstrative plays, there was no time compression, there's no time manipulation, there's no video manipulation of those muzzle flashes. They simply occur when they occur. as you'll see in the demonstrative, the first flash lines up, the last flash lines up, and there's no manipulation in between.
So you're not removing time, adding time. You are synchronizing essentially the first sound and then the first muzzle flash.
Yes, sir.
And then the remaining are synchronized without you manipulating.
That's correct.
You're not enhancing it, are you?
No, sir.
And did you do that? And I'm sorry, the speakers. Did you do that with State's Exhibit number 1, the Chase Bank surveillance? State's Exhibit number 3, the 226 Winkler surveillance? State's Exhibit number 4, the 208 Winkler surveillance? And State's Exhibit number 5, the audio file, the 166 Winkler surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 108, the compiled videos. Have you had a chance to review the compiled videos that you created using Camtasia, as we saw in State's Exhibit number 181?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you just described to us as the laying over the audio and the video files?
Yes, sir, it is.
And again, did you remove or fraction any of the time other than just transitioning between the actual videos themselves?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 108 into evidence and tender it to the opposing counsel.
We do have an objection. Over objection, State's 108 will be admitted to evidence to be published, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Caldwell, is there more than one portion of the videos compiled in State's Exhibit number 108?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this first video here, what is it titled?
Video from Chase Bank with audio from 149 Winkler.
And I apologize. We've been speaking about that Winkler address. It's the audio file, right? And so what are we about to watch?
This is going to be the video from Chase Bank as taken from the DVR footage with the audio played from the apartment complex overlaid.
And this is just as Chase Bank first.
That's correct.
And now that we're publishing 108, does the audio kick on at the beginning?
In just a few seconds, it does. It takes a bit.
And then some of that zooming in we talked about using VLC, are you able to do that within Camtasia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Essentially, you're in a second without manually zooming in. You're going to zoom in, but you're not changing the actual video itself.
No, sir.
what did we just watch there?
You watched the BMW SUV at the ATM. The aggravated robbery suspect runs up and commits the aggravated robbery. The defendant gets out of the passenger car or passenger side of the vehicle, pursues the aggravated robbery suspect, fires 9 shots, gets back in the vehicle. They pull the vehicle slightly forward. He gets back out of the vehicle, recovers something from behind the BMW SUV, gets back in the vehicle.
Slow down, please.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Gets back in the vehicle. They pull into the driveway and out into the roadway slightly. He partially exits the vehicle or opens the passenger door and proceeds to fire an additional shot above the door frame of the car towards the black truck again.
And we heard almost a tapping noise between shot 9 and 10.
Yes, sir.
Are you able, based on the sound, to determine where that is occurring?
No, sir. I wasn't able to determine where that sound comes from. Again, this is audio from quite a ways down the street. It picks up gunshots very easily, but there is ambient noise.
Okay, what's ambient noise?
Surrounding noise.
And then when we saw this 10th shot here, you didn't take audio and try and stick it to that 10th shot, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
So once you hit play on shot number 1, they all occurred in sequence as you see the muzzle flash.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, when we see the BMW exit the Chase Bank and drive down the street, we can hear it coming closer to the audio, can we not?
You can.
Okay, so the direction of where that camera is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what are we gonna watch next?
This is the video from Chase Bank and 226 Winkler, the location just behind Chase Bank, with the audio from the apartment complex. So it's basically the first video that you saw with a video from just behind the bank where you see the aggravated robbery suspect run.
So in this video, are we gonna see one of those transitions you described to us earlier?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, and where are we gonna see that transition occur?
You're going to see that occur once the aggravated robbery suspect runs towards the dark area in the top of your screen towards the right. That's when that transition will occur.
Okay, I want to pause for just one moment. And we're going to talk about the upcoming video, but I want to talk about the one we just watched.
Yes, sir.
Why did you transition right there between those shots from the Chase Bank to the 226 Winkler address?
I wanted to show where the aggravated robbery suspect had actually gone. I believe there was some confusion initially on where he had gone and whether or not he had gotten into the truck or he had continued to flee behind the bank. So in looking at that video, I wanted to be able to demonstrate where he had actually gone. And I felt that that made it extremely clear. Once he disappeared into that back corner, it's very clear where he's running. He continues to run right down that sidewalk through that business and just continues to escape that direction.
And in a second, are we going to see that transition also capture the vantage point, at least, I mean, for example, this Chase Bank video, State's Exhibit number 1. After we see the initial 4 or 5 shots, are you able to see the muzzle flashes clearly as you are the 226 Winkler address?
Once the transition occurs, you are not. You can't see them quite as clearly. If you play the video slow enough, you can see the muzzle flashes.
That second, or the grouping of muzzle flashing that occurs after the defendant walks into the grass area, is that captured better on the 226 Winkler address or the Chase Bank address?
I think it's debatable, but I think they're captured better. They're at a distance, but they're brighter on the darker video. But I believe on this video, they show up a little better if played slowly.
So frame by frame.
Yes, sir.
We saw the title of this video was call outs. What are call outs?
Call outs are basically to help draw the observer's attention to specifics in the video where you want to try to help gain a little bit more detail or a little bit more understanding from the viewer in specifics that you want them to help understand. Phrasing or terminology that we want to help the jury understand something a little better, or the viewer in any instance, to better understand something or want to help them notice. That's really all a call out is.
Tell us what we're about to watch.
You're going to watch the same video with some additions of call outs, some things that are a little bit better explained to maybe help you understand the video a little bit more clearly.
Did you use the sound, what do you call them? The sound?
The spectrogram.
The spectrogram.
Yes, sir.
So you use that in this video.
Yes.
How do you use it?
It's used to point out each one of the muzzle flashes. It's slowed down a lot more so that you will be able to see the spike in audio on the spectrogram and see the muzzle flash at the same time in a lot slower presentation. This all occurs very fast. It's just a couple of seconds long. So I slowed it down quite a bit so that the juror, the observer, could see with a little bit more time to comprehend exactly what they're seeing.
Obviously, this is not real time, right?
No, sir.
But what we've watched so far has been real time.
That's correct.
Is there a muzzle flash or is there a sound on the spectrogram that you were uncertain of?
There was.
Okay, tell us about that.
I believe it was shot number 4, and it occurs right at a moment where the defendant is in front of a tree. It's exceptionally hard to see that muzzle flash because of the camera's lack of quality, for lack of a better term, but because of the brightness and the washout of that tree and the muzzle flash's brightness, and I think the camera's quality overall, there's just a split second or a minute amount of time where you can barely make out that muzzle flash in front of that tree. And what I believe to be a partial muzzle flash, but the reflection and brightness of that tree shows up in that video in such a manner that I'm not 100% confident that it is a muzzle flash, but there is a flash of something in front of that tree. And it does correspond at that moment in time with a spike in the spectrogram.
In just a moment, we'll publish Space Exhibit number 108. Did you also account for noise being made by the vehicle? We're looking at State's Exhibit number 181 when
Yes,
it
sir.
came to the spectrograph.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also, were you asked to determine what your opinion was about the robbery assailant lifting their arm up?
I was.
Were you also asked, because you didn't cut these videos or remove time from them, did you?
No, sir.
So when you're looking at the robbery suspect's arm, how are you analyzing that in regards to the graph that we're looking at right now?
So when he raises his arm, I compared that to the spectrogram, and I looked for any spikes in audio in the spectrogram, and I didn't find any corresponding spikes. Anytime you would expect to hear gunfire, you're looking for a spike in audio, and I just didn't see any. Anytime the defendant raised his arm, if you were to expect a gunshot, I would expect to see a corresponding spike, just like I saw with defendant's gunfire, and it wasn't there. He raises his arm a handful of times, I believe in a threatening manner, to either ward off attention or to try to gain a reaction, and you don't see a corresponding spike in audio.
Somebody, I mean, could a person argue that during gunshot number 4, the assailant is the one shooting because you can't see the muzzle flash?
Meaning that they occurred at the exact same millisecond?
You tell me.
I don't think that one could argue that. I think to have 2 gunshots occur in the exact same millisecond in time would be unheard of. And for there not to be a muzzle flash would be exceptionally inconsistent. One, the firearm didn't appear to have any type of muzzle flash concealment device, a muzzle hider, for lack of a better term, or a silencer. I don't think that would have occurred, no.
They continued publishing State's Exhibit number 108. Pause it for a brief moment here. In State's Exhibit number 108, we see a spike in sound that is not attributed a number. What is that?
That's the tires of the car screeching.
We also saw portions where you were pointing to a lack of sound when the robbery suspect had his arm extended. What are you trying to indicate?
The fact that, one, there was no muzzle flash and there was no spike in audio. That's what I alluded to earlier when you had asked me about the defendant raising his arm. That was the lack of muzzle flash and audio spike that I spoke about.
When you're zooming in and you're making a circle, what are you trying to identify?
We're pointing out the muzzle flash.
So I'm going to go back just a little bit so we can see that again. Pause it for a moment. What are we watching occurring right now in State's Exhibit number 108?
Sure. This is a split screen video of where the defendant is while the BMW SUV begins to exit the Chase Bank. Correction, not the defendant, the initial aggravated robbery suspect.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
You're not suggesting here that the defendant knew this man was about to jump the fence here in a second, are you?
No, sir, not at all.
What did you just point out for us right there?
Again, as he climbs the fence, his fingers in the trigger guard or appears to be in the trigger guard of the weapon.
Okay, so the call outs, obviously it slows it down a little bit. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In reality, what occurred and how many shots occurred is better depicted on the first part of this video, right?
It is, yes, sir.
I want to talk to you about the addresses referenced in the video. One of them was 166 Winkler. I think in the video it appears as 149 Winkler, but from your understanding, is that the audio file that you laid over these videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 10th shot here, when you're listening to that audio, it sounds a little bit different than the first 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
So when the BMW pulls out from the Chase Bank, it's out from under.
Do you have any training at all in how gunfires, the audio waves of gunfires, the physics of how that works?
No, sir.
Okay, Judge, he's not an expert in that area. He's an audio-visual expert, but he's not an expert in the sound waves of gunfire, so that's improper question.
Let me hear the state's response.
Judge, my question about the witness was why the gunshot sounds different in the audio file that he laid over these videos.
It's going to be overruled. May proceed.
So when the BMW pulls out from underneath the awning, the sound reflection is different. It's not against the wall. Sound is different versus when he's underneath the awning, you have a massive reflective wall or surface for that sound to bounce off of, just like being in a baseball stadium that's open versus closed.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Judge, is there any way,
Yes.
not billboard out my way so I can see the difference? And just to be clear as to why the rules require me to sit, I don't have a clear view. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
That was a neat little thing you had where you could do the blow up. What's that called?
To zoom in.
Okay, yeah, the zoom in program that you had where you were zooming in on like the trigger and all of that. Not to overstate the obvious, but you'll certainly agree with me that on the night that this occurred, my client, Tony Earls, did not have the benefit of being able to zoom in on a still shot to see whether a finger's on a trigger. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, and a couple things I think we'll agree on. You're not disputing that he was the victim of an aggravated robbery, correct?
Correct.
And what makes a robbery aggravated is if a firearm is used, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you'll agree with me that when a firearm is placed in someone's face, that is something that will start to trigger a fight or flight response, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, as far as, I want to talk to you about a couple things regarding the videos. And this is something that I may need for later, so forgive me for the stilted way in which I'm asking this. But if a video was recorded at 1 frame rate, can it be played at a different frame rate? Do you know the answer to that? I don't.
It can be played at a different frame rate, but you would have to manipulate the video itself, I believe, and alter it.
Okay. Do you know the frame rate of any of the videos that were given to you to compile?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just tell us, so we've got that listed for the record, what they are?
Yes, sir. The frame rate of 149 Winkler was 30 frames a second.
Okay.
The frame rate of the Chase Bank videos was 15 frames a second.
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a little slow. We have 30 and then you have 15?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The frame rate of 208 Winkler was 60 frames a second.
Okay.
And the frame rate of the frame rate of 226 Winkler was 60 frames a second, and 208 Winkler was 15 frames a second.
You said 15 or 50?
15, 1-5.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, your work as a police officer, basic police work, you want to let the evidence lead you to your conclusions rather than your conclusions having you pick which evidence you look at. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in this case, I understand you have a limited role, but can you tell us when you were first contacted about assisting in this case?
It was 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Who contacted you?
Maroon Katani, the assistant district attorney.
All right, and he works for the same office you work for, correct?
He does.
All right. And what was his request to you?
It was an email requesting assistance in building a demonstrative for this case.
What specifically, when you spoke with him, was he asking you to prepare for you?
I don't remember the specifics of the email.
Well, not the email, just in your conversation. I'm not holding you to like verbatim. Just give us an idea. You know, assistance is one thing. Like, what were your marching orders after you?
Objection, Judge, to argumentative regarding the marching orders.
I'll rephrase. Okay, what were your instructions that were given to you?
Regarding the audio and building a demonstrative that contained the audio with the videos.
Did he ask you to compile them all together like you did, or was that your idea?
It was a group effort.
All right. Now, as far as these programs that you use on this, these are, the programs do part of the work and the human does more or different parts of the work. Fair?
Fair.
There's parts, basically what you're doing is taking an audio file and trying to overlap it with where you think it should start on the video file. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the decision as to where exactly it starts is a human decision?
It's up to the end user. Yes, sir.
Okay, in that case, that's you.
Yes, sir.
All right, as instructed by the DAs?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I made the decision on where to begin the overlay.
Okay, they told you they wanted this done. You made the decision how to do it.
Correct.
All right. So as far as what all you were given to do this task, did you make requests or were videos specifically given to you?
The videos and the business records affidavits were provided to me.
What all videos were you given?
I was given the videos that are contained within the demonstrative from the Winkler addresses, from Chase Bank, and then I believe one from a China Star restaurant.
All right, now the Chinese Star restaurant was not included in any of your compilation, right?
It was not.
Um, It just takes a second. It just takes a second. Yeah, all right. But Judge May, just so I can point people to where I'm looking at, I should have kept the billboard up. Nah. All right, so we're looking at the truck. You see the truck go out? Keep going, yeah. All right, now stop it, please, Anna. You see right above kind of where that, the 2 of 2022, you saw some lights that were thank you, that were a reflection in the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is the truck that was the Alvarez's truck, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. Anna, would you mind playing again? So we're playing, there's the robber. Anna, can you pause it? All right, we see up there kind of above that 14, those are the brake lights of Mr. Alvarez's truck reflecting in the Chase building. Is that fair?
I can't quite.
We can you back it up just a little bit? Because I want to make sure we're on the same page on this. And let me tell you what so you know, because I want to be fair to you, I want you to know what I'm asking you to do.
How far back?
To where we see the truck, the Alvarez's truck starting to go. All right, I'm gonna keep you pause it real quick. All right, now right there, we see the robber he had come right by where the Alvarez truck is, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now let me here, and I'm gonna keep it paused. Let me just tell you real quick so you know what I'm asking you to look for, because it's not fair to you if you don't know what I'm asking. The pickup truck, as it goes down, I want you to keep watching.
Sure.
Because we already heard testimony yesterday about this, and I think you're going to agree with me that you're going to see the brake lights reflecting in the Chase building. Okay, and that's going to be important because as we're watching those brake lights, we're going to see when Mr. Earls starts to leave. Okay, that's what we're going to be watching. Anna, can you push play, please? So we got the truck. Truck's gone, but we see those brake lights. You agree that those are the same, those brake lights are the reflection, right?
They could be.
All right, well, let's go back. I'm not trying to make this hard. We've got to, this is too important to make assumptions. All right, go. If it'll help, other people have already suggested that they are. Anna, can you pause it? You're not disputing that those are the same, those are the brake lights of the same truck, are you?
They may be the same truck, yes, sir.
Okay, well, if they're not, what do you think they are?
I don't know.
All right. Do we need to play this again so you can have a closer look?
No.
All right, keep it going, Anna.
I mean, yes, the truck comes to stop outside of the frame. I do see reflected brake lights in the reflection of the bank video.
And now, I'm sorry, and now, keep going. You see the BMW. You see that, right, toward the top?
Yes.
See those brake lights?
Yes, sir.
Still there.
Yes.
All right, so stop it, please, Anna. All right, so to get you up to speed, we heard testimony in this courtroom that Mr. Alvarez had parked his car, then at one point had put it in reverse. And then that reverse is happening, you see on State's Exhibit number 2, right at the time that Mr. Earls is leaving the bank, right?
It appears so.
Okay, so while the video compilation that was just shown to the jury simply shows a shot, that shot is, well, I guess let me back up. You're familiar in this case that Mr. Earls believed that that truck was associated with the robber, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if someone believes that the truck, if it's a reasonable belief for them to have, that the truck is associated with the robber, all right?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's improper. He's suggesting that the belief is reasonable. That's a decision for the jury to make.
And I have not finished asking my question.
Ask your question, but I guess the word reasonable triggers the result. So go ahead and ask the question, then objectively.
Okay, unreasonable. If we have if Mr. Earls believes that the pickup truck is associated with the robber, and he believes that truck is coming back at him, can't you kind of understand why he might be afraid to take a shot at it?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, also calling for a legal conclusion.
Why don't you say objection hurts my case? That's what he's trying to get.
Give me a legal objection, please. If you can answer the question, you can. Legal objections only.
I'm not really sure that I can speak to what his internal process would be at that point.
Okay, and to be fair to Mr. Earls, again, all of these videos that we're seeing are from various angles. They're not where he is standing, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So none of the lighting we're seeing is the same lighting he's seeing,
Of
right?
course not. No, sir.
And you know, of course, none of this is being viewed while having the adrenaline rush of having a firearm pointed at your face, right?
Correct.
All right.
Need some more water.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Maybe we have a moment here.
Sure.
Okay. Just you start us from the beginning. I'm almost done, I promise. Okay, let's go back just a little bit. This year, Alvarez truck is in. There you go. All right, there. And you did just stop. So, good stop. All right, so at this point where we we are at 2 minutes and 32 seconds into State's Exhibit number 2. You can just see that the robber has passed the chase sign, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you gone out to the scene?
I did not.
All right. Would you quibble with me if I said that sign could be something that could block Mr. Earls' view of the robber?
Yes, sir.
From his standpoint?
It could.
Okay. I'm gonna push the play, please. Then stop. All right, we see that the truck is now coming, is going to be going toward where that sign is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, push play. And then the robber's out of view at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so essentially what you have is a horrible coming of events where a truck.
Objection, argumentative.
I'm sorry, I think that this is the death of a 9-year-old girl is horrible.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna overrule it, but Mr. Languages, please. go
So
ahead.
you have a tragic turn of events where the truck is intersecting right as the robber is running behind that sign, right?
Yes, sir.
And from the standpoint of where Mr. Earls would have been standing, it would look like the robber is running right to where that truck is coming, correct? Right at the time when the truck is slowing down.
I think their paths intersected fairly closely. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that point from when he shot into the truck was less than 2 seconds. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
When did you prepare this final video to give over to the district?
I'm going to object relevance.
What's the relevance?
I mean, this case was filed, or the case occurred in 2022 in February. It goes to the state of the investigation that as to when they had this. I guess let me ask a preamble question.
Judge, maybe approach.
Sure, this is better approach, actually.
Before I'm not going to get in that topic right now. I'm going to lay some foundation that would make more sense before.
Maybe approach, Your Honor.
Just come on, person. Let's talk about it. That'd be good.
I will just go to dates.
Not like.
No, I'll just go to dates.
I'll, just remember.
No, I'll make it busy. Sir, what was the date that you completed State's Exhibit number 108?
Yesterday.
That's the witness.
State of Texas.
Nothing further from the state, Judge.
Minutes to be excused.
From the state, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge, that's to recall.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
With that said, I think it's an excellent time to end to a scheduling issue. How many more, the jury I'm sure wants to know, what do we have left?
Couple more weeks, Judge.
How many?
We plan on resting on Monday.
Excellent. So I would like to work late on Monday. So please be ready to do so. When I mean late, I'm talking 6, 7, whatever. That's the weekend. But before we do that, remember what I always told y'all. Do not look at the news media. Do not Google this case at all. Do not speak about this case with anyone, a neighbor, friend. If you happen to, if someone is speaking about the case, please walk away and admonish them not to speak about the case. With that said, y'all have a great weekend. Y'all be safe.
All rise for the jury.
You doing okay, Ms. Roxanne? Stated age.
Yeah, OnlyFans to balance the day 3. They just started court today. I think they started. Let me see. Yeah, they started. Yeah, it has in here. The prosecution team is suspected to rest today, so it looks like we'll be going into the defense case in chief either today or tomorrow, guys. I did find that complaint. That's what I was over here looking at. So I did find a complaint. So I will share that with you guys. Let me get this a better way. Sorry. Okay, so here's the complaint that God, it's slipping my mind on who brought it to our attention in regards to him currently having some other charges that are currently pending. So this was filed. It's another felony charge. Wait a minute. Yeah, aggravated assault of a family member. It looks like this was filed May the 4th, 2023. How do I get this way? Oh, good. Okay. So the Houston Police Department, this is the person that came out. They swore that the person with the date of birth, July the 31st, 1980, the defendant committed a felony offense against a family member on March the 28th, 2023. So this is a little bit over a year from the February the 14th, 2022 incident. Okay, so the officer is stating that they met with Darren Hines after the complaint, and he found him to be credible and reliable regarding the incident. The complaint stated that he knows the defendant by the name of as his stepfather, right? Tony Earls Jr. The complaint stated that he and the defendant used to live together. Darren, he stated on March 28, 2023, he walked down to the store located at such and such address in order to talk to the defendant who was outside. The complaint stated that he was on the sidewalk and he approached the defendant who was sitting in a vehicle in front of the store. Darren stated that he wanted to talk to the defendant about what he had told his mom. So I guess Tony must have said something to the mom about the son, Darren. So Darren stated that he told the defendant to keep my name out of your mouth. And Darren stated that the defendant got off his vehicle and got in his face. Darren stated that the defendant pulled out a black handgun from his waistband. Darren stated that the defendant, Tony, pointed the gun at his face and stated, "You better take your business back to the shop." Darren stated that he was in fear of his life when the defendant pointed the weapon at his face. Okay, so they reviewed video surveillance from outside the store that was consistent with Darren's statement. Affidavits showing that the complaint, the Texas driver's license photograph. So they have video evidence of showing this. Based on his training and stuff, the weapon was the gun is a deadly weapon that's capable of causing death or serious bodily injury in a manner it is used and intended for. So there we have it. And they have this one on video. So yeah. So that's his other charge that he's facing. Let's see what else we got on here. It looks like they do have a civil suit. Let's see here. And I think this other stuff is about the current case that we're looking at. So I guess that one is pending. It sounds like with the video and stuff, like he's gonna have to plea out of that one because it sounds like they got enough evidence on that one. Okay, awesome. So let's go ahead and jump into the courtroom for our live feed today. We are on day 4 of the Tony Earls trial involving a 9-year-old girl. We just listened to the ballistics evidence. The sound thing was really good for me to understand that there was not another, I don't hear another gun. I don't hear another weapon being fired according to that sound analysis and how they did it. So, that is awesome there. We got that ballistic evidence in today. So now we are going into day 4, guys. And let me.
Our later newscasts. Let's listen in.
I'm ready, sir.
All rise for the jury.
You all may be seated. Good morning. State call your next witness.
State call Celestine Rossi.
This witness hasn't been sworn in.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Step up there, Justice McAmeety.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
State.
Thank you, Honor. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good morning. My name is Celestina, Celestina. Last name is Rossi, Rossi.
And what is your present employment?
I am employed by Montgomery County, currently working for the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm an investigator at that office.
Can we talk a little bit about your professional background? How long have you been a certified police officer?
So I started with Montgomery County in 1997 as a civilian. I was a dispatcher. I went to the police academy in 2000, and so I've been certified as a police officer since 2000.
And at some point, you moved from being a patrol officer to being a crime scene investigator for the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department. When was that?
That is correct. In 2002, I was promoted into the crime lab as a crime scene investigator, where I served until 2021, I believe, and then I was promoted to sergeant.
And then what was your duty as of 2021 as a sergeant in the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department?
Actually, I'm just going to hold.
2022.
2022, sorry. I was promoted to sergeant over the crime lab.
And what were your duties at that point?
So generally, being the crime scene sergeant, I not only continue to do the roles of a crime scene investigator, but then I also supervised our entire crime lab division, which with crime scene investigators, our property and evidence room, and our firearms lab, it's about 21 people.
And when did you go from the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department to the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office as an investigator?
In March of this year.
Now, do you have specializations other than being a crime scene investigator that distinguishes you from colleagues that just do crime scene?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about crime scene reconstruction, as well as shooting incident reconstruction, as well as blood pattern analysis.
Yes, sir.
Are those kind of the areas of your expertise?
Yes, sir. So I am a crime scene reconstructionist with a specialty in blood stain pattern analysis, as well as shooting incident reconstruction.
I want to talk a little bit about licenses and certificates. When it comes to the Texas Forensic Science Commission, they have folks who are licensed by that commission. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
About 2,600 folks in the state of Texas are licensed.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And I know it's in areas, what are some of the areas that they license those in?
So there are two different, there is mandatory licensing. So people that work in a mandatory accredited lab, like DNA, toxicology, trace, and firearms, they have to have a license in order to do the work. The commission also offers voluntary licensing, so it's not mandatory. And so they offer voluntary licensing in disciplines such as latent prints, digital evidence, crime scene investigation. There are technician licenses for those, as well as crime scene reconstruction with a specialty in blood stain pattern analysis, and crime scene reconstruction with a specialty in shooting incident.
Now, when it comes to licensing for crime scene investigations, there are many people who are licensed in that area, general area.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to the licensing by the Texas Forensic Science Commission in the area of crime scene reconstruction with subsets of blood pattern analysis as well as shooting incident reconstruction, how many people are licensed in the state of Texas?
There's one.
And who is that person?
That is me.
Let's talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to college?
I went to Casper College in Casper, Wyoming.
And did you receive an associate's degree in business administration?
I did.
We'll stipulate she's an expert.
And thank you for that. I will go a little bit into her background so that you understand.
Thank you, sir.
Let's talk about your professional and memberships as it relates to this field. The Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction, tell us about that.
Yes, so the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction also, it goes by the acronym of ACER. It specializes, it's a conference geared towards people that do crime scene reconstruction. And there is a yearly conference every year that provides similar to CLE training. So there are workshops and presentations in crime scene reconstruction.
And what is your affiliation with that?
I am a past president of that association. It is a conference that I've attended every year for the last 13 years.
And then there's the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. What is that?
So that is similar to the ACER conference. The IABPA is an organization that specializes in bloodstain pattern analysis. They also have a yearly training conference, and I have attended that conference since 2011. I am a past president of that association as well as a distinguished member.
As far as publications and articles, have you published?
I have.
And I know a lot on blood pattern analysis, but have you also done areas of crime scene reconstruction and shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes.
And what are those articles?
So there was an article published by the TDCAA, the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, back, I believe, in 2017, and it was an article that was written in reference to a shooting reconstruction. And then I am a co-author in a textbook that is, the release date is yet to be published, but it is on crime scene reconstruction techniques, which deals in that chapter with shooting incident.
As far as your own classes that you've taken over the years in these areas, how much would that add up to?
So I've got thousands and thousands of forensic training. However, in the area of crime scene reconstruction, I have, I think, about 300 plus hours of formal training in crime scene reconstruction with a, that somewhat deals with shooting incident. When you do the math on that, it totals about 7 weeks of training for that, not counting all of the conferences that I've already mentioned.
And do you also teach in this field?
I do.
And what are some of the furthest areas you taught in this field?
So I've been to, I recently was in Taiwan, where I collaborated with the Taoyuan Forensic Science Center. I have been to Vietnam to train the Vietnamese Ministries of Securities. I have been to Marseille, France, where I collaborated with the Aix-Marseille University. I've also been to Italy, where I trained the Carabinieri as well as their national police.
And obviously you also taught here in the United States, name several states as well as the state of Texas.
Yeah, so in the last 23 years, I've kind of traveled from coast to coast. Earlier this year, in May, I was invited to go to Niagara Falls for the Canadian Forensic Science Association.
And are you a guest lecturer at any universities?
So I am a guest lecturer, a longtime guest lecturer, not only for Sam Houston State University, but Texas A&M University. I was actually faculty at Texas A&M, where I taught the forensic and investigative sciences students before they hired full-time faculty to do that. So I was an adjunct instructor for Texas A&M. I teach for the Forensic Science Academy through Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. So their acronym is TEACS. And I have taught lots of classes since 2009.
Let's talk to the jury about what a shooting incident reconstruction field is. Can you briefly describe what that is?
Sure. So a shooting incident reconstruction, when I'm asked to do a shooting incident reconstruction, just in general terms, it's looking at guns, the ballistics, the location, looking at evidence that was collected in the scene, and providing information as to how that shooting occurred.
And this field, does it require knowledge of mathematics and science and things of that nature? Explain that.
Yes, so it's based on physics, geometry, trigonometry, math. It's very mathy.
And generally, the field is a peer review on the techniques that are employed.
It is.
And is it all designed to try and figure out shooting instances and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And is it widely accepted in the scientific community?
It is.
Have you testified as an expert witness on the area of crime scene reconstruction as well as shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
Has that been on few or many occasions?
On many occasions, sir.
Is that throughout the state of Texas?
Not only throughout the state of Texas, but also in other states.
And while you were based in Montgomery County, have you testified on few or many occasions here in Harris County?
I have.
And have you been designated expert in many of the courts of this county?
Yes, sir, including this court in front of this judge.
Okay, let's talk about your involvement in this case. What did you basically review as you were getting it? And we contacted you about 2 months ago. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, I believe on July 23rd is when you reached out to me.
And what was it that you reviewed as you were preparing and giving your analysis in this case?
So I was given a link by Mr. Katani on the case file. However, when I follow a methodology on how I review cases, especially for cases that I'm not called to the scene. And so the first thing I do is I look at all of the photographs that are provided and I organize them into a PowerPoint so that I can start to acclimate myself to a scene that I've not been to. I then review if there is body cam footage, or if there is, back in the day, we used to video record with a handheld video recorder, and we would do a scene walkthrough. That was not traditionally available in this case. I reviewed all of the surveillance video that was in the case. And then I reviewed the scientific reports, like the autopsy report, the autopsy photos, the CSI report, the firearms report, and the firearms photos.
Now, as far as the body cams, were you looking at interviews and statements people made or something else?
No, sir, I didn't review. I was not asked to do anything with statement analysis in this case. So I was looking just for any views of the black Ford F-250 pickup truck.
Now, in some cases, it's important for you to review statements and things of that nature from witnesses as well as from witnesses.
It is, and depending on what the case is, it could be that there's a question in the case on you've got competing theories about what's happened. Sometimes that is attorneys. Attorneys think that something happened one way. They're looking, they're asking me for my opinion on that. Or you've got two witnesses that have competing theories. And so you evaluate the witness statement against the physical evidence in the case. That is something that, regardless of any case, that is the last thing that I do in any case.
So
But
if you have a case that's driven by surveillance and you can see different angles, it's a different kind of analysis.
it is, yes, sir.
And you said measurements. Where did those come from? The different measurements that you used?
So there were measurements in a crime scene diagram that was in the case file. However, the measurements that were on the crime scene sketch were on the opposite side of the road from what I needed. And so then I went out to the scene and I did my own measurements.
In addition, did you use some measurements and software that was done, as well as drone footage that was done by Owen Bledsoe?
I did.
But then you actually used a tape measure as well, right?
I've done this for a really long time, and while I know how the Leica scan station works, we had a Leica scan station at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. We've had one since 2007. I just like to stretch out measuring tape. I'm comfortable with that. That's how I was raised. And so I did it the old-fashioned way of I stretched tape.
And did you visit the crime scene both during the day as well as in the late evening?
Yes, sir. I was out there in one morning, afternoon. Then I went early evening, and then I went at nighttime so I could try to replicate what it would have looked like February 14th.
Now, you had mentioned reviewing the crime scene units, reports, documentation, and things of that nature. When you're looking at how it was conducted by the Houston Forensic Sciences, when you look at how it was conducted at the scene, from an objective standpoint, did you see things that you wish had been done? It's easy Monday morning court that, but did you see things that you wish you had done that would have been well?
Hindsight is always going to be 2020, and I could go back and look at any of my cases and think of different ways that I should have done it. However, when I looked at the information that was provided, there were some things that I wish could have been captured. However,
Also, you're on the lead for us for a moment.
I don't remember with that.
For instance, you saw like how the crime scene was linear and they expanded it from the bank to the truck. Do you think it should have been expanded?
I do. So when you have, even preliminarily, when there is evidence that there is gunfire crossing a roadway, then that whole, that whole section should have been cordoned off, and that area should have been thoroughly searched to include the parking lot that was behind the business across Winkler. That was a 2-story cinder block back of a building. And I did not see anywhere in the documentation that that area was searched, as well as going, down Winkler towards the Home Depot. I wish that that area would have been, so north on Winkler. I wish that area would have been cordoned off and searched.
Especially since you know that they're shooting in the direction across the street, they want to expand where projectiles may have ended up.
Correct.
I like the attempt to look for shell casings. What are some things you yourself as a crime scene unit investigator back in the day would have done that was not done here?
And for the record, I still consider myself a crime scene investigator. However, there are tools available like metal detectors. That area had a very large steel grate, or it still has a very large steel grate. That is a potential for those cartridges because they were located there on the grass next to the grate. And so they make magnets that you can take that grate off, you can stick the magnet down there. There were very thick hedges that surround that side of the bank and that ATM machine. There were cartridges on one side of the hedges. There were cartridges on the platform of the ATM. And so there was no indicator that they used any kind of metal detection or did any kind of search inside of those hedges where would be a good place for the missing cartridges to have landed.
And the jury's already heard from the firearms examiner, but basically, for those that aren't familiar with firearms, when casings come out of a gun, they can go anywhere. They can travel a distance. Is that fair?
That is fair.
How about the measurements application?
So I've already explained that there were measurements on the diagram, but they were from the other side of the street where the vehicle was photographed in its position. There are measurements kind of just dealing with where the firearms evidence was located, like the fired cartridge cases, but some of the other measurements in this case were not documented, which is why I requested that a Leica scan be deployed to kind of capture those critical measurements.
Let's talk a little bit about the processing of the truck. Did you see some concerns there, which you would have done differently in hindsight?
Sure. So I have never been to the Vehicle Examination Bureau. However, I've seen photographs from there. You have to deal with what area that you have. However, in a case like this, if I could have had input, I would have had that vehicle in a vehicle processing bay, a secured bay, where that vehicle could have been on a lift. That lift, they could have got underneath the vehicle. There were indicators that there was a fuel leak on the side of the road. You can see it in the photograph. So obviously there is something that damaged the fuel tank. However, in the photographs, there was one image labeled bullet strike A, which was the bullet strike to the door. And so there was nothing documented on what could have damaged the fuel tank. And that is something that should have been investigated. Also, when you have a perforating gunshot to a surface, it would have been nice to have a trajectory rod that was placed in that defect so that an accurate measurement could have been determined.
Now, do you need two holes in order to do a trajectory rod, or can you do it with one hole?
You can do it. You can do it with a your accuracy is if you have two holes then the trajectory rod fits in there really nicely. However, that bullet did enter the inside of the vehicle compartment. So that bullet, there is a trajectory. And then there is a part of the inside door panel that is raised. It kind of looks like a catcher's mitt, actually. And so that would provide the path of the travel of the bullet.
However, if you're not, qualified or certified to do shooting incident reconstruction, maybe it's not such a bad thing they didn't mess with the trajectory.
Sure, and I am familiar with the policies and procedures of the Houston Forensic Science Center. I am aware that they are not in the reconstruction business, in any kind of the reconstruction business, whether it be crime scene, shooting incident, or bloodstain pattern analysis.
How about not collecting items within the truck that have a red stain on them?
That would not be the practice of the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office.
That being said, you're just pointing out objective things you saw that you wish they'd done different. Does that affect all of these problems? Does it affect what you're here to testify regarding the shooting incident?
No, sir.
How, because we've obviously seen the videos in these rounds. How does the way the defendant is holding the firearm, how does that affect, one, the crime scene and what is happening as far as hitting a target?
So the way that the firearm is being handled and the bullets are being discharged, that is not the way that the gun is being held is not a suitable way for accuracy. If you've ever fired a gun, right, there is recoil in every gun. So only handling a pistol with one hand reduces the ability to control the firearm. Also, holding the gun up above your head, holding it out to the side, holding it in the front, standing on one foot, standing off balance, all of those things contribute to your inability to make accurate shots.
I'm going to show you prop gun. I'm going to hand you this prop gun. Can you, for those on the jury who have not shot a weapon, can you show them the proper way that folks use a weapon when they're shooting?
Sure. Judge, may I please stand up? So there are several methods for how a person would tell you how to stand, right? There's like the isosceles stance, there is the lever stance, but to get the best chance of having accuracy, you're going to want to have a firm base, right? The gun is going to be, and sorry for the folks in the courtroom, the gun is going to be outstretched, arms locked, good grip, easy trigger press. So if you jerk the trigger, it's going to send a bullet one way, right? If you slap the trigger, it's going to do things. After each shot, if you do not reset, that gun is going to walk up on you. So what you're going to do is you're going to get on target, you're going to have a good sight picture, you're going to gently press the trigger, you're going to allow that trigger to reset before it's pressed again. So you're going to recover. If there's recoil, you're going to recover, establish a sight picture, press the trigger.
Okay. So by not doing that using one arm, you may have one intended target, but that's putting everything in jeopardy in the area.
Correct.
So if someone hypothetically is shooting a vehicle 7 times and only 2 strikes happen, is that one of the reasons to account for it, is the way that they're shooting?
Yes, that would be a way.
That motion to Judge? Now, let's get Rossi, have you prepared a demonstrative PowerPoint to better explain your analysis of this case and your determinations to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And conclusions. I'm going to show you states 182. Is it contained on this PowerPoint?
It is.
Now, the state offers for demonstrative purposes only 182, tending to opposing counsel.
We have, is this? I just reviewed my language.
With respect to state 182, it will be admitted over objection. State 182 is admitted to her.
And it's for demonstrative purposes.
Demonstrative purposes only.
Okay, so the first thing, we're seeing a picture of something that's already been admitted evidence in states 42. The first thing is the analysis of the truck. When you saw this truck, what did you then do regarding your analysis of this case?
So the first thing, because I knew what the goal, the objective that I was going to try to create. And so because the vehicle was no longer in police custody, I took the VIN number, I ran it through a system that we have called TLO. And that will tell me on that vehicle with that VIN number what the specs of that vehicle are. No worries.
All right, so you had mentioned the VIN number. It's going to come back on. Thank you for your patience, Judge. January.
the specifications for this exact vehicle, because not all 2018 Ford F-250 Power Stroke diesel trucks, they're manufactured at different plants. And so by running the VIN number, it gives this exact truck. And so then you can see it's got the length of the truck, the height of the truck, the weight of the truck. And so that is the information that I wanted to make sure that I captured.
Now, does the speed of what the truck was traveling on that evening matter in your analysis when it comes to someone shooting at that vehicle?
So when you're looking at speed of a vehicle traveling perpendicular to, to answer your question, it could.
And in this case, what analysis did you do to determine whether the relevance of whatever the Armando Alvarez was traveling and how it affected your analysis of the trajectory?
So I did not do a speed estimation or calculation of Mr. Alvarez's, of his speed traveling south on Winkler. What I did look at was how is the speed of the vehicle at varying speeds, how does that compare to a 9mm Hornady bullet? And so when you look at the speed of a bullet, which is between 1,000 and 1,200 feet per second. Okay. So if you take 1,100 feet per second, when you convert vehicle speed to feet per second, I just did the calculation so that you could see like 1 mile an hour is 1.46 feet per second. And so when you look at road speed, whether it be 45 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. When you look at what that is in feet per second, the vehicle speed is negligible to the speed of the bullet that is coming in perpendicular to the vehicle traveling down the road.
Because the speed of the bullet is just astronomically faster than whatever the truck would be traveling.
Correct. And at a certain distance, when you are less than 40 feet, that bullet from the time that the trigger is depressed, it is milliseconds before it hits the side of the truck.
Okay, so the window tint, why was that important to know that it was darkly tinted, but specifically having a window tint?
Window tint does a really good job at keeping a window intact, especially when force is applied that would break that window. So it's good for allowing someone that's going to do any kind of analysis on that to see where the defect occurred, what it looks like, because with tempered glass, as soon as if there's not a coating or a tint, then it just all breaks apart and you just have thousands of pieces on the ground. So this allows someone like me to be able to look at the window.
Now, the window size, does that matter, or at least explain the defect that we're seeing in the truck?
Yes, because the window of any vehicle isn't just what we can see. That window actually goes down into the door. So if you were to take off a door panel, the window is usually about 5 to 7 inches below the trim or the weather stripping. It goes down into the door. That's just so when you're driving down the road, your window doesn't just fly off. And so when you've got a defect to the door, it is going to break that window glass, but the window is still going to usually stay in the frame.
And just to even confirm it, did you look with replacement glass in this particular model, the size of it?
I did. I actually searched for what the dimensions are for a 2018 Ford F-250 rear window replacement.
So is that analysis helpful in determining whether this was a one strike or a two strike? Because as a layperson, I'm looking here, and maybe it looks like a hole and then another bullet went through the glass. What is physically as the bullet goes into the truck part that's under the glass.
And that actually is an investigative question that I originally was solving for, is this 2 strikes close together, one into the trim that we can see, and is there another 1 or 2 strikes just above that? Or is this just one defect into the glass and the glass has broken out above that? And so what I did was look at that photograph. I put it in Photoshop so that not only could I invert the image, which is the image that is being displayed now, because I'm looking at the concentric fractures. So concentric fractures are the lines like sun rays, right? That radiate out from the sun. So when you look at that, they go from where the defect is and they radiate outward. Well, if there is 2 bullet strikes, sometimes you can determine what shot comes first, what shot comes second, because the concentric fractures in the second shot will dead end into the concentric fractures of the first shot. And so this image was inverted so that I could look at those concentric fractures, and to me, it looks like it's just one shot to the door. The reason why the glass is broke out around that, one, because there's damage to the window, which sits below the trim. 2, by the time this photograph was taken, that door had been opened, shut, the vehicle had been moved, the door was open and shut before this photograph was taken. So that could have caused also the missing pieces of glass.
And so it's the same, this photograph is the same one that's in evidence, and just use Photoshop so you can see in a different color, so you can see the configuration. Is that accurate?
Yes, because this photograph is, you can see the flash or a reflecting light. And with the dark tint, it's hard to kind of make out those concentric fractures. So by doing things like inverting the image, where now most of the photograph is white and the fractures are black, it's just a little easier, just to double check.
So this was a way for you to draw a conclusion on whether this was a 1 strike to the vehicle or 2.
Correct.
And your opinion, based on shooting as a reconstruction, is how many strikes caused this?
1 strike, sir.
Let's talk about what happened when that bullet came into the vehicle. Okay? What is the process? What happened as it enters the vehicle?
So as it enters the vehicle, you can see that the lock has been sheared. When you look at the lock on the other side of the vehicle, it has a stem. The stem then kind of necks down so that it gets skinnier, and there's like a bulb on the top of it. So the image that is being depicted is the rear driver door. So you can see how it necks down and then has that bulb on the top. And so it appears that when the bullet impacted the door trim, that it sheared off that bulb part of the lock. That is going to be a weak part of the lock.
Then did that 1 bullet fragment?
Yes, so there was a separation of the core and the jacket. The jacket is photographed on the opposite side of the truck behind the driver's seat. And then the core was recovered at autopsy.
Now that is the example of the top of the lock.
Yeah, and you can see where it looks like it's been just busted off, and looks like a clean break. That's just going to be a really weak part of that lock. And so when force was applied to it, it snapped off.
Now this is the crime scene that person Lambert manipulating that. Tell us what this indicates.
That just shows, it appears that she's got some device in her hand. So I don't know if that was used to, if that was some kind of tool. But what that shows is that when you lift up that part of the damaged trim, that lines up with that area of the lock.
Now, we saw some, this, on the other side of the inside of the vehicle, which is the behind the driver's seat. What does this look consistent with? Again, we're looking at damage to the tint.
So this was a investigative question that I had, because just by looking at the photograph, I was unsure if this is damage to the tint, where the tint has been flaked, or if this is actually material that is stuck to the tint, like fragmented bullets or fragmented glass, both of which could be a possibility because you have a shot coming into the truck. And so the investigative question was this material tested with a lead test or, a copper test commonly used in shooting incident reconstruction? And I did not see any documentation where any of that testing was conducted.
So it would have been consistent with small fragments, but you can't say because it wasn't tested.
Correct. I mean, I just by the photograph, I don't know if that's glass shards. I don't know if that is parts of the core, or if that's damage to window tint.
So this is a fragment that was discovered in the driver's side floorboard, right?
Yes.
So can you explain to us how that happened? Explain to the jury when the bullet and the core and the jacket hit, what happened when it hit the vehicle?
So when you are dealing with jacketed, either jacketed bullets, jacketed hollow point bullets, there is a copper covering over the lead core of the bullet. So it's got a casing around it. Oftentimes, when a jacketed hollow point goes through window glass or through any object or hits something solid, that core, that jacketing will strip from the core. And so it wasn't surprising to me to see that there was just pieces of jacketing inside of the truck, and jacket fragments.
And where did the other part of it go?
So the core of the bullet was what was collected at autopsy.
Now we have some numbers here between the fragments that were taken out during the autopsy and do damage to the connection, and what was found in the truck. Both what we just saw, which was the larger fragment that did, and you have document on here, did wrap back to the defendant's gun, and then the smaller part that was found. Why are these calculations important? Can you explain to the jury what this is?
So when I was looking at the defects into the window, one, I was looking at the concentric fractures, okay? Number two is I was looking at the recovered fragments of the bullet, if what that weight was, and if the weight of all of the collected material would support just one shot or would support more than one shot being fired. That was something at Montgomery County that we did, was when we would weigh any projectiles fragments that we would recover. And so I'm familiar with the process. So I was curious. I looked at the Firearms report. And so a 9mm full metal jacket or jacketed hollow point generally weighs about 114 grain. It can obviously increase as you increase bullet loads, but 114 is generally the minimum number. And so I totaled up what all was collected, both from autopsy and from the vehicle. And the total weight was 93 grain. So 93 grain out of 114 possible grain is about 80% of the bullet.
And so does that support, again, the theory and the conclusion that this was a one one strike that came into the vehicle.
Yeah, with the concentric fractures and the weight of the collected projectile or fragments, that supports one bullet into the vehicle.
Now, when a bullet hits an object, does it come in at angles? Or does it create an angle so you can do an angle determination?
Yes.
I believe the next thing is a video that we're seeing here. We'll play it again. We play it without setting it up. And this was something that was in a class to demonstrate what you're talking about.
Yeah, so these are high-speed videos that are created for typical shooting incident reconstruction courses.
If I might, I just want to renew my objection as to this video that wasn't conducted by her.
Your objection's on the record, you can proceed.
I'm just asking for a running objection, Your Honor.
I stated it was a running objection before. I don't know how else to say it, but you may continue.
Thank you. So you didn't create this video, but this is a video that is used in the classes that you assist in teaching and things of that nature to explain the travel of the bullet. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're looking at this, and this is paint, is that how it's made? Or some kind of substance?
Yes, it looks like it's just going into a target, possibly painted drywall.
Okay. So what are we looking at before we see this video again?
So you're looking at so the bullet is traveling downward. It has a 60-degree angle. So if a bullet goes straight into a target, that is what we would consider 90 degrees, okay? And just like using a compass, as that angle decreases, 90 degrees would be straight in, 80 degrees would be at a slight angle, 70 degrees, all the way down to 10 degrees, which would be at a very sharp angle. And so this is at 60 degrees, so 90, 80, 70, 60, and the shape of the ellipse at that angle.
Okay. And so this is at 60 degrees, so we'll play this video again now that you explained. Now the next portion of this video will be doing the same thing with a 10-degree angle. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then these, is that a different or similar mark?
So this is a more elongated or elliptical. So as the angle decreases, the ellipse gets longer. So if a bullet goes straight into a target, that defect is going to look very circular. And at 10 degrees, it's going to look very elongated.
Now, all right. So within a class of assistant teaching, this is literally shooting into an old Tahoe.
This is a Montgomery County Sheriff's Office retired police Tahoe. And we were able to use it to teach a 40-hour shooting incident reconstruction course.
And so what are we seeing here? Explain to us what these different holes indicate, and what are you doing with firearms as you're shooting this retired Tahoe?
So you can see that there are measurement markers. They're ABFO stickers. So they have a length and a width scale on the horizontal and the vertical axis. And this gives you a look at the difference between what a 90-degree shot going straight into the vehicle, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, and 10 degrees, and how it goes from circles to ellipses as that angle decreases.
I think the other exhibit is the same thing, but kind of a closer up view of it. Is that right?
Correct. This is just a zoomed in version of what we previously saw.
Do I maybe we just step down?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And you're doing okay? You right now? I'm kind of breaking around 11:15. Okay, take care of business.
Your Honor, before you questions, am I going to take her on what I have very briefly? Sure. Ms. Rossi, you said you used what type of vehicle to do this?
It is a retired Sheriff's Department Chevrolet Tahoe.
So it's a different brand, make, and model, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not exactly what you would see if you shot into a Ford F-250, right?
I disagree with you on that because it is going into car metal. It's going into a vehicle metal. So it's shooting into the side panel at a measured degree.
Absolutely. And you can testify that the sheet metal on the side of that particular vehicle would be the same weight, consistency, and depth as the Ford 250.
No, sir, I'm not trying to.
Well, doesn't Hague say that this is the gospel, right? You cited this as something you look at often, right?
I do.
Okay, doesn't it, when it talks about shooting into vehicles, it says that various vehicles have different materials, correct?
I would agree with that.
And you have to take into account different materials, right?
Sure.
And matter of fact, the last video we played, you were shooting into sheetrock. There's no sheetrock on that F-250, is there?
No, sir.
So you can't look at the F-250 and compare it to the sheetrock holes, can you?
When you're looking at angle measurements and the measurement of ellipses, those are, you're looking at ellipses.
Sure, but metal on that vehicle that's up on the screen, the one that you retired and the F-250 could be different, right? In their characteristics.
Sure.
And without using an actual vehicle, you could have different, the bullet holes can appear just slightly different, correct? It's the amount of the weight of the material, the strength of the material, the paint. Hague even says the paint on the material can impact the angle, right?
So I'm going to disagree with you in that when you are looking at angles, you are looking at, like now if you were talking about the width of the length of a defect, but you are looking at when you're talking about angle measurements and calculations of impact, you are using a mathematical equation by taking the width divided by the length, and you're taking the inverse sign of that. And so it is, when you're talking about angles of measurement, it is a 10-degree ellipse is going to measure a 10-degree ellipse.
You didn't conduct any type of shooting experiments in an F-250, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't have a 250, right?
No, sir.
You just went and picked a retired vehicle, right?
For this class, yes, sir.
For this class. But let's talk about my client's trial, because he's facing a manslaughter trial. Did you conduct this type of experiment on an F-250?
No, sir.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to any further questioning along these lines.
It's gonna be overruled. It's gonna be, obviously you could ask for it or talk about it after your process. I'm not finished speaking. Don't speak over me. You could cross-examine this witness when it's your turn. You may continue stating.
Thank God. So, and this wasn't conducted or done for the purposes of this trial. This was something you had already done with another instructor on a previous class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, the bullet didn't strike actually the metal, it struck like the strip area too. This is talking about actual angles to explain to the jury what they're looking at.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I know you said we were going to take a break. If we could take right now, I'm about to start the demonstration. That's what.
Let's take our 11 o'clock break out.
All right, for the jury.
Well, I'm assuming that they are going to lunch, maybe. It really didn't tell me where they were going. Unless I missed it. It say momentarily, but it don't seem like that's what's happening. It looked like they took up all my TiVo time. Okay. No worries there. We will go into looking at that we heard earlier. I am going to replay that for some people that did not see it. That way we can listen to this ballistics information again, which is very important. And that's why they have this other witness up here kind of about it. Because this witness right here with the ballistics could not confirm. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
We'll share as every scare. That means you're speaking too fast.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Nally. It's MELISSA NALLY
Who are you currently employed with?
with the Houston Forensic Science Center.
And in what capacity?
My current title is Operations Coordinator for the Firearms section, but I've been a senior firearms examiner since 2014 at the Houston Forensic Science Center.
Talk to us about first some of your background. What is your most recent education in regards to graduate and then postgraduate at the Houston Forensic Science Center, Firearms specifically?
So I received my bachelor's degree in biology from Lake Forest College in 1998. But then I was part of a 2-year formal training program with the Illinois State Police specific to firearms identification. When I transferred to Houston in 2014, I did go through some training as far as learning how things are done at this laboratory, but I've been doing firearms examination since 2001, both in Illinois and in Houston.
Do you have to complete continuing education to maintain your status as a firearms examiner?
Yes, we have continuing education trainings every year, and we have an annual conference specific to firearms identification annually, and I try to attend as often as possible.
I want to talk about firearms compares. We'll get right to it. When you have a firearm and you have spent cartridge casings, are you able to confirm whether or not the spent or fired cartridge casings were shot from a specific firearm?
I am able to do a microscopic comparison of fired cartridge cases to test fires from a firearm and form an opinion whether those spent cartridge cases or fired cartridge cases were fired from that particular firearm, yes.
First, let's start with class characteristics and then individual characteristics.
Okay, so if I'm comparing some fired cartridge cases that are submitted to the laboratory to a firearm, I'll first look at the class characteristics, meaning the features of that item, such as the caliber, the shape of the firing pin impression, the overall style of markings that are on that cartridge case, and I'll determine if those are consistent with test fires that I create using the firearm that's submitted. If they're different calibers, then I would not even go on to do any kind of microscopic comparison of those items to that firearm because the class characteristics would be inconsistent.
So, and just to clarify, you have your firearm, you have your spent cartridge casings, and then you have your test fire cartridge casings. right?
Correct. The test fires would be created using that firearm. So that's me generating those test fires by using the firearm to shoot into a water tank in the laboratory in order to obtain those test fires.
Would it be fair to say it's almost like creating a sample to test?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And so we know now that you can do spent casings to a firearm or to the test fires. What about metal fragments, projectiles, jackets?
So when I test fire that firearm, the bullets go into the water tank and I obtain sample fired bullets. I can compare those fired bullets to fired bullets or fragments that are recovered at a crime scene or are submitted to the laboratory for comparison, yes.
Are you always able to determine and make the conclusion of a positive identification or maybe a exclusion for a specific metal fragment?
No, I'm not always able to come to a definitive conclusion. Sometimes the conclusion I come to is inconclusive, meaning I can't identify or eliminate the possibility that these were fired from a particular firearm.
What are some of the reasons why metal fragments in particular present difficulty in your analysis?
Metal fragments can be either part of the jacketing of a bullet or they can be part of the core, which the core of the bullet doesn't really come into contact with the firearm in any way that would leave tool marks for me to examine. Additionally, fragments are typically very distorted and may have passed through hard materials and be damaged. So it's hard for me to see the pattern that the firearm has left on that item when it's been damaged by whatever it passed through.
Okay, so do you want to talk about individual characteristics next or the general components of a cartridge case?
We can, either way, individual characteristics would be good.
Okay, let's go there.
So as I mentioned, I wouldn't do a further comparison if the class characteristics were inconsistent between the fired cartridge cases and the firearm that was submitted. If the class characteristics are the same and say they're the same caliber, they have similar shaped firing pin impression, I will go on to look at individual characteristics. Those are unique features of an item that are created through use, abuse, and wear. They're not predetermined by a manufacturer. They're like a firearm can get unique markings on its breech face because it's been used and abused over the years. And so that will cause it to have unique markings on it that will be impressed onto the cartridge cases that are fired in that firearm.
Talk to us about some of the chemical components of a live round and then what happens when it's expelled from a firearm.
Okay, so may I refer to my demonstrative?
Yes.
I brought a demonstrative of a live cartridge. This is obviously much larger than a cartridge that you would use, but for the purpose of showing everyone. So a lot of times people will refer to what's a cartridge as they'll call it a bullet, but this is actually a cartridge. It's a single unit of ammunition. The bullet is just the projectile portion. The cartridge case is a second portion. These two separate during the firing process. And then on the head of the cartridge case is the primer. The primer area is where I look for a lot of the markings that I use for identification purpose, because the firing pin of the firearm will strike that primer area and leave an impression. Additionally, slamming against the breech face of the firearm will create all kinds of markings on this head area for me to examine. The bullet obviously separates and goes down the barrel of the firearm. There would be gunpowder inside or propellant. So that's the fourth and final component of a cartridge. But obviously my demonstrative doesn't have that. So during the firing process, those two items separate and are marked by different portions of the firearm.
Okay, so what's ejected from the firearm itself, is that what we're referring to when we say a spent cartridge casing or just a cartridge casing generally?
Yes, the fired cartridge case or spent cartridge case would be this portion here. And it does get, in the case of a semi-automatic pistol, it will extract and eject this portion during the firing process. It will come out the ejection port and it could land on the ground or whatever is near it.
Okay, so when you say land on the ground or wherever it's near it, let's say first, even if they're stationary and they're shooting a firearm, are all of the cartridge casings going to land in the same exact spot?
No.
Why is that?
It's dependent upon things like how you're holding the firearm. A lot of times there could be something obstructing where a cartridge case may shoot out and bounce off of something. They're not going to all end up in this neat little pile. That's just not how it.
Okay, so I have her pause right here. It appears that they are back. I wonder if they just took a lunch or if they just took a break, because they are back. So I don't want to keep us out no longer than what we have to be out, guys. So I'm gonna pull us back into the courtroom. Yeah, I don't know.
Helpful in explaining to the jury angles and things of that nature as it relates to this case. Yes, sir. Okay, you come forward. I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I can move.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go behind you. Okay. So, first of all, is it fair to say, let me put it this way, based on your analysis, was the defendant perpendicular to the truck when the bullet that penetrated the truck and killed Arlene? Was he perpendicular to the truck?
Yes, that is my opinion.
And where you can't say which strike, which shot was the one, can you eliminate certain ones?
Yes, sir.
For instance, can we eliminate 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about angles, okay? Go ahead and take the gun out. And so we're seeing the angles. So if we're dealing with 10 degrees, explain to us what that would be.
So when we look at so this is called a zero edge protractor. If you go to Walmart and you buy a school protractor, it's got that piece on the bottom, right? And so the protractor doesn't start until about 1/4 of an inch onto the plastic, okay? When you are doing things like measuring up against a surface, that ledge on the bottom, that adds degrees, okay? So they have a commercial protractor, and it's called a zero edge protractor. Well, you can take a copy of it because the angle is the angle, right? It starts at 0, goes to 180. And so this is, you can make it bigger if you need to, you can make it smaller. The angle is the angle. So what we look at is when we have a defect, you can put it on the leading edge, so where the impact first occurs, and you line up the defect with the center of the protractor, and then you can measure, if it's 10 degree, then you can either run a laser at 10 degrees, you can run a string, you can do it virtually where you show what a 10 degree strike looks like. And so for these different defects, based on their angle, you can create an in-person demonstration to show what that would look like.
Okay. Now we're showing what's already been admitted into evidence, which was the robbery suspect running from the scene.
Yes.
Is that right? And in addition to being a shooting incident reconstructionist, are you also familiar with firearms?
I am. I am a certified peace officer. I've carried a gun since 2000.
And in addition, when you were at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, you did things with guns in addition to reconstruction. Explain to the jury what that was.
Yes. So the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office holds an accreditation in both firearms and in bloodstain pattern analysis. And so when we became accredited in 2017, I helped write the accreditation manuals for both firearms and for bloodstain. Then when I became the supervisor, I supervised our firearms section. And as a course of our duties at Montgomery County, we were tasked with function test and test firing all guns that were submitted to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, whether it be by patrol, whether it be by detectives. And so if it was a scene that I responded to and I was the crime scene investigator, any guns that were collected, it was my job to function test and test fire those weapons, as well as any guns that were submitted by patrol. We were assigned 10 cases per month to keep up with our evidence backload. And so the first of every.
I'll continue. So in your opinion, looking at this case, how many total gunshots were there?
How many gunshots?
Yes.
10.
And are they all attributed to one person, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes, they are.
Which is who?
The defendant, Tony Earls.
And you do not believe that the robbery suspect shot?
I do not.
And tell the jury why.
So when I reviewed all the surveillance videos, as well as a video that was from an apartment complex, when you're listening to sound signature, there's only 10 sounds that are consistent with gunfire. And so when I watched the muzzle flash especially from this angle, you can see when the defendant fires his weapon, there are at least 9 notable muzzle flashes. And then there are the various surveillance videos where this robber lifts up his arm. And so the same video that captures the defendant's muzzle flash does not capture any muzzle flash from the fleeing robber.
And when you say that muzzle flash is in 9 of the shots, number 4 is one you can't see, and tell us why.
So there is on what appears to be 4 where there seems to be something that happens, but the position that he's standing in, it looks like that is mostly covered by that tree. And so when I was going through and going frame by frame, there appears to be something, but where it would have been maybe a muzzle flash, it's just not as clear as the other 9.
So I know you don't believe that the assailant, the robbery suspect, shot, but if he were to, what degree angle would we be looking at best?
So where he is at right there, compared to where Mr. Earls is standing, my measurement down that sidewalk is more than 130 feet down the sidewalk. So when you look for angle to determine what angle that would be from where he is standing to where the vehicle would have been in relation to that sidewalk, Pythagorean theorem. And so it would measure almost a 10-degree angle.
Okay, well, let's show us how that would look with your demonstrative there.
Okay. So if you will be the shooter, I have same kind of blue training pistol. There is a string that I have taped to the weapon. I've taped it down the length of the barrel so that we can keep the it's going to give you that.
And you can move that.
And actually, you need to be on this side because this is where the bullet is going to, so we need to switch.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm going to just show you, we're going to line up where the center, where the bullet first impacts the target surface. Okay. And you're going to center the protractor through the long axis of the ellipse. Okay. And so we're going to put the middle line at the entry point, and So you're gonna have to lower the gun, okay? And lower it so that it's touching the protractor, good. Now I need you to step to the right. Okay, right there. Nope, come back just one. So that angle right there to this target surface is 10 degrees. So it's on this plane. If this were the car metal, it is on this plane. That is what a 10-degree shot would look like.
And looking at the stripping as well as the metal behind it, is that what you see when you look at the defect on Armando Alvarez's vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. So can you eliminate this 10 degrees from your analysis?
Yes, you could eliminate 10 degrees.
Okay. Now, so we've eliminated 1, 2, and 3. We've eliminated the assailant's gun. Now let's look at 4 and 5, shots 4 and 5. What would that have appeared generally?
So when I looked at where the Alvarez vehicle was and the position where Mr. Earls was standing, that when you do the same, use the same Pythagorean theorem, you measure down the sidewalk. So that is actually measuring about a 20-degree angle.
And so what would be the next degree we want to show to the jury?
And so just for clarification, right? When we are looking at a 10-degree angle coming from the picture on the screen, the robber, okay, that angle would actually, if you could hold this for me, sir.
Yep.
Okay, from what is being depicted, if he were firing, okay, then the defect would be going that way, not this way, right? So we would have to flip this over, okay? Now, if we are talking about where for shots 4 and 5, if Mr. Earls was firing toward the truck where the truck is positioned, now that would be oriented this direction. Make sense? Okay. So
which side should I get on?
so so we would have to, we can either switch sides.
Let's go ahead and flip it.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna flip it?
Yeah, flip it.
John, I'm gonna pass you. No, actually,
Okay, and we're still, but at least that way they're oriented correctly. So
Okay. So go on this side?
you're going to go on that side.
Okay.
Okay, and so this one doesn't have the 20-degree on it. So for demonstrative purposes, if we wanted to go to, say, 40 degrees.
Okay. And does that one have 20?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, why don't we do this?
Okay, so this is the 20-degree impact. Same concept. You're going to go down the long axis of the defect. If you will hand me the string, sir. So the string is going to be placed okay, and then you are going to step to your left. Okay. Sorry. Okay, take another step to your left.
Okay.
That right there is 20 degrees.
And so, and I should do my left hand instead of 2 hands. So what does that indicate to you as it relates to the scene?
That the defect into the rear passenger door is not a 20-degree shot.
So can you start eliminating other shots as part of your analysis?
Yes, based on where the Alvarez vehicle is, 4 shots 4 and 5, I've eliminated those as being the shots that entered the vehicle.
Now, on the audio, we can hear this tire screeching after shots 4 and 5. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you, while you can eliminate, can you, to a scientific certainty, say which is the one that hit the vehicle 6, 7, 8, or 9?
No, sir.
Okay. So, but your opinion is a range of what shots would have hit? Which shots are the ranges of the shots when the defendant would have been perpendicular to the vehicle that entered the vehicle that ended up in Arlene Alvarez's head?
I can only say that the most consistent would be shots 6, 7, 8, and possibly 9.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So what is the next angle you want to show to the jury?
I think that it would be important to talk about for them to be able to see the 70-degree impact, which is this one.
Okay. And is that the better diagram to show the 70%?
Can we go back to,
Yes.
it's actually this one. It's just a little bit bigger.
Okay.
And just to set it this direction for orientation.
Okay.
Okay, and so
And you're pointing to the 70 degree.
So for the 70-degree, right, we just talked about two very elliptical defects, the 10-degree and the 20-degree. Now we're starting to get into a more circular type defect. But with the 70-degree, you can see where there is this nose on it. And that nose is telling us direction of travel. Okay, so it enters here, the way that it's oriented, okay? It's traveling upward. Okay, so what that looks like is that if we line up here.
And why don't we move this back a little bit so we have some room? Does
Okay.
that work better?
Yeah. All right, and because I'm left-handed, John, if you'll just kind of come over here.
Okay.
It's easier for me to hold. So again, we're going to go with the long axis of the defect. Okay, the string is going to be placed at the leading edge, and you're going to have to probably get low, Mr. Jordan. Okay, and so if you'll tilt the firearm down.
Down.
Yes, down.
Okay.
Down. So for this shot, if this was the side, that is going to be the angle. So the barrel of the gun slightly upward. Okay. And so that is, actually it's down just a little bit. Sorry, down just a little bit. So that is what a 70-degree to the plane of the target would look like.
And is your opinion, is that the degree angle when you look at the defect in the truck? It's at 7 degrees.
It is consistent with the 70-degree impact.
And so what we just saw, if you can step down and show us on this picture, is that we were talking about the 7 degree?
Yes, so you can see that it is into the trim. Okay, you can see the nose, like what we saw on the training exemplar. And so it's circular with that nose pointing upward.
Now, when you're looking at the videos, you'd already mentioned the way that the defendant was holding the gun, and up and down and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
On one foot, it's on this.
Yes, sir.
And again, what we're talking about to get to that 70 degree is we're talking about either 6, 7, 8, potentially 9. You can't say which one.
Correct. And I can eliminate 10 because you can see as the defendant is exiting the Chase Bank, he is in the passenger seat of the vehicle and the barrel of the firearm is pointed south on Winkler when you see the muzzle flash. And so that then creates another angle into the vehicle that would be similar to what we've already talked about.
Matt Roach, finish up. I'm going to show you this mark as State's Exhibit 115. And what is this picture of?
That is a still image from the surveillance video where you see the defendant in a position and the muzzle flash along with the Alvarez vehicle.
So for the record, that is a screenshot of a video that's already in evidence. Is that accurate?
I would assume, yes.
Okay. All right. At this time, State offers 115 after tendering to opposing counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection made, State 115 will be admitted into evidence and made public, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so on this, we can see the defendant's stance. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is this stance would be consistent with what we just showed the jury as far as the positioning of the gun?
Yes,
Which shot is this one?
that is number 7.
Okay. So what did you do here in this part of the demonstration?
I took a cropped version of the demonstratives that you've already seen on the side of the Tahoe. There is a yellow bar in the middle, and what that does is it's 2 photographs. So it's the photograph of the vehicle that we've already been looking at. It is a crop of the training photograph. And so the 70-degree impact to the vehicle is on top of the evidence image. And through a series of slides, I changed the opacity of the 2 images so that you could see what the 2 defects look like together.
I'm going to keep going here. And so what is the jury seeing as I'm clicking through these?
So it is a reduction in the opacity of the training photograph to where it goes from 100% all the way down to 0. And then you see where it goes from 0 all the way back to where it's solid, so that you can see how those defects are similar.
Now, did you end up building a demonstrative with a computer?
I did.
Explain to us the procedures and how you did that.
So there are 3D software platforms used for modeling or for animation. One of those platforms is called SketchUp. It is owned by Trimble, and it is a really nice way for crime scene reconstructionists to build.
Question answer, please. Mr. State.
use the measurements that, that you had received regarding the crime scene and that you did yourself in order to construct this image?
I did.
And which software packages did you use to do it?
So I use a combination of a software called SketchUp, as well as another software called Poser, which is a 3D animation software.
Now, and these are going to be still images that you created.
Correct.
I'm going to show you this part. What is this showing us here?
So this is utilizing the drone image that is placed into SketchUp with an attached measuring tape that measures 30 inches or 30 feet, which was my lane measurement when I went out. And so that is marked kind of on the photograph. And then I've got lines that are attached to that. One that shows 9 feet because there is another ruler that's attached. So that is a 3D ruler. So that's making sure that my ruler for Poser is going to be the same as SketchUp. There's a 20-foot mark, which is the length of the Ford F-250 belonging to the Alvarezes. And so that is in there as well.
And so I'll go through these series, this one, and then we have another one here. This is the Alvarez's video.
Correct. So a feature in SketchUp is they have a 3D warehouse that you can search for virtually anything. One being a Ford F-250 Power Stroke diesel truck. And so that was selected from the warehouse. It was brought into the program. And this is a way that you can make sure that 20 feet is 20 feet so that you are scaled 1-to-1 to the roadway.
I'm going to show you the next part. And that next, so what is this showing us here?
So this photograph is showing that after your truck is scaled 1-to-1 in SketchUp, that 3D file is exported out of SketchUp. It is imported into the Poser software. The Poser software is where the people are located. And so when it comes into Poser, then you have a 3D world in which you can add a person.
And you try and make it as generic of a person as possible.
Correct. So it's just a generic person. There's a huge library. It is a male and just generically dressed.
We go to the next slide. What are we seeing as far as besides the truck and the person? What are we seeing in there and how do you do it?
So once the 3D world is built, okay, there is a series of camera angles associated with that software. So all it is once the truck is in place, it's in the road, the human figure is posed. In this one, there is a gun in the left hand. Then you can toggle between the different camera angles and capture a still image.
And are you doing an approximation of where the defendant was standing based on all the videos and the markers and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. Because I cannot determine, while I can eliminate some of the shots, there are shots that I cannot eliminate. And so what I did was I took shots 6, shot 7, and shots 8, and I tried to generally place in this demonstrative where all of those 3 shots, where the defendant was standing in those 3 shots.
And while you can't say exactly where he was standing, you are confident.
Please don't leave your witness.
Thank you. Are you confident, like you said before, that the defendant was perpendicular to the truck on the video?
Yes, because of the angle of the shot and that it has a a north, that nose is pointed north, okay? So it is my opinion that the shot came in perpendicular to the truck with a slight angle. What I can't account for is that the window trim, because it enters into the window trim. And so I know just from window trim that there is a little bit of a cant to that trim. So that's why I'm saying that it's measuring 70 degrees, but it's coming into the truck perpendicularly, okay? And the cant of the trim could account for the variation of the angle. So while it's coming into the truck straight, there is a little bit of an angle identifier. And I can't say whether that's the tint or the trim is contributing to that, or if the gun barrel is contributing to that, or if it's a combination of both things.
So when we were holding the gun like this, there's a variance that has to do with the trim affecting it as well as how the hand was being held.
It could. And so I am not trying to say that is absolutely a 70-degree shot. I'm saying that there could be a combination of variants where it could have been one of the straight on shots where the defendant was standing up. It could be shot number 7 where he's crouching down. It could be because there is a cant to the window trim. But what I do know is that is presenting as a 70-degree upward trajectory straight into the truck.
And because of that variance, that's why you're saying 6, 7, 8 arguably.
Correct.
Now, what we see.
So again, this is just a selection of the camera angles that are available within the program. So you're just taking a 360-degree trip through a 3-dimensional world.
And how much distance are you estimating was between the defendant and the truck at the time of firing?
So from where the truck is photographed in the inside lane of Winkler, where the door would have been to a general area of where the defendant was seen on the surveillance footage, it's approximately 36 to 38 feet.
What are we seeing in this?
Now you're just looking straight down from, again, it's just a top-down camera angle. But what you can see is there's a trajectory rod placed where the defect is located on the rear passenger window trim, as well as the shooter position. And then in this photograph, you can see the scale.
Now, this one looks like he's right up on the truck, but depth is important, so explain to us what this means.
It is. So if you've ever done anything in photography, right, photographs are 2-dimensional. So it's hard to see depth. And so when you're standing, when you place the camera behind the shooter, it looks like the truck is like right in front. It's a camera angle capture that you're still looking at 36 to 38 feet.
Like you saw the last slide.
Correct.
Then the next slide shows us kind of a different angle.
It does. So when you back the camera up in this particular camera selection, it does give you a little bigger depth of field where it doesn't look like it's not such a close-up image.
Let me show you the next image. What do we see? And what's behind him there?
So there's a telephone pole that you can see in the crime scene pictures as well as the drone image, just for spatial constraint. I was able to select the outline of the Chase Bank and raise that up, as well as place 2 trees there on top of the drone image of where the trees were located, just so that you can kind of see the spatial constraint of what that image looks like.
again, this is another slide. Anything to add to that?
No, this is just, like I said, this is just giving a kind of 360-degree look at a virtual world.
And I believe this is the last one.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what is this in which you get shown?
So what I was explaining when we were talking Pythagorean theorem, how that looks is that if you use the sidewalk as a baseline, and so the measurement that I took when I went to the scene is I measured from where kind of the center of those trees were located. I measured down the sidewalk to just beyond the fence where the robber is holding his arm backward. And so that's 131 feet. And then the measurement from the sidewalk to where the Alvarez truck rear passenger door would have been, which measures 23 foot. And then when you solve for the hypotenuse, which would be 133 foot, that is the unknown. So the trigonometry calculation, which gives you an angle of 10 degrees.
Did you want me to begin there?
Yes, sir, I'm just waiting for the letter.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Ms. Ritchie. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. You and I have spoken a little bit about this case, right?
Yes, sir, we have.
We just spent roughly a couple hours maybe going over the location of where Tony was at the time. He was positioned at the time that he shot at the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've never taken a position, have we, that Tony didn't shoot into the truck?
Not to my knowledge.
We're aware of it.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. And so basically, let's start out with the premise that Tony shot into that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because of all your training and experience, you're familiar with the fact that if a person robs you at night at gunpoint, okay, that you have an absolute right under Texas law to shoot at that fleeing suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's no questions about it, that when the jury watches all these videos, when they go back to deliberate, the fact that Tony is shooting at the robber, even when he's running away and they're seeing bullets ricocheting off the ground, he's doing something that Texas law allows him to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the robber was in the truck and that bullet struck the robber in the head, then he still would be in his legal rights to have shot at the truck, right? You got your docs for legal conclusion.
The rule.
I mean, he can still shoot at a fleeing suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we know, obviously, from all the evidence in the case, that unfortunately it was a tragedy, and that's not what happened. So I have to ask a bunch of questions. It might take a while. You seem pretty straight up, so let me start. First of all, I want to put everything in perspective here. And you know from your training and experience, and even in this case, when you have a shooting, it starts out with a 911 call, right? Someone has to call the police, right?
After the shooting?
Yeah, I mean, to get the first responders out there, that's what I'm doing.
Yes, sir.
I'm just walking through the process, and the first people that go out there are the patrol officers who might happen to be in the immediate area, right?
Sure. Yes.
Sure. Closest patrol officers, they show up first, right?
Yes, sir.
And we heard from one of them, but as far as how many were out there, we don't really know, do we?
No, sir.
And I mean, the best you would be able to tell would be by watching the body cams and the video, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you watch a body cam and a video, you know the first responders that are out there, right?
That's fair.
We heard from one individual, an officer who we were able to hear his interaction with Mr. Armando Alvarez when he arrived on the scene. And from that, the jury was able to determine, to kind of get a basic idea of what happened. And you would agree with me that first responders typically will do that at a scene, right? Because they got to know what to rope off and what to do.
Sure.
Okay. And in this case, I think you already testified that they didn't rope off a sufficient amount of area to do an adequate search and investigation at this scene, right?
If I were able to judge what I wish they would have done, then I would say that I wish that more of the area would have been roped off.
So I think, here's the thing, no trick questions. You're an expert and you know what they did and what they didn't do. And that wasn't a very good, in that aspect of the investigation. I don't even know at this point who roped it off because we've never heard that. But whoever decided what to rope off, in your expert opinion, they didn't rope off a sufficient amount of area, did they?
I would agree with that, sir.
Okay. So, because one of the problems we have, you have a suspect who sticks a gun in my client's wife's face and robs them both at gunpoint. He takes off running, and I think Mr. Jordan had said, he asked you if they knew more, they roped off more, they could have looked for bullet cords in that area, right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, they didn't do that. The other thing, the flip side of that, I don't think he asked you, but they could also look for spent shell casings if they did a search, like you said, with metal detectors and things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other thing that I want to talk to you about is that area had, and I'm going to get into it a little later, but just at this point, I want to lay the foundation. Not only was the parking lot of the bank, the whole parking lot, the signs, the trees, and everything important, but there was a secondary kind of location. And you watch the videos, there's a point where Mr. Alvarez drives past Tony and his wife exiting the bank, correct? You see the truck go by.
Yes, sir.
And after all those still, computer generated snapshots that you introduced, there is a time, a split second where you see the truck go by, right, in the videos?
Yes, sir.
And some activity occurs. Mr. Alvarez testified about it. So you'd agree with me that the area past the exit would have been an area that you would have looked at also, right?
Yes, sir. I would have liked to look at that.
You would have expanded the whole area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I want to put it in perspective. Well, first of all, let me just point something out. Would you find it unusual? We had the CSI Motos Perez on the stand, and we showed him an exhibit that had the detectives in it. He couldn't even identify the detectives, the lead detectives in this case. Would that kind of disturb you as an old CSI person, crime scene person, that he didn't even know who the detectives were?
So I've never worked down here in Houston. I know that their agency is exponentially larger than the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, where I grew up with all of our homicide guys.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Okay.
I didn't ask for the why. I just asked based on your experience. I mean, that's kind of unusual, right? Because even Haig tells you everybody out there is supposed to work collectively as a team, right? I mean, that's the basis for investigating and reconstructing, right?
So I can't answer that yes or no. If I could just give you a short explanation. Because the city of Houston is unique in that the crime scene unit does not work for the same agency as the homicide detectives. And I think that brings a unique situation
that you don't have in Montgomery County, right?
Correct.
Okay, In Montgomery County, you would probably, if you were out there, let me ask it this way, if you were the CSI guy on the scene who's looking at evidence and taking pictures, would you at least want to talk to the detective, the lead detective while he's out there?
Absolutely.
And that's how you do it in Montgomery County, right?
Yes, sir.
So in that aspect of this case, I'm talking about the one against Tony Earls, the CSI officer who testified, he kind of failed or did an inadequate job as it relates to my client's investigation, right? Well, I'll rephrase it. He did less than you would, how about this? He did less than you would do in Montgomery County, correct?
So I'm not sure exactly what his responsibilities, there were a lot of names associated with the crime scene unit. I know that there was a diagrammer, there was a different name,
Judge, can you ask the witness just to answer my question?
He's asking a very specific question. If you just please answer the question.
I'll try to do
Speaking over the witness as well.
Sorry. I'll try. Well, I was trying to stop her so I could ask the next question, Judge, but I'll make it specific. You would speak to the detective at a crime scene like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair. Now, in Reconstruction, like, for example, one of the things you do as an expert, you go out, if there's a police shooting, you go to the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, we have testimony from you, and we have testimony from other employees at the district attorney's office that they basically got involved in this case a few weeks ago. But in a police shooting, the Reconstruction people and the DA's office, they go out to the scene that very date and time that the shooting occurs, correct?
Yes.
And that's probably because of the public scrutiny and everything. But you do a thorough investigation when police officers are involved, right? At the scene, the Reconstruction, you've been out there, right? When
Yes.
there's a police shooting?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go to this scene, did you?
Not on February 14th.
While they were investigating, you didn't go out there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and which kind of brings up a point. I just want to ask you up front about this. You know, you'd have to agree with me, Reconstruction experts or Reconstruction people, you had a wealth of training, you published, you are well educated, you are well spoken, and you present well on the witness stand. I'm going to give you that, okay? And I'm sure out in the field, you do a thorough job, don't you? I mean, you'd like to think you do a thorough job, right?
I would like to think I do a thorough job.
Okay, fair enough. And there are two aspects of reconstructing. There's investigation, and let's talk about that for a moment. That's when, like in police shootings, you go out to the scene and you help in the investigation. You want to reconstruct what happened, okay? And I think one of maybe the examples besides police shootings would be intoxicated manslaughter cases, sometimes where people might have been drinking. If you have fatality crashes, don't representatives go out there to see what went on?
Yes, but for the record, I do not have a specialty. I have not been trained in any of that, so.
I'm not even going to ask you questions in that area.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I think also you're a DNA expert too, aren't you?
I am a DNA collection.
Okay.
But I have no DNA. I've never worked in a DNA lab.
Fair enough. So you can be used in an investigation, or your expertise can become critical in an investigation to determine if, for example, at that police shooting, whether the police officer should be charged. Or, I mean, that's a purpose you serve, right?
Objection is to relevance to this case. Are you trying to get a comparison or something like that?
Yeah, I'm just making the difference, Your Honor.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
So what I'm getting at is that if your function or primary function in investigating, being out there and investigating, that's to try and determine if a person who might have caused an incident or did the shooting, that's to determine whether or not they should be charged with a criminal offense, right?
So my role is not to determine charging. My role is to collect enough evidence that those that would be tasked with making that determination could do so.
Sure, but in this case, you weren't called out there, so you weren't tasked with that, with that duty, at least in this case, right?
Correct.
In this case, you were contacted by Mr. Jordan about 4 weeks ago to assist him in the prosecution of my client, where my client, by what you're telling me, was charged based on a pitiful, for lack of any other term, a lackluster investigation, right?
So just to correct you, Mr. Osa, I was contacted by Mr. Jordan about 2 months ago. Tomorrow will be 2 months. Yes, sir. But you're correct.
And the purpose was to assist him in this prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And you know, from all your training and experience, that when you reconstruct crime scenes, you're supposed to consider every alternative theory, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if it's done properly, you consider every alternative theory. Now, Mr. Maroon, he's the one who sent you the link with the case file, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you testified that you, let's see, I was able to look at all the photos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You looked at all the surveillance videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You looked at Mr. Alvarez's body cam, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, you said you looked at the body cams.
I looked at the body cams for the purpose of fast forwarding to where their body cam could have captured the truck. Just to see, because the photographs taken of the truck, some of the pictures taken at the vehicle, their VEV.
So whose body cams did you look at?
I don't recall whose body cam it was. I just, in the folder, I was looking specifically for anyone that walked up on the truck so I could make sure that what I was seeing in the photographs.
So that, okay, so you looked at someone's body cam, you don't know who it is, that's what you're testifying to?
I don't have that information in front of me, sir.
You looked at one of the officers, at least, that walked up to the truck.
Correct.
Did you look at the officer's body cam who walked up to the truck initially? The first guy who walked up to the truck and met with Mr. Alvarez?
I don't remember seeing a video where Mr. Alvarez was in the body cam.
Well, you're an expert, so I can tell you that Mr. Alvarez has previously testified under oath on two separate occasions that Mr. Earls, Tony, and the robber were shooting at one another, each other. Did the DA's office make you aware of him making those statements?
I don't know that they made me aware of that. I was able to eliminate that anything involving the truck had to do with any other.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the non-responsive. I'll refrain the question.
Just answer the question given to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. So the question is, did they make you available? Did they make it known to you that Mr. Alvarez, the gentleman who was driving the truck, okay, observed, John, may we approach?
May.
This attorney is so funny. Like all this time he been sitting down chilling, and then objection. Your Honor. Ooh, he definitely trying to get out what he want to get out. I kind of figured that was gonna happen.
These shooting incidents in a vacuum, I think that's the word Haig uses, a vacuum, right?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Can't do that. Gotta look at everything, okay? And we spent a lot of time telling us or trying to show the jury that Tony shot into the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we all know Tony shot into the truck, right? Did anybody ever dispute that to you?
I don't believe anyone did anything. They just said, can you help us with this?
Okay. Can you help us prosecute Tony Earls, right?
That is not what was said to me.
Okay. Well, let's go back to my question, okay? When Mr. Maroon gave you the link to the file, did he indicate to you that you should start out with the body cam, the first responder who interviewed Mr. Alvarez as to what he observed when he pulled up to the middle of a robbery?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you'd have to agree with me if you're going to consider every feasible alternative theory, you would have to know, or you should at least be made to know, that Mr. Alvarez told the cops immediately following this incident that as he pulled up, Tony and the robber were shooting at each other, correct?
Objection, statement of the testimony.
Well, I guess I'll try better to rephrase it, Judge. I mean, I might be paraphrasing, but did anybody make you aware that at some point he had testified to that under oath?
I believe I've heard that information. I'm not aware of where it came from.
Okay. Because you told me they didn't make you aware of it, and you didn't look at the body cam, right?
I testified that I did not look at the body cam where the first responding officer went up to Mr. Alvarez, and Mr. Alvarez stated that he was where the question that you said.
Let me go back one other thing, two points I want to make. We see arms extended, robber running away. Under Texas law, you don't have to wait to be shot to shoot back, right?
That is correct.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
You can answer, right? If I am holding a weapon and I point it at you, you don't have to stand there and wait till I shoot at you, right? You shoot at me for me to shoot back at you, do I?
No, sir.
Okay. Because I can fear for my life. I can fear for my life by your actions, right?
Sure.
You'd have to agree with me. Did you see the actual expression on Tony Earls' wife's face when she was robbed at gunpoint?
I did.
You looked at it?
I did.
Did it appear to you? You'd agree with me. She was pretty much in fear for her life, wasn't she?
I don't know if she was in fear for her life. She did seem very surprised.
Surprised, okay. I guess let me point it out. It's a good point because it'll be sure yours will bring it up. In Texas also, because you have a lot of firearms training, whether you agree with the law or not, Texas has open carry, correct?
Correct.
Meaning it's legal to carry a gun on your person without a license, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's also legal to carry a gun in your vehicle without a license, right?
Correct.
And under the law, you can do it without any training, okay?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me, right?
Yes, sir.
And they have very limited requirements to buy a gun. I mean, for example, there are some restrictions dealing with mental health patients and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
But the average person can walk into academy or anywhere, it's legal to buy a gun, right?
With certain parameters, yes, sir.
Yeah, but they don't they don't require you to get training, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about the file. So let me ask you this. you said you didn't review any of the statements of any of the witnesses.
That is correct.
And typically, when you're doing a reconstruction, though, I mean, basically to do a thorough one, if you were doing one for an investigation part of the reconstruction, where you're deciding whether to charge someone or not, or actually the DA's office deciding whether to bring a case to the grand jury, then you would look at the statements of the witnesses?
Not necessarily, sir.
So you're telling me today to reconstruct the case, your testimony today is that what the people that saw what was going on said happened would be irrelevant to you?
I didn't say that it would be irrelevant.
Okay.
I said that in this particular case, I did not look at any of the interviews or any of the statements, and that I was looking at the physical evidence.
Okay. Because the DA's, you got your instructions from who, Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan?
Judge, my answer to that question is going to require more than a yes or no.
Yes, who gave you the instructions, Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan? So they will only require Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan to be the answer, unless it's someone else.
Or a combination?
Judge, I still cannot answer that question as asked.
Judge, I'll try to rephrase it to a manner in which you might be more comfortable. Obviously, one of the objectives you were given was to show, they wanted you to look at the physical evidence and establish where Tony was when he shot in the truck, right?
I was asked if yes, that.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. We just looked at like all these exhibits you made, all these computer, I don't know what they call them, but do you watch football?
I do.
Did you watch it yesterday?
I did not.
But you watch it, right?
I do.
Would you agree with me that these snapshots, these instantaneous computer-generated snapshots, they're like when the analyst's up in the booth looking down, okay? And then they freeze the frame and they show you, man, he missed that receiver right there. And they circle them and they show it would have been a touchdown. You familiar when they do that?
Yes, sir.
And they're up in the booth looking down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what they don't tell you or show you the majority of the time is the 3 or 4 350-pound linemen ready to dump their Gucci in the dirt, right?
Sure.
Okay, so these snapshots, they're not really all inclusive in that they don't show the totality of the circumstance, do they?
No, they show like you said, a snapshot. Of time.
Okay, and a snapshot can only tell you so much, right?
Sure.
And your snapshots are showing us that Tony shot in the truck, right? They're showing us where he was, and they're showing us, you think it could have been 6, 7, or 8, I think you said shot, right?
Yes.
Okay. So never moment you're running.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess in furtherance of that, kind of like the Monday morning, quarterbacks or the analysts up in the booth, we met with you like right before trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would have had this case for what, 2 months before you produced or were able to generate all your exhibits and come up with your conclusions?
Give or take, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I mean, you used, let's see, in addition to your work, we had, let's see, a guy by the name of Owen Bledsoe. He's the drone guy. He works at the district attorney's office, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you consulted, I guess, with this guy, Mr. Caldwell, who also works for the district attorney's office, correct?
That is.
You never dealt with him?
Could you tell me his first name?
Sure. Let me look it up here. Zachary Caldwell?
No, sir, I've never heard.
So you didn't deal with the digital guy?
No, sir.
Okay. So I take it you never even reviewed any of his work, like his exhibits or anything in this trial, right?
No, sir.
Okay. All his overlays and compilations and stuff, you've never seen? Okay.
No, sir.
Fair enough. So Bledsoe, he's the guy with the drones, and he gave you the measurements that allowed you to formulate some of your opinions, right?
Yes, well, he provided me access to the software because I'm familiar with the software.
Okay. So I guess so far we've heard from, let's see, I'm gonna switch gears for a second here. I think you even admitted that moving vehicles present unique issues or problems, right? Because you have speed, you have materials, you have movement of the shooter. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you kind of had to take all of that into consideration to come up with your opinion, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you had what, like almost 2 months to come up with an opinion?
Yes.
All right. And you know from watching the video, Tony had what, about less than 2 seconds to make a determination as to what he was envisioning at that point?
I think there was more than 2 seconds, but it was a very short amount of time.
Well, we're gonna go over that because there's different facets of it, but I want to address, I want to briefly touch on your exhibits, and, you know, it gets a little boring because I failed math, I failed science, so I went to law school, okay? I'm more of like a social scientist kind of guy, but there are probably some people here who are into, you know, all of this engineering kind of stuff and stuff, you know, calculations and tripods and all that, but I want to ask some questions because I'm thinking about this, and, you know, like, for example, someone was telling me about pitch and yaw. You know what pitch and yaw is?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, so pitch is when the front of the car or truck moves up or down, right?
Yes.
Yaw is when it tilts right or left, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know from the evidence here today, and you know from the videos, that this shooting took place when Mr. Alvarez, he pulled his truck up to the bank and he realized that there was a robbery going on. You're familiar with that, right? At least you know that occurred, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, I mean, this is not a drive-by shooting, okay?
Correct.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Russell, find a place to stop their lunches here.
We can
Whenever
stop.
you feel comfortable.
I can stop right here, Judge. We're good.
You can take away out lunch.
All right, for the jury.
So, guys, what do y'all think about this testimony that she's providing? I don't know. He over there hot. He has been crying since day one of the trial. Like, as soon as they opened their mouth and told him what he was charged with, he was beside himself, Stacy. Yeah, I think that he is remorseful. I think he does realize that he made a bad decision and a bad choice. Now, I don't know if he, you know, I guess it depends on the jury instructions and how it's read out to the jury to determine in regards to if he's guilty of this or not. So I don't know if they went on lunch break or what they did. I can't really tell. Like, it's like they don't tell. Like, I didn't hear it. So if you guys heard it, let me know, because I didn't hear it. No, yeah, we definitely know that, Stacy, right? Pretty Brown Girl says it's very detailed, and she put a lot of detail into that work. She takes her job very seriously. Yeah, it appears so. And I'm like, she like, Judge. I'm like, oh shoot, she don't want to answer this question, or she don't have an answer for this question. And he's sitting in his chair. I'm like, who is he talking to? Like, he not like looking directly at her the entire time when he asking the questions. So I'm assuming the jury must be on the opposite side, because it appears that he must be looking at the jury. You think this lunch? Yeah, maybe so. 12:30ish. This may be lunch. So they need her testimony to be good, because remember, we listened to the ballistics and everything this morning, and it wasn't all that great, I don't think. No, is that what it is? Well, so just so y'all aware, we will be covering the Karen Reed civil trial hearing. It's just a hearing. Let me say civil hearing. So I'll be opening up another room. It's supposed to start about 11. I got my eye out on it to kind of check when it's going to actually start, but they have it scheduled for 11 o'clock today. So I guess this will it's just a hearing, it's not the actual trial. And far as we have I assume we'll be in the defense case for this case tomorrow. Wednesday, our penalty phase for our DP case starts. I'm trying to see if we have another case that's going to start on Wednesday, so we'll see. Yeah, I think I agree with that in regards to that, Baca. Yeah, and I don't think it's going to change anything as far as like how the family feels, because whether he get 100 years or not, it's still not going to change that part of the situation. I think that he just didn't he reacted too fast. I don't know what else to say. I think that he reacted too fast in regards to what he did and how he handled that situation. Merelda says she was so confident with the prosecution, and now she all uptight. Yeah. So I got them on my back thing. I am going to continue to pay the testimony where we left off earlier in regards to it. No, I've heard from therapists. Yeah, I heard from him today, but he hasn't got on stream. Oh yeah, pretty. SD look like she answered your question. No, he was trying. Yeah, no, he had just got robbed. So let's finish, because this is the testimony that they have to fix. This is why they got to fix it up, because of her testimony and the other lady's testimony, because their two testimonies, they couldn't confirm whether or not this was actually the match the ballistics, right? Because it was so fragmented. So let's see. In the meantime, I'm gonna get the Karen Reed civil trial room up and running.
It works.
So for example, someone is shooting a firearm like this and then comes over here to shoot it like this, those cartridge casings, they're going to be in different directions.
Correct.
In your experience as a firearms examiner, are you aware, I'm talking about firearms straight from the manufacturers, are you aware of any firearms that exist that don't expel a muzzle flash?
In my experience, there are flash suppressors, but my experience with firing firearms into our water tank in a laboratory setting, I have not experienced one not having a flash.
And then what about the cartridge itself, the live round? Are you aware of any, or are you familiar with any that you've experienced don't have the chemical components that would cause the flash?
There can be some suppressing chemicals with the gunpowder. However, I have not personally experienced not seeing any flash.
And remind us again, why do we see that flash?
So during the firing process, as I mentioned, the firing pin is going to come forward and hit this primer. And inside of that primer is a priming compound. And when it's crushed, it generates a spark, which lights the gunpowder on fire. So the products of combustion, it's like a mini explosion happens inside of this cartridge, and that forces the bullet down the barrel, and it forces the cartridge case to slam against the back of the gun, the breech face. So during that process, it's like a tiny explosion. So what you're seeing, that flash, it's a process of combustion occurring.
I want to turn your attention to the reason why you're here. Did you perform an analysis under Houston Forensic Science Center case number 2022-01966?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Did you perform an analysis on a firearm, specifically the firearm with serial number TLX70074?
Yes.
And was the request for comparison to both spent or cartridge casings as well as metal fragments?
Yes, there were two separate requests. One was to compare cartridge cases, and one was for fired bullets and fragments. Yes.
And we'll get into the two individual requests in a moment. But at the time that you completed your analysis for the two requests, did you memorialize them in a report?
Yes.
Was that report made at or around the time that you performed the analysis?
Yes, it was.
Is it the common practice of the Houston Forensic Science Center to keep these reports as well as your analysis as part of the regular course of business?
Yes.
And are they in fact kept in the regular course of business?
Judge, I'm not going to object to your report. If you just want to enter it, that's fine.
Perfect. So first, so that you're testifying to something you're aware of, why don't you review them very briefly? And this is State's Exhibit number 179 and State's Exhibit number 180.
Okay.
Are these copies of your reports that you performed the analysis for and then subsequently memorialized?
Yes.
Fair and accurate copies?
Yes.
At this time, I will tender to opposing counsel and offer into evidence States 179, States number 180, Your Honor.
Yes, no objection.
With objection made, States 179 and 180 will be admitted to evidence made public.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first, let's talk about the analysis that you performed, State's Exhibit number 179. Just comprehensively, what did you compare here? Let's start with the firearm and the spent casings.
So I believe the one that you have up is the bullets and fragments.
Thank you. I apologize. 180. What do we see here?
So there were 5 fired cartridge cases submitted, 5 fired 9mm Luger cartridge cases, as well as 9mm Luger Taurus model PT-111 G2C semi-automatic pistol, serial number TLX 70074.
And did you compare those to the items submitted by the Houston Police Department?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So let's just start with item number 00301. When we see lab item number here, why is it different than the agency item number?
When items are submitted to the Houston Forensic Science Center, they're assigned a unique identifier by the laboratory.
Let's start with EM number 1. What is your understanding of what EM identifies?
Evidence marker, so that would be something from the crime scene, a number that was given to it at the crime scene is my understanding.
Okay. So if I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 24, for the record, this has already been entered into evidence, EM1, and then as well as the envelope that contains EM1, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not it was fired from State's Exhibit number 120, the 9mm bearing the unique serial number TLX70074?
I was able to form an opinion, yes,
And what's that opinion?
that this particular item was fired in the firearm, the Taurus that was submitted to me.
And we'll do these in groupings here. As it pertains to EM3, EM4, and EM2, which are captured in State's Exhibit number 51, were you able to make or form an opinion about whether or not they were fired from that same 9mm Taurus?
Yes, I was.
And what is your opinion?
It was my opinion that those were fired from the Taurus.
Just for orientation purposes here, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 31. Obviously, and this is going to sound very silly, but you weren't at the scene, right?
No, I was not.
You don't know where a person was standing when he shot any of these firearms evidence, right?
That's correct.
And to be fair, you don't even know who shot this physical evidence that we're looking at.
That's correct.
You're just making a determination about whether or not it was shot from this firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go to EM5 that's located in the driveway over here. What are we looking at in EM5, State's Exhibit number 63? Were you able to make a determination about whether or not that item was also fired from the Taurus 9mm? And I apologize. That would be in a subsequent report,
Yes.
but were you able to make that determination or form an opinion?
May I refer to my notes to verify the number correlation? Thank you. Okay, so evidence marker 5 is the same as my item of evidence number 9, laboratory item 9. And it was my opinion that that was fired from the Taurus.
Is this a cartridge casing or are we looking at something different here?
That's a fired bullet jacket.
Okay, so the part that is expelled out of the firearm from the barrel.
That's correct.
And you want to show us what the part
Sure.
we're talking about?
So this is a model of a fired bullet, but the jacket would be the outer layer. The inside would be a core. And oftentimes it's either brass or copper, the jacket would be. And so sometimes it separates from the core during the firing process often. So in this instance, it appears to be the jacket, not the core isn't part of that.
And then we're going to go to EM6. That's for part of that first request, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What is EM6?
It's a fired 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And were you able to make or form an opinion regarding that cartridge case?
Oh, yes, I was.
Okay, what's your opinion?
It was my opinion that it was fired from the Taurus.
Now let's talk about that second request that you mentioned that included EM5.
Yes.
When was that request made?
I know when it was completed. I'm looking for the date the request was made, and I don't see it offhand.
It is fine.
Okay, so I completed this August 15th, 2025.
And we see it here in States Exhibit number 179. Who requested for this analysis to be performed? You don't even have to butcher it. It's mine.
You did.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Tough to pronounce somewhere. All right. So let's actually just review very briefly what was submitted as part of that request and what was the request.
I was requested to compare test fires from the Taurus to some fired projectiles from a crime scene.
Okay. I'm showing you States Exhibit number 134. CSU previously testified to it, but here I'm going to show you the actual item that you analyzed in States Exhibit number 178. So we know this is from the vehicle that was processed by CSU Lambert. What is your opinion as it pertains to item 01101? Was it fired out of that same Taurus? Were you able to form an opinion?
I was able to form an opinion on that item, and it was my opinion that it was fired from the Taurus.
The same firearm that we've been talking about?
Yes, correct.
What about item number 011-02? Now, just as a point of reference, again, obtained from the same vehicle. States Exhibit number 177. Were you able to form an opinion?
My opinion was that that item was unsuitable for microscopic comparison.
And that's because, I guess, just explain to us again why sometimes items are unsuitable for comparison.
Sometimes there aren't any tool marks or markings on that item that are the result of making contact with the firearm. They could have been a portion of the bullet core, or they could just be very damaged and distorted from the being fired through a hard object, or they're not a complete enough item. There's not enough detail on there for me to make a comparison to my test fires, for example.
Were any other items, I guess we can talk about that same report, States Exhibit number 179. There is an item that references an ML number. What are we referencing there? What are you referencing there?
So there were 3 bullet items in a container with an ML number, and typically that's a medical legal number from an autopsy.
Were you able, and I'm sorry, what was that ML number that we see in your report?
It's ML number 22-0805.
Were you able to form an opinion about those particular items?
No, I was not.
Why is that?
The items were, there was not enough detail on any of them for comparison. They were not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Was the magazine associated with the Taurus that was submitted to the lab also submitted along with the Taurus?
Yes, there was a magazine submitted.
What was the capacity of the magazine that was submitted?
The capacity was 12.
And that was 12, I'm sorry.
12 cartridges?
Okay, so it can fit up to 12.
That's correct, yes.
And I guess that also wouldn't necessarily include if there's a round in the slide or the
In the chamber?
barrel of the chamber.
Correct.
Now, just briefly going back to the ML number and the items that you received from the medical examiner's office, is it pretty common that the items you receive from the medical examiner's office are unsuitable for comparison?
It's not uncommon.
And why is that?
Well, as I mentioned, a lot of times fired bullets separate into the core, may separate from the jacket. And so core fragments are often unsuitable. And just the firing process, when a bullet passes through a material of any kind, it can damage that bullet and it can separate it into pieces. And so fragments of the core are especially, those are not suitable for comparison. They haven't been marked by the firearm in any usable way.
And when they fragment, I mean, like you said, it would be consistent, for example, maybe entering a human being's body.
That certainly can cause it to fragment, yes.
It could also fragment passing through, for example, a vehicle.
Absolutely.
As it pertained to ML number and the bullet core of the fragments, what was the weight of the bullet core?
Oh, I'm sorry, of which bullet core?
And that's item number 10-01.
Okay. The weight was 65.5 grains.
And then item number 11-01, that was retrieved from the vehicle. What was the weight of that?
That fragment was 24.2 grains.
And then item number 11-02, also obtained from the vehicle. What was the weight of that?
1.5 grains.
Approximately for 9mm unfired, unspent rounds, live rounds, what's the approximate weight?
For a bullet?
Yeah.
About 115 grains.
Okay, and that would vary on the type of bullet?
It would, yes, it would depend. Just a typical run-of-the-mill bullet for 9mm is about 115. It could be more or less. There could be 147. It depends on the style of that bullet.
Okay. And what are the different kinds of bullets, I guess, that you've come across? You don't have to give us, I'm sure it's an exhaustive list, but just generally.
Sure. I mean, it could be a full metal jacket. There's jacketed hollow points. There's total metal jacket. There's different styles of bullets.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. This incident happened in February of 2022. You were not asked to examine certain crime scene projectiles until August of this year, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about, Judge, may I approach your witness? Let's talk a little bit about firearm mechanics. I want to just visit with this a little bit so that we can make sure we've got a clear picture. May I borrow your demonstrative?
Sure.
Thank you. So the way that the firearm operates, for those who aren't familiar with it, is there's going to be something called a firing pin that strikes this area, this small gray area on your demonstrative, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is that will ignite something called primer, right?
The priming compound inside of that primer causes a spark.
And that causes a spark that ignites what us lay people may refer to as gunpowder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's actually the gases from that make the what us lay people would call bullet come out of the cartridge, correct?
Correct.
And then the bullet itself, Mr. also used the M&M example. I'll use a banana example. You've got kind of the banana peel and the banana inside, right?
Yes,
And then sometimes, depending upon what the bullet hits, how fast, what type, etc., you can have situations where the peel kind of comes off of the banana in a when it hits something. Does that happen occasionally?
right. The jacketing does separate from the core. Yes.
Okay. And jacketing, again, that's the peel of the banana. The core is the banana.
In your analogy,
In my
yes.
analogy. Okay. Now, when let's talk about muzzle blast, because that's been an issue here. That the whether or not there is muzzle blast, that's kind of the what we might refer to as fire that seems to come out of the firearm. How much there is can depend upon many different factors. True.
Yes, that's true.
The type of firearm could play a role, right?
It could, yes.
The barrel length,
Sure.
whether it's a revolver or semi-automatic,
Yes.
rifles, shotguns, etc. They're all going to have different levels of muzzle blast. Fair.
Sure. That's fair.
And even within the same type of general firearm, like a handgun or a semi-automatic pistol. And I guess let me clarify that for people who may not be familiar. May I approach the exhibits, Judge? Yes, please. All right. When we say semi-automatic, can you tell the jury what that means?
Can I use it in,
However you
with
want
pistol?
to.
Okay, so a semi-automatic pistol is designed to fire one time for each time you pull the trigger. So cartridges are loaded into a magazine, which is inserted into the magazine well of the pistol. And then you chamber around into the chamber of the firearm, you pull the trigger and it'll shoot one round. So that's, you'd have to release the trigger and pull again in order to fire a second round.
Now, some of us may have heard in the news or something about firearms that, and the court reporter's going to kill me because I'm going to use noises here. But instead of pop, 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 maybe, the faster kind of firing, would that be called fully automatic?
I believe what you're describing would be consistent with full automatic fire.
That's where
Yes.
you pull the trigger once, and as long as you're holding it, rounds will continue to go out, correct?
Correct, as long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
That is not the pistol that's at issue in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And to be clear, the pistol that's at issue in this case, there's nothing inherently illegal about this pistol, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's the same kind of Taurus that can be bought at I'm sorry, can be, on the word like this. Here we go. Put it there. Can be bought at Academy or wherever, right? That's not some kind of exotic firearm that requires some special licensing or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Now, going back to muzzle blast, other things that can affect muzzle blast are caliber of the firearm, correct?
Yes.
I mean, a large caliber like a 44 Magnum may have a larger muzzle blast than a smaller caliber like a 22. Fair?
It may, yes.
Okay. And in fact, in modern times with modern ammunition, there have been additives that have been added to gunpowder for certain ammunition where it gets marketed that it has less muzzle blast, right?
That is true, yes.
May I approach your witness here? I'm going to show you what we marked as defendant's exhibit number 12, 13, 14, and 15. Without going into the contents, can you just take a look at those, please? Have you seen those?
I mean, I've glanced over them, yes.
Okay. And are these exhibits, generally speaking, are they advertisements?
Yes, they appear to be.
Okay, and are they advertisements for ammunition?
Correct, yes.
All right, and is this the kind of marketing like we were just talking about that some ammunition companies are doing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender defendants exhibits number 12, 13, 14, and 15 and offer into evidence. I will say for the record, there's a highlighted portion that I added that was not in there. That's to make it easy to see.
Can we approach Judge?
No, I'm not sure this is so. This kind of additive that you already established. This is so common. It is a advertisement. It exists. Okay, it's operative fact. So it's not a learned tree. It's right. It's not a learned tree. I agree with that. You are 100% right. It does not fall into the exception here because it is operative fact. It is. It's operative fact. Okay. So, are you familiar with the brand Winchester?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the brand Remington?
Yes.
Are those both very popular ammunition brands?
They're fairly common, yes.
Okay, and these aren't unique, like exotic things. These are things you can find at any gun store and a lot of sporting goods stores, correct?
Yes, they're pretty popular.
And you're familiar that there's a lot of that kind of ammunition that has the additives added to it to suppress how much muzzle blast there is, right?
It's not something that I'm specialized in, but I'm aware that there is something that can be added to suppress some of the flash, yes.
Fair enough. Now, as far as you're not, and I think I understand very clearly what your expertise is and what it is not, okay? You are not an expert in any kind of photography, fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so whether or not a fired weapon will have a muzzle blast that shows up on a video or photograph is something that's outside of your expertise, fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, as far as the way that a cartridge is ejected, may I approach the exhibit, Judge? You may, sir. In a semi-automatic firearm, when the trigger is pulled, the gases and springs work together to force the slide backward there.
Yes.
And that is where the casing will come out, correct? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that because I was imprecise. That's my bad. Where we see this orange part on this exhibit, we see a kind of a hole. When it slides out, a casing will be ejected. Is that fair? If there's a better way you want to put it, please.
No, a fired cartridge case would be ejected from the ejection port.
And the one thing I want to make sure that we're not going to try to do here later, when the firearm is pulled, when you pull the trigger, the slide goes back, it's ejected. I think we're all in agreement. You cannot say that there's any real way you can tell precisely where the firearm was fired by where the cartridge ended up. Fair?
I personally could not tell you where, yes, that's correct.
Because that distance can, anyone that shot firearms knows that distance can vary. It can fall near you, it can go kind of far away, right?
There are a lot of factors that can affect where it lands.
Fair enough. Pass witness, Judge.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Wait for the excuse.
From the state, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, subject to recall, Judge.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
The state calls Zachary Caldwell.
Judge, will you approach? Sure.
Deputy Sam, let me go and take my break.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So guys, they are still at lunch. His testimony here I thought was very important too because he's going to detail and take it frame by frame in regards to the shots and the sounds. Also, he does point out in regards to when we have explained, we've seen the robber arm extend, right? He's saying during that period of time when his arm extended, there is no sound of any shots. I think this testimony is very important also. As soon as they come back from lunch, I'll definitely put us back in the courtroom. I am watching it on my other screen, but until then, let's listen to this testimony again.
Do the endeavors to be loud and slow, both for the mic.
Yes, sir.
We got water. If this will start with PA, that means you're speaking too fast.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, Dave.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Zachary Caldwell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator with the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
What part of the office?
I work for the Digital Forensics Division.
Talk to us about generally what your day-to-day roles are.
I'm responsible for the intake, evaluation, and processing of digital forensic devices. That includes cell phones, digital video recorders, computers, flash drives, hard drives. I'm also responsible for our asset management. I set up forensic workstations. I install hardware. I assist with networking setup, amongst probably a dozen other tasks on a daily.
Let me ask you this. Before you worked as a digital forensic investigator, talk to us a little bit about your prior law enforcement experience.
Sure. I began my law enforcement career in 2005 with the City of Victoria Police Department. I spent about 3.5 years on patrol, some of those years spent as a field training officer. From there, I moved to a detective position where I worked crimes against persons. I worked aggravated assaults and sexual assaults primarily as my caseload. I then moved to a auto theft position where I covered auto theft and burglary. I spent about 7 years with the City of Victoria. I left the City of Victoria and went to work for the Cyfair Independent School District. I worked cases. They started a school district up there, so I worked cases for about a year. I was selected to go work for a high school. After that, I spent about 6 years in a high school. I promoted to a patrol sergeant position, and I worked there as a patrol sergeant for about a year before I moved to the district attorney's office.
That was very comprehensive. Let me ask you this. Your day-to-day duties at the district attorney's office, they vary. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir. Very much so.
So sometimes you do what we call cell phone digital forensic analysis, duplicating the imaging of the cell phone. You can get text calls, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What are some of the things outside of that that you do on a day-to-day basis regarding surveillance videos?
So oftentimes we'll take surveillance video and we'll review that video. We'll get requests from the office, sometimes investigators, sometimes ADAs. We'll assist with video review. We'll assist with demonstrative preparation, basically things to show jurors like yourselves when it comes to courtroom testimony.
Talk to us about your training and experience with the types of software that you'd be using in those circumstances.
So in those particular circumstances, overall, I've had about 3,200 hours total of law enforcement training. 420 of those hours have been spent at the National Computer Forensics Institute that's run by the Secret Service in Hoover, Alabama. 40 of those hours specifically were regarding digital video recording devices and the types of images and video obtained from those devices, including audio, and the software used to process those videos, and then taking those videos and conducting forensics on those, and then demonstrative preparation thereafter. Part of that training also included using AMP Software's AMP 5, which is, I guess, a more forensic-based program that allows us to look at metadata and to look a little more forensically into some of the video and audio files that we recover.
Talk to us about Camtasia.
Sure. Camtasia is a program that we use quite often to prepare demonstrative exhibits. It basically allows us to import video files and then segregate those files into tracks, basically, where we can move tracks around, we can put tracks together so that they run almost like a TV show. Just like you would see cuts in a show, we can create exhibits for trial that cut just like a show would cut into different scenes.
Okay, so specifically, in this case, did you review surveillance video and audio as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you used the word cuts, but are you altering the substance of the video itself?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, so when you say cuts, are you just transitioning between scenes? What do you, I mean, are we doing any editing and removing stuff?
We're not removing anything. We're simply, the way the tracks line up, we're transitioning to a different track. So if you were to think about it, imagine if you were to stand a loaf of bread on end, and all those layers of bread are different tracks of video files, and they're all playing at one time, and you're simply switching to a different one, and you're seeing a different one on the screen. If that makes any sense, that's the best way I know how to explain it. And as each track plays, you're seeing a different portion of video, even though they're all playing at the same time. And you can move those tracks around as to what you want to see on the screen.
So you're not enhancing video, like making, for example, muzzle flash go out further than it really does, are you?
No, sir, none of the video changes at all.
So you're playing different portions of video with audio?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit Number 4, surveillance video that is from 208 Winkler Street. It's been on file with the district. Sorry, it's been provided to defense, and the business record affidavit has been on file with the clerk's office for greater than 14 days.
No objection.
With no objection made, state number 4 will be admitted to evidence to be published, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you review a number of surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you also review a video that had audio with it?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, I'm sorry. Investigator Caldwell, did you also, you're familiar with what location these videos are taken from?
Yes, sir, I am.
So previously testified to by Investigator Bledsoe, this is a demonstrative of State's Exhibit number 85, which is in evidence. This video from the apartment complex, that's 166 Winkler over here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the Chase Bank that's been referenced in front of this jury ad nauseum is over here on this exhibit, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so you take this audio, what do you do with this audio?
That audio is obviously part of this video, and both the audio and video were imported into Camtasia together.
Okay, I want to talk to you before we get into that about frame rates or a rate of a frame and the quality of the surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
I guess, can you explain that to me?
Frame rate of a video is simply going to be how many frames per second that video plays at.
And does that affect generally the quality of the image that you're seeing? Or, I mean, how do you see the differences?
It will. The higher frame rate is going to offer more fidelity or more quality to the video. Anything below about 40 or 50 frames a second, you'll see a degradation in the video. It's simply not capturing enough data, or it's not playing enough frames a second for it to be really clear, especially if movement is occurring. So that movement, depending on how fast it's happening, the the camera isn't capturing enough data for it to be really clear. So the lower the frame rate, the less fidelity or the less quality that video is going to have. Anybody who's ever watched anything on the internet is familiar with low quality video and low frame rate video.
So the jury's reviewed and seen the Chase Bank video, the 226 Winkler video, the one that we just watched. I'm going to play portions of the 208 Winkler video, which is State's Exhibit number 4. And can you describe to us in the 208 Winkler video, and again, just so that there's some orientation to this. We have the Chase Bank. This is a demonstrative of State's Exhibit number 85. So we have the Chase Bank here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was probably for you to see. We have 226 Winkler next to it, right?
Yes, sir.
That video is that black and white video.
It is.
And then we have 208 Winkler.
Yes, sir.
And then just on the other side of that, we have that 166 Winkler, the audio.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're about to watch here at State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. You're going to see what I know to be the initial aggravated robbery suspect enter towards the left-hand side of the video. You can actually already see him towards the center left of the video. He's going to run towards the right-hand side of the video. As he comes up against that wall, he's going to run towards the camera, and he will jump the fence right there right at the camera. And as he jumps that fence, he's going to make some movements towards a car that passes by, where it appears that he lifts his arm and points at the car that passes by. He'll then jump the fence and fall into that arm that opens the gate.
How does he jump the fence?
He climbs over the fence, puts his leg up on top of those spikes, and while he climbs that fence, he appears to be holding a handgun in the, I don't recall if it's his left or right hand, but as you play the video, we'll be able to tell. And he also appears to be holding that handgun in such a manner, it appears to me that he's got his finger in the trigger guard of that weapon.
And that's while he's jumping the fence?
It is, yes, sir, while he's climbing over that fence.
So where's published states exhibit number 4? Was that the movement you just described to us?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, he's throwing his hand up.
It is, yes, sir.
And then what do we see here now?
So you can see that he has the gun in his left hand. He's also carrying something else. I was able to zoom in on that video in my looking at these, and it's evident to me that he's holding that gun in such a manner that his appeared to be gloved hand, and there's a finger through the trigger guard or possibly on the trigger of that weapon.
When you say, may I retrieve an exhibit, Your Honor? When you say the trigger guard or the trigger of the weapon, for example, that weapon was 120, we know it's not, but that's through here, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So he's jumping the fence with his finger through the trigger guard.
Correct.
You mentioned zooming in.
Yes, sir.
So we've been using VLC to publish some of these videos. Is there a way with videos like Camtasia or software like Camtasia where you can do the zooming in and you don't have to manually click like we've been doing?
There is, yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you take the, I'm sorry, we'll just finish publishing states exhibit number 4, I apologize. So did you take the audio from 166 Winkler and then compile the videos and lay that audio over the video?
Yes, sir.
When I say layover, may I push the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as states exhibit number 181. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
How?
This is a snip from Camtasia that shows the spectrogram on the bottom of the audio. And basically that spectrogram is a visual representation of an audio wave. And that's where it's laid up against the video clips of the DVR footage that I was also provided.
And is that what we see, or what we will see, I'm sorry, in the video that you and I just described as the layover?
Yes, sir.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of what that would look like inside Camtasia.
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer states exhibit number 181 to opposing counsel, sorry, offered into evidence intended to opposing counsel.
With respect to 181, will be admitted over objection to republish, sir. 181.
Judge, may I have the witness step down just very briefly?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here in states exhibit number 181?
Yes, sir. So these are going to be in, once I review the footage, this is going to be of the Chase Bank, and these will be of the Winkler addresses as we move along in the video. and this is the audio portion of the video from the apartment complex. And what you're seeing here are spikes of the gunshots. Each spike you see is a gunshot, save for one that's going to be tire screeching of a vehicle that's also in the area. Each one of those spikes, I was able to time with the video, beginning with one of the muzzle flashes. Each subsequent muzzle flash lines up with each audio spike that you see, or that you will see.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure we're very clear for the record. When you say matching up, or when you're referencing the audios being matched with the gunfire or the muzzle flash, are you saying that you took every one of those 10 and lined them up with the muzzle flash by removing the time in between each one of them? Can you explain to us again, what did you do with the first one? How did that affect the 10?
It didn't affect the 10 at all. So both files were, the audio file exists where it's at. And then the video file is laid in such a manner that upon that very first muzzle flash, and then as the video plays along, they sync themselves. There's no manipulation of any of the other files that occurs. So as the files play together, the muzzle flashes line up with the spikes in audio. And you'll see as the demonstrative plays, there was no time compression, there's no time manipulation, there's no video manipulation of those muzzle flashes. They simply occur when they occur. As you'll see in the demonstrative, the first flash lines up, the last flash lines up, and there's no manipulation in between.
So you're not removing time, adding time, you are synchronizing essentially the first sound and then the first muzzle flash?
Yes, sir.
And then the remaining are synchronized without you manipulating them?
That's correct.
You're not enhancing it, are you?
No, sir.
And did you do that, and I'm sorry, the speakers, did you do that with State's Exhibit number 1, the Chase Bank surveillance, State's Exhibit number 3, the 226 Winkler surveillance, State's Exhibit number 4, the 208 Winkler surveillance, and State's Exhibit number 5, the audio file, the 166 Winkler surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 108, the compiled videos. Have you had a chance to review the compiled videos that you created using Camtasia, as we saw in State's Exhibit number 181?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you just described to us as the laying over the audio and the video files?
Yes, sir, it is.
And again, did you remove or fraction any of the time other than just transitioning between the actual videos themselves?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 108 into evidence and tender it to the opposing counsel.
Would you argue objection? Over objection, State's 108 will be admitted into evidence made published, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Caldwell, is there more than one portion of the videos compiled in State's Exhibit number 108?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this first video here, what is it titled?
Video from Chase Bank with audio from 149 Winkler.
And I apologize. We've been speaking about that Winkler address. It's the audio file, right? And so what are we about to watch?
This is going to be the video from Chase Bank as taken from the DVR footage with the audio played from the apartment complex overlaid.
And this is just the Chase Bank first.
That's correct.
And now that we're publishing 108, does the audio kick on at the beginning?
In just a few seconds, it does. It takes a bit.
And then some of that zooming in we talked about using VLC, are you able to do that within Camtasia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Essentially, you're in a second without manually zooming in. You're going to zoom in, but you're not changing the actual video itself.
No, sir.
Okay, guys, they are back from lunch, right? And it's so funny because y'all see this part that we're watching right now. I think this is kind of like where they're picking off with that, with your cross-examination with the young lady. So I'm gonna pause this right here just in case we need to come back and look at this. And let me go ahead and share inside the live court feed now.
Is this on?
You want me to be seated? Mr. Russell, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rossi, I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So I just want to go back and touch on something real quick. This is defendant's exhibit number 8, okay? And I asked you if, do you think that his wife was scared being robbed at gunpoint, feared at gunpoint? You've seen the video?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And probably, would you agree with me? I'm not going to characterize it one way or the other. I use fear, you use surprise. I think this helps the jury to understand what she was experiencing at the time.
Very much. And you asked if she was in fear for her life.
Oh.
But because I have never met Mrs. Earls, the reaction was that she was like surprised, shocked, scared.
Well, you wouldn't, you're not denying that somebody robbing someone at gunpoint, pointing a gun in their face wouldn't be capable of shooting either Dee or Tony, right?
Correct. I'm not arguing with you at all, sir.
I mean, we have capital murders that occur like that all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Robberies that go bad in a split second. Okay. All right, so let me pick up where I was. I was about to talk to you about your exhibits. I don't want to spend 2 hours, and I'm going to try not to be technical. I just want to point out a few things that, basically when you're doing reconstruction involving shooting vehicles, then you have a whole other set of issues that evolve as opposed to, say, a shooting in a house or an apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you have moving on, you have a lot of moving objects, right? You have a truck that was moving, right?
Yes, sir.
In this case, the truck was moved not only from the point where the bullet impacted it, but it was driven a little bit of a ways by Mr. Alvarez, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I think the testimony is he backed up, he U-turned, and he started to go. The term chase has been used, followed could be used, but he U-turned and he went a distance and stopped the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
So by the time you got photographs of the truck was in a completely different lane facing the opposite way, right?
That is correct.
So you had to rely on the photographs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the findings of the Miss Lambert, the CSI, the investigator who processed the truck at the lot, the HPD lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not gonna go back over all the different materials, because you kind of explained that to us, how the molding impacts and and metal impacts. The CSI, she did testify that she didn't do trajectory, and we know that she didn't do it because of the defect, the way it was. And she actually even pulled the door apart to look in there to see if any fragments had been left inside the door frame. But she also said that because it couldn't be done, she didn't call someone out to do it who was, I guess, capable of doing it. Did that make any sense to you, or is this kind of a unique, I guess this is a compound question, but I'll let you explain. Or was it unique that it maybe needed more than just a straight rod to show the trajectory?
Mr. Earls, so I don't remember reading any of that in her crime scene report, so I'm
I'm sorry.
unfamiliar with what you're
Okay.
asking.
She testified that she didn't use any trajectory rods. She explained that they were, and I might add that she also testified that she had done it when she worked as a crime scene investigator with more leeway in California for several years. She said she didn't do a trajectory because it wasn't appropriate in this instance, because there wasn't a clean hole. Obviously, she couldn't stick a rod through it. So I guess my question is, I mean, is she mistaken, or was she just, she didn't call anyone out to do it who the protocol would allow them to do it. So I guess my question is, was she mistaken, or you're saying you can do a trajectory under the circumstances?
So it's always been my understanding that the Houston Forensic Science Center does not do trajectory. That is not an analysis that they perform. So if she testified that that was possible for her, but she didn't.
I guess I'm confused. Are you telling me I live in a city the size of Houston and no one in the whole police department can do trajectories?
It has always been my understanding that the Houston Forensic Science Center is not in the crime scene reconstruction business. So they do not do bloodstain pattern analysis. They do not do shooting incident reconstruction or crime reconstruction.
Okay, so if they would need it done, then their protocol does allow them to call someone out from outside, right?
I don't know how they would address a situation like that.
You kind of do know, because you've been called out, right?
I have been contacted by the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, to go to crime scenes. Have you ever been contacted by HPD?
I have been contacted by Houston HPD detectives while they've been on scene to ask my opinion about certain aspects.
Okay. And you'll discuss the case with them, right?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, Detective Farrell and Detective Hernandez were the two. Farrell was the lead investigator. Hernandez was also an investigator out there. They both worked on this case. When, if any, did you call them and discuss this case?
No, sir, I did not.
You did. So you didn't reach out to them. Did either, no one in the district attorney's office told you that you might, to go ahead and call the investigators?
No, sir, because the data that I used to formulate my opinion was captured in the medical examiner's report, the photographs from the VEB, as well as the crime scene documentation.
Well, here's my problem with that, though.
Objection to the sidebar.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. We know you you relied heavily on photographs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we know that the photographer, the CSU, Montes Perez, who testified about the photographs, he told us as he moves through the crime scene taking photographs, he can adjust his aperture on his camera. And you know they do that, right?
Sure, yeah, I'm also a photographer, so.
I'm sorry?
I also am a photographer, so I'm aware of how a camera works.
You're an expert in that too, right? I think, or you just do it as a hobby?
No, I would say I have an expertise in photography.
Okay, no, that's fair enough, but unfortunately, you're not out there, so you have to rely on Matos Perez's photographs, right?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things we were able to show the jury, just for example, because to me, because lighting could be. So basically, what I just want to show is, like, for example, here's defense exhibit number 2. Okay, look at the fence to the left, and then look at defense exhibit number 3, and it shows that, you know, he was basically out there using all kinds of light settings to take the varying pictures.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There are several ways that you can adjust how a scene looks in a camera.
And I think it'll become relevant, but defense exhibit number 4, okay, and that shows, and I want to point to this area right here. Over near the bank where the robbery occurs, you can see, and you'd have to agree with me, that it was well lit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you walked out there at night even, and as you move towards the, behind the signs, when you move past towards the fence and the dumpster and everything, it gets pretty dark, doesn't it, as it's shown in this exhibit?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Now, a lot of what you did, you relied on you kind of evaluated the what. You know, what happened? Well, you've come to the conclusion that Tony Earls shot in the truck, right?
Yes.
And you drew conclusions about it could have been one of several shots when he was up on the curb and the truck went by, right?
Can you ask me that question again, sir?
Sure. You drew conclusions as to which shot penetrated the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Based on what you were asked to do, right? And what you took from the evidence collected, what you garnered and put in your computer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I started to talk to you, I think I called it wrong, but it's like pitch and roll. So the pitch of the road can impact the point of entry on a truck where there's a shooting, right?
Yes, the angle of the road.
Pitch and roll, pitch. And here's why I'm asking this question. You're familiar with the fact, because of the video, that this started out with, besides the robbery, but Mr. Alvarez came up on the bank as right in the middle of the robbery, like right as the robbery had occurred, right?
Yes, in looking at the video, it appears that Mr. Alvarez drives up and the altercation is already in process.
The exchange of whatever happened, and it's, I guess one of the disputed facts is, well, we've resolved one, okay? We probably all agree Mr. Earls shot first, right? And you're not even agreeing that the robber ever shot at Mr. Earls, right?
Correct.
That's a disputed fact, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you call on facts or theories, conflicting theories. Would that be safe to say? That would be a conflicting theory. Right?
Okay. I don't think I called it that, but I would agree with you that there are probably conflicting theories.
I mean, another conflicting theory is, was it reasonable for him to think in a split-second decision that the robber got into the truck, right? That's a primary position or theory in this case, or issue in this case, right?
Are you asking me if I think that that was reasonable?
No, I'm not asking you if it's reasonable, because I'm going to go through some things with you about that. I'm asking you if you recognize that is an issue in this case. Let me rephrase it, simple point. State says it was unreasonable for him to think the robber got in the truck. Defense says it was reasonable under the circumstances, totality of the circumstances, for him to believe the robber got in the truck. Wouldn't that be a controverting issue?
I would say that those are two different theories, yes, sir.
Okay, two different theories, okay. And I noticed that when you were testifying, you were saying that you looked at videos, you looked at photographs, you looked at body-worn cameras, you said and you got the whole file, right? They didn't give you half a file or a little bit of the file. You had indicated you got the whole file from Mr. Maroon, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, so in that file would have also been, for example, Tony Earls' statement, okay, right?
Yes, I would assume.
Okay, and you said, and there would be Miss Alvarez's statement and Mr. Alvarez's statement. Those are the three people. The robber took off, so there's no statement from him. But those are the three statements that existed, right?
I will take your word for it, yes, sir.
Fair enough. Yet you said you didn't look at any of the statements, right?
That is correct.
And so I can't go into the statement. I can't introduce it. It would be hearsay. I can't ask you questions about it. You didn't look at it at all?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You're familiar with how statements are taken, right? And why they're taken, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you've been in law enforcement for so long. Because you know a statement existed, and we already know from testimony that he was taken in and that he gave a statement, right? He cooperated. Let me put it that way.
That is not a question that I had, but I will.
Okay.
I have no reason to disagree with you, sir.
No problem. But here's my thing. If you knew or if they told you that there were conflicting theories in this case, then you would have listened to all the witness statements? Is that what you're saying? Or did you not know that at the time that you were given this case that there were conflicting theories of the case?
My role this time for this case did not require that I look at any witness statements. It was my role in this case was dealing completely with the scientific aspect of the evidence that was collected, trajectories, distances, multiple shots. And so it had nothing to do with anything that one person said or another person said. It was
You're reconstructing a crime scene shooting involving a motor vehicle, and you're right. Your instructions were, we want you to come in. I need you to work this up so you can prove he shot at the vehicle, correct?
That is not what the instruction was. The instruction was, with this scene, can you provide an explanation to a jury on how this occurred?
Now approach your own. Okay, if you're going to give an explanation of how it occurred, then you already told me you should let them know the totality of the circumstances, not just the little vacuum snapshot of Tony Earls shooting at the truck, right? I mean, to be fair to the jury, shouldn't they have the whole picture?
Yes, sir, but that doesn't necessarily come from me.
Okay, so it's not your job.
Not my job.
Okay, it's their responsibility, isn't it? Or the detectives, or whose responsibility is to work this case up in total? May I approach you, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you, but
You're fine.
read this right here. That's the. I highlighted it. Now,
Let me just see where we're at.
you wanna know what it is?
No, I just.
That's the court approval procedure. me tell you what I understand. I understand that you only got on this case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that they gave you the information for you to review, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And they told you basically what your role would be in this prosecution, right? Pretty much, I mean, what they wanted you to look at and determine, right?
So they didn't tell me what they wanted me to look at. They gave me access to the materials so that I could provide explanation
Okay?
of how the shooting occurred.
But you haven't given us an explanation of how the shooting occurred, taking into consideration the speed of the vehicle at the time that it was moving in the direction of Mr. Earls, right?
I think I did give an explanation on that.
Okay, we'll talk about that, okay? We're gonna talk about that, but you work for the prosecution right now up in Montgomery County, correct?
I work for the district attorney's office, yes, sir.
They're prosecutors, right?
They are.
Mr. Bledsoe, the guy that flew the drones, he works for their district attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we had this Zach Caldwell, he testified, follow me with this, he worked for the district attorney's office, right?
I don't know where he works. Sir.
Okay, well, trust me, that's what he testified to.
Okay, yes, sir.
So that's you, Beasley, Caldwell, okay? And then we had one first responder, that's like the only person out there who was out on the scene, right? And isn't it true that, you know, basically the primary role of the prosecution is not just to convict, but it's to bring basically, let's see, to basically give people all the evidence, okay? It says they shall not suppress facts or access to witnesses that are capable of establishing the innocence of a person. What I get from that, and I'm not accusing you of doing anything like that, I'm just saying that you have to have a full picture, right? To figure out whether or not his actions were reasonable or unreasonable under the circumstances. Would you at least agree with me to that?
I'm going to disagree in that my role in this case was very small.
That's what, hold on. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that you instruct her to answer my question. Actually, I'll rephrase it for you. Your role was pretty small, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. They didn't ask you, for example, let's look at this. May I approach you, Your Honor? Okay. So, for example, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17, and I think you and I talked about it earlier today. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you recognize it, right? That's it. State, we all know it's an overview, aerial view of the location of the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'll move for defense exhibit 17. No objection.
With object to make defense 17 to be minutes evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So, try to do this as best I can. Okay, we know the robbery takes place right here in the ATM, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we know the robber runs this way towards this bunch of trees in the overhead.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, keep that in mind for a moment. To be fair, We know from defense exhibit number 5, he runs on the grass and he runs behind this chase sign in these trees, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's probably important, or might be important in this case is, you know, as soon as he's out of Tony's sight line, first of all, you'd agree with me that this could block Tony's sight line, right?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, I anticipate that that'll be one of the arguments in this case, that the robber ran behind the sign, right? Now, in any of your, none of those exhibits, none of those steals you did you measure the width of the sign, the bushes, the trees, or anything like that?
No, sir, because I did look at the sign. I looked at that tree to see if after 2.5 years, there were anything consistent with what could be a bullet.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the non-responsive. I just want to know if you measured them.
No, sir.
Okay. Did the guy who ran the drone give you any measurements of those obstacles?
I had access to them in the Leica software.
Okay. But you didn't inject them into your stills that you made. In other words, when you do those computer snapshots, you got all these pictures of, it's not Tony, but it's some generated, I don't want to call it a cartoon, it's computer generated. It's a photograph. Agree with me, it shows daytime light. I mean, it's bright, correct?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't reflect the tint that's on the truck adequately, does it?
Actually, there is tint to the vehicle. Yes, sir.
I mean, you know from seeing the real pictures of the real truck, not the computer truck that you pulled up, that you couldn't even see in that truck, correct? Do you want to see him again?
I'm just, for clarification, are you asking me about the Alvarez truck, or are you asking me about the computer generated
No, the Alvarez
truck?
The actual truck that was shot into.
The Alvarez truck has black tinted windows.
Okay. Now, you know, I forgot to even ask you just these questions real quick. When you were generating all these measurements and these arrows and this computer generated graphics and measurements, you made it clear that you used the identification information from the truck to pull up an F-250, correct? And you wanted to make sure you had the right weight and size. You did look into that, right?
Yes.
And I don't know, did you just randomly pick the tires or the type of tires? Because you'd agree with me, different tires can somewhat affect the height of a truck, right?
Sure.
Okay. Did you take a picture of the tires to simulate the exact tires that were on the truck?
The information that I ran was based off of the VIN number, which is the Alvarez's truck.
Which would be the Alvarez's truck as it appeared in 2018, when it would be basically when they bought it or when it was manufactured and delivered, right?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay, you didn't take into account the weight of the people in the truck. There was a whole family in the truck. That could impact, even if it's an inch, it can impact your graphics, can it? Your reconstruction.
How that would impact the graphic is if the tires were bigger, then
I'm gonna object to the non-responsive. I want to move through this.
They're long-winded questions. She's trying to answer the best she can, and then he objects if she tries to explain.
Okay, I can ask it a different way.
Well, here, let's do this favor. Number one, let's stop talking over each other. Number two, just ask the question, let her answer. If it's a leading question, then I'll just pay more attention and make sure it's, I'll stop her.
I'm gonna try to move along on just that point. Yes or no, the height of a tire can impact the height of a truck, right?
Of course.
Okay. The weight of the cargo in a truck can impact the height of a truck, correct?
Yes.
The shocks, depending upon if they're stock or they're not, can impact the height of a truck, right?
I'm not
That's a yes or no question, right?
Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. And then lastly, the Alvarez truck, we know it from State's Exhibit 35, it had all kinds of material in it in the back. And then when we saw later photographs, it still had stuff in it. You don't know what any of the stuff that was in the back of the truck, how much that weighed.
No, sir.
I'm not trying to make a big deal about this, trust me, Ms. Wissy. I just want to say that we all agree that Tony Earls shot into the truck. I think that there are a lot of variables that weren't taken into account to show the overall, everything that was going on out there, including, hold on, I'm going to ask a question, I'm sorry. I'll ask you a question. You didn't run any tests of any kind to determine the road condition, right?
Correct.
And we know at some point his maneuvering, like did Mr. Jordan or Mr. Maroon ever ask you, hey, look, we know from the videos that as Mr. Alvarez approached the bank and and I'm going to use the word veered, and we'll talk about that, veered in a little. He then, when he realized what was going on, he abruptly took off. So we had a high acceleration. You can see it in the video. You recall that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I don't know if it's totally clear in the video. I think he hit the curb at that point over here, and it caused all the stuff or some stuff to fall out of his truck. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
So that's kind of a strange, that's a different maneuver than a individual just driving their truck down the road, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so they never asked you to reconstruct the manner in which that truck maneuvered down the street, did they?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's something that you as a reconstruction expert, with everything you had, you could do. You could reconstruct it. It might not be 100% accurate like your shooting diagrams, but you did not reconstruct the path of the stroke, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's important to us, I want to ask you about this, is we know the robber runs behind the sign and he runs behind the trees, correct?
Yes, sir.
We know we know from Mr. Alvarez's testimony that the robber intersected with his truck at that point when he was getting ready to veer in over here. So let me ask this. You'd have to agree with me that what would be very important to know is how much time elapsed between the time that Mr. Earls saw I'm sorry, strike that. What would be important would be the amount of time between exactly when the robber hit that edge of the sign and went out of sight, and how soon after that Mr. Alvarez's truck emerged, okay? As a reconstruction expert, you'd have to agree with me that that would be an important fact, wouldn't it?
I think it is an important fact.
Okay. So I take it that the jury has a right to know that. And did they ask you to reconstruct that? In other words, did they tell you to figure out from the time right there, when you first saw him go behind the sign here, okay, and the truck emerged, how much time did Tony have to make a determination that the truck was filled with a family? Would it be safe to say you didn't calculate that?
That is not where I thought you were going with the question. Can you ask me that again?
Okay. Did you reconstruct a portion of this event in an exhibit to show exactly the moment that the robber would have been out of Tony's view behind the sign and the sign emerging from behind the truck emerging from out behind the sign? Did you reconstruct that?
I didn't need to reconstruct it because
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the
Yes or no question.
non-responsive. That's a yes or no. Did you reconstruct that?
I'm going to answer no.
Okay, no, that's good. Next question. From the time the truck came from here, okay, to wherever over here, I'll even use your exhibits, where you put Tony shooting in those snapshots you did, from there to there, did you reconstruct the truck hitting the curb and then coming over?
No, sir.
Did you reconstruct the timeline between the coming out from behind the sign and where Tony shot?
The timeline, no, sir.
Okay, and I know you did a bunch of calculations about bullet weight, and you did varying truck speeds at 45 miles an hour. Where is it? Is that exhibit is on your, that's actually not printed, that's on there. Do you have a USB on that? You want to pull it up and you want me to go through it? I just want to see her chart where she says at 45 miles an hour, 50, 60 miles an hour. While he's pulling that up, I have another question. We hear all these shots, and did they ask you to reconstruct a timeline between each shot? Like how long from 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, then 6, 7, 8? Did you calculate times relative to the shots?
No, sir.
So far, what I'm getting, wouldn't you agree with me, is I'm getting a reconstruction, but it's kind of the what happened reconstruction, not the why happened reconstruction, right?
That's
Like
correct.
the what being, I'm sorry, that was a yes?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
When you were explaining these exhibits to me earlier today, we talked about the timeline, and I want to go back to just the one calculation you did. And I guess to illustrate it, what I was trying to figure out, and I asked you about it, was taking into account, the speed of the truck and bullets and all that stuff. I think I was trying to figure out if I'm obscured here, I'm the truck, and I'm obscured, and I come past the sign at 45, 50, whatever the mileage, mile an hour is, because you didn't calculate it, but were we able to get an idea of time between that point, okay, and him making a decision that he's going to shoot at the truck like this in your diagrams or your still snapshots?
No.
You didn't calculate that time, did you?
No, sir.
It was like less than 2 seconds, wasn't it?
If you're telling me that's what it is, I have no reason to
Well, I
disagree
mean,
with you.
okay, let's do this. The jury has all the videos, right?
Yes.
And really, if they really want to, for themselves, see how fast this transpired that night, okay, then they could just watch the videos, right?
They can absolutely watch the videos.
Okay. Because you'd agree with me that why Tony reacted the way he did is important, right?
I'm not the person to ask that question to.
I need you to help me out. I'm a little confused about why you didn't call Detective Farrell. He's a homicide investigator. He's leading this investigation, okay? And it's your testimony you didn't contact him.
That is correct.
Did you not contact him because you didn't care what he had to say? Or did you not contact him because they didn't want you to hear what he was going to say? Or what? Why is Farrell not contacted and brought into this mix?
Objection compound, triple compound question.
That's a sting.
I'll rephrase it, okay? I'll rephrase it. You work on a lot of cases, don't you? All kinds of cases up in Montgomery County, right?
Not as many as I used to, but yes, sir.
And I think you've actually worked on cases before with John, right? I'm not going to go into specific details, but you've worked on cases with Mr. Jordan, right?
I have.
And in those instances, you communicate with the detectives, don't you?
On certain cases, yes.
Yeah, I mean, even Hague says you don't reconstruct crime scenes in a vacuum, right? It takes a whole team effort, right?
He does, but he also says that relying on witness statements, that you don't have to use witness statements, that the physical evidence speaks for itself.
Okay, but in this case, okay, you didn't examine, you only handled one aspect, a very small portion of this case. And the key issue in this case was, okay, certainly includes the reasoning behind the shooter's actions, doesn't it?
Not when it pertains to me.
Okay, so I guess we can agree, you and I, that they hired you for a very specific purpose, right?
Disagree. I was not hired by the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
They borrowed you, is that a better?
I'm
not claiming when I say hired, I didn't even ask you if you're being paid for your services. I hope you are, but that's not my point. I guess your role was limited in this case to a very small portion of what occurred out there. That's the shooting aspect, right?
That is correct.
Can I ask you a question on these reconstructions and stuff?
Yes, sir.
You've heard the expression junk in, junk out, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that basically means that you get out what you put in, right?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody wants, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm just talking in general terms. If someone creates some type of reconstruction, compilation, okay, and or whatever you want to call it, reconstructions. If someone wants to create a reconstruction, they're the people who choose, that person's the one who chooses what to put in the computer to get out something in return, right? Results, to put out results, and this is not attributed to you. I'm just speaking generally. For example, if someone is an incompetent reconstruction person, then what they put in may not be adequate, right? To show exactly what happened. Is that a better way to put it? Can I preface this with one statement? You're qualified, okay?
I'm going to object to the continued compound questions. They're not even waiting for an answer.
Well, I wanted to let her know I wasn't
Let's
picking
try
her.
to use the rules and let's ask questions and answers. Let's try it that way.
You got it, Judge.
Actually, you guys, I'm ready for a break.
All right, for the jury.
You gonna have this lady. You gonna have this lady on the stand all day. Yeah, she's been on the stand all morning, and now she on the stand still this afternoon. So guys, this is live inside the courtroom. I'm not don't have no TiVo time. We got a little bit. Got a little bit. Not much. See. Okay. Wow. Yeah, she been on the stand all day and all night. So cool. They are really like, they're not playing with her testimony. The defense is really trying to poke holes in every which way, how everybody investigated this case, what other things they could have brought in. You so silly. No, it's so funny, Maddie, did you say that? Because you know it happened right here in Arizona, and I was telling therapists that I was too scared to go do it live yesterday. I was like, they got too many people coming, and it's too many gonna be doing all types of stuff and protesting, and nah. I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, I was too scared to go. Ain't no shame in my game. Look, some places is just not meant for me to be in, and that's not one of them. Cause it be just my luck, right? I just don't. I don't trust that they can do things appropriately in these big crowded places. And I know you got to go out here and live, but no, wasn't gonna be trying it. Yeah, that's possible, Fowler. Yeah, Film. I was like, you know, and it's not too many times where we get you know, each person, right? Where something big happens in your city and you're able to go see it or be a part of it, even if we're talking about like a Super Bowl parade or baseball championship parade or, you know, any big event, right? And it's opportunity for you to go because it's actually in your state or your hometown or whatever the case may be. But you got to really like make a decision if you really want to do that. You said apparently Grinder crashed yesterday. Grinder, the dating app, drunkie. they was on there grinding too hard. I wonder if it's from the other trial where they got their name out there with the Grinder. Ain't no telling. So do y'all think that the defense is doing anything? I know Fowler says she think he just doing a whole bunch of word salad, but is that word salad getting the jury confused at this point in time to the point that they may feel that the defense or that the prosecution team needs to provide more information? I'm pretty sure the prosecution team gonna have to come back in and redirect, of course, right? I don't know. He just I don't understand why he stands sometime and why he sits sometime. And I mean, yesterday they were standing the entire trial on day 3. I don't know what happened where they feel so comfortable to sit. Too many visitors. What they trying to get going on Grinder? Whoa. Say it ain't so. You say you don't know, Vanessa. He trying. I don't know. I think that they do have a case for some reasonable doubt. And like I said, we had left off right here in our coverage. I think either way, guys, like he had to go to trial. You said the state gonna definitely come back and clarify some things. Gracie said he just trying to find some holes to poke some reasonable doubt, right? And that's the whole point of it. I think they're really trying to keen on, hey, it could have been somebody else shooting, right? It could have been somebody else doing the pew pew is what y'all want to call it. So it could have been somebody else that was doing that, you know. Excuse me, did the state tell you about those 2 statements that the dad made stating that he thought that they were both pew pewing at each other? Now, did you review that? Do you take that into any account? Pretty brown girl. That's whose question I'm looking at. She asked me if I think that the defendant should go to jail. Yes. Yes, I do think that he needs to go to jail. I think that he needs to go to jail only because I might be biased now. And I only say I may be biased because we found out about the additional charge that he has with taking out his weapon and threatening his stepson. See, I know that information. And unfortunately, I'm not like the jury where I can ring a bell. So it's already rang. So ding, ding, dong. Like, it is clear to me that he has an ego, he has a pride thing, and I believe his ego and his pride made him do some emotional things and caused him to be pew-pewing, just like it caused him some emotional distress, and he pulled out the weapon and threatened his stepson. Yeah, I agree with that one. Pretty brown. Yeah, I think he should go to, I think he should. Yeah, I think he should. I just don't know if it's 20 years worth. He's facing 2 to 20. I guess that would be a good question for us to put in the poll. Like, what do we think? Do we think that he should get 20? Do we think that he should get 10? I'll put a poll in there with some kind of idea to see what range you think it will be acceptable. Because no matter how many years he get, it's not going to bring her back. But it's clear that he hasn't learned his lesson clearly if we got this other issue that's then came up. You say Billy Big Boots, and he just a sad sack. Yeah, and that's my thing. Like, he hasn't learned anything. But we know that. The jury don't know that. But that, I don't know if that comes up in, I don't know if that can come up in his sentencing, only because he's not being convicted of that. So he's just charged with it. So he hasn't been convicted of it. So I don't think they can say it. I don't know if they can, Baca, because it's just a charge. He hasn't been found guilty of it. Remember, he innocent until proven guilty of the second charge. That is. Vanessa said 5 to 10 years with some community service, probation would be good. Ms. B says QQQ, if found guilty, a little differently about the defendant knowing he got in trouble again. Yeah, and I think that's really like a deal breaker for me. Like, if he had just traffic tickets, right? Yeah, drunkie. I think that changed everybody's perspective about him, because it appears that he has some ego issues. I bet you he's short. I wonder how tall he is. I think all men up under 5'11" have short man complex. So that's just my opinion. So if you short out here, if you up under 5'11", it's just my opinion that I be thinking that men have short man complex, where they ego because they have to compensate for their height. That most of the men that I have met up under 5'11", they typically are aggressive with their women. They typically have ego issues. They typically have little, I call it short man complex. Like, I just like, they be like, they don't have no chill. Let me see how tall he is. I bet you he's short. I bet you he's short, y'all. Oh, wow, Chrissy. Oh, Sir Girl said it's 5 and 10 and under. Napoleon complex. Let me see how short he is. Our guy Tony. I think I took down the Harris County. Am I logged in still? Let me log back in. Let's see how short he is. Because he don't look that tall. At least he don't look that tall. I'm not saying he's not, but I don't know. Criminal courts. Let me see. Criminal. Their website is not that user friendly either. That's what I would like people to know. It just don't seem like it's a clean. It's not a clean site. Not in my opinion. I done seen Florida. I guess Florida be having so much going on down there. They don't have no choice but to keep their stuff together. I like going to Florida court system. Earls. Tony. They'll probably have it up under criminal. I think I'm up under civil. We want to be up under criminal courts. Oh no, I don't want to go in there. I already logged in. Oh man, I'm just gonna have to look and see if I can find it. Oh wow. Yeah, Chrissy, that has to be very, very hard. Yeah, I'll find out how short he is. When we get back in the trial, I'll be able to figure it out. They got the way they got their site. I can't remember where I went earlier. Unless it's telling me I'm not logged in. Oh, I wasn't logged in. Oh, sorry. That's probably why I can't see nothing. I thought I had logged in. Oh, here it go. No, not the criminal. Dockets. Okay. Case information. Criminal. Earl. Search. Okay. Okay, so here's his information. He was born in 1990. Look, 5'10". Knew it. I knew it. 5'10". That's his bond amount. Yep. I knew it. I knew he had to be up under 5'11". SD. I am so confused in regards to the details regarding that, because I see photos of, unless they AI, I seen photos of that girl with him. So I don't know what a 14-year-old girl is doing with him. So this in regards to our guy Tony, these are his prior. So he got possession of marijuana. No, this is not him, y'all. These two are not him. So this is his. This is somebody else. This is a Tony that was born in, unless they got the date of birth messed up, but this one say 1980, and then these ones say 1990. So I guess they could all be him. We know definitely this one is his. This is the assault of a family member. And this happened in May of 23. This is when they tried to go for the redrum. That was in April 23rd of 2024. And I guess if you want to say these is his, they most likely are. It just don't have the date of birth right, the year. Possession of marijuana and tamper with government record. I have no clue what that is. He does, Christy. He got very disturbed. I've never heard of him. Yeah, he canceled his tour. Yeah, she was found in the front. Hey, Allison, welcome back. Yeah, the only thing that I was thinking that they made, I don't know if they're technically his because of the date of birth. This say 7/31/1980, and these ones say 7/31/1990. I know these are his. These 7/31s 1990. I'm assuming this is theirs and they just forgot. Yeah, that's what this one say. Tampering government records. Let's see. I don't know this one, if he was, it was a misdemeanor. Here we go. Said Tony D. Earls Jr. styled the defendant herefore mentioned on about October 21st, 2004, did then and unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly present a governmental record proof of automobile liability insurance. So that was just he did some stuff with some insurance, I guess, to the rental car place. So I mean, I guess that's why it was just a misdemeanor. Yeah, so that's what that was. I mean, it's not that bad. Not the way they got it right here. What is this one? This happened in 2/15/22. That was for the little girl. So these ones right here, this one, oh wait, y'all can't see the screen. Sorry. This one from 2/15/22. This one right here from April 23rd, 2024. And this one, 7/31/2025, is all in regards to this case that we currently covering. Let's see here. What is his? Okay, what's his name? Okay. Oh, I gotta put a comma. Wait a minute. Comma. So this right here is the civil suit. It was a judgment on May the 8th, 2024. I wonder if you can see how much. I mean, I don't know if he got no money or nothing, but it look like they look at this. The way this read, it look like he's suing Chase Bank. Let me show it to y'all. Wait a minute. Oh, where did I put it? Here, I'll just try to pull it back up. That's the criminal case. Wait a minute. Let me get back to the civil case. Three. One. And the way this read, does that look like that too? Like her family is versus JP Morgan, and then Tony and his wife are also filing against Chase. Oh, let me see if I can zoom in for y'all. I can't figure out why I keep putting the doggone page. I'm so silly. Oh, here we go. Is that what that looked like to y'all? It says consolidated. That's the minor child. Versus, that's the defendant. He a plaintiff in this one, y'all. Him and his wife. Oh, look, they got everybody emails on here and everything. Okay. Yikes. Interesting. Might need to send an email out, y'all. You say you want to try out your new stickers, girl? Go ahead. They probably suing Chase because maybe the light and maybe the way they got the ATM, because it had happened on their property with them getting robbed. Pretty well. I'm assuming that may be why. Let me see if I can find anything that we can read.
Motion detected at front door.
I see their dispositions. Let's see. Oh, it look like it's restricted. See, I think right here it's saying restricted, so I don't think I can see it. Let me see. That's not it. Yeah, I really don't see anything. It look like it's restricted. But I'm assuming they gotta do something with getting some money, getting that coin, get that bag. That's what I do know. Yeah, well, hopefully she will get the justice that she deserves, whatever the jury decides in regards to that. Ooh, twin grandbabies. Ooh, nice, nice, Queen Olive. Grandma in the house. Grandma in the house. Okay, so let's we'll go back to the testimony that we was watching earlier until they decide to get back in court. This just kind of picks up where they were discussing in regards to the video footage. Remember where he was getting out of the car and pewing. And he got back in the car and it's right here where they about to drive off out of the driveway.
Okay, so what did we just watch there?
You watched the BMW SUV at the ATM. The aggravated robbery suspect runs up and commits the aggravated robbery. The defendant gets out of the passenger car or passenger side of the vehicle, pursues the aggravated robbery suspect, fires 9 shots, gets back in the vehicle. They pull the vehicle slightly forward. He gets back out of the vehicle, recovers something from behind the BMW SUV, gets back in the vehicle.
Slow down, please.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Gets back in the vehicle. They pull into the driveway and out into the roadway slightly. He partially exits the vehicle or opens the passenger door and proceeds to fire an additional shot above the door frame of the car towards the black truck again.
And we heard almost a tapping noise between shot 9 and 10.
Yes, sir.
Are you able, based on the sound, to determine where that is occurring?
No, sir. I wasn't able to.
Well, so much for that. They back in court. I knew as soon as I would put y'all back in, put us back in, looking at a replay, they would put us back in court. So, boom, there we go. Here we go. They are back.
Y'all may be seated.
Ms. Dorsey, during the break, you had an opportunity, we showed you what's been marked as defendants exhibit number 16. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you looked at it, you were able to identify.
I was.
Okay, and then we had a further conversation with the state. We're gonna move, Your Honor, to introduce this, but Your Honor, both sides, they're not objecting. Both sides wanted in evidence. We just weren't able to find a custodian of records because the bar is closed. Put it in perspective, it's the bar right next to the Chase parking lot, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's correct, Judge.
What number is it?
Defense 17, 16.
With no objection made and by agreement, defendant number 16 will be admitted to evidence. 16.
Can we publish it, Your Honor? Primarily what we were looking at, to put it in focus for the jury, is it shows the direction of Mr. Alvarez's vehicle as he approaches the back parking lot at the bank, okay? And we had some discussion as to whether he put his blinker on or he hit his brake. And am I correct? You weren't able to decipher it, but we said we'll just let the jury look at it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They can take it back, and they got plenty of video footage to watch. Thank you. you'd agree with me, it's kind of hard to see, right?
It is, yes, sir.
And, but you will see, and if, Anna, you want to stop it, just when you see the truck come into view, may I approach the screen here on? It'll give them an idea of why we put it in evidence. If you'll stop it for one moment, just to put it in perspective, okay? Chase is here, the fence that we see and the dumpster and all the different angle videos. This camera is facing towards the dumpster, the fence, and it's from, I guess next door was a bar that is now closed down, correct? Is that?
I think this is
Yeah.
from the bar.
There's the dumpster, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll stop it when the truck comes in view. That's the truck coming now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, stop it right there, go a little bit further, and then that right there. Now, so right to its, right on the other side of the dumpster would be the entrance to the back, correct?
On the other side of the fence, yes, sir.
Now, because you haven't done any reconstruction of any of this, I'm correct, you haven't done any reconstructions or exhibits pertaining to this part of the incident, right?
Correct.
So I'm not gonna ask any more questions than that, okay? Next, you and I talked about the fact that you've been out to the crime, the scene at the Chase Bank. I got at least like 3 occasions, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And we talked about the fact, let me show you what's been marked as, if I may approach defendants exhibit 18 and 19. In this trial, and you may not have been aware of it, there's discussion about Tony, as he's exiting, there's an exhibit, a state's exhibit. I told you about it where he opens the door, he shoots to his right down the street.
Yes, sir, I saw that.
Okay, you remember that? Okay. Now, the jury at this point, they've only been, because of the CSI interaction and lack of investigation, they haven't gonna have to rely on a video that the state referenced. We talked about that. They have to look at.
Continue to object to the speeches and narration before a question.
Sir,
So I have to lay the foundation.
I know, but it's too long. It's not
Okay,
justifying.
I'll try to show
You're
you.
interrupting me again. I thought we covered this already.
I'm sorry.
Let's not speak over each other, please. But you can't speak for 20 minutes, ask a question. Just please ask a question. Let's move forward. You may continue, sir.
Thank you. Have you watched any portion of the videos where you had to rely on the reflection in the mirrored wall of the bank to make determinations as to what was going on?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me just say this then. I'll show you what's been marked as 18 and 19. And I'll ask you, when you went out to the bank, were you able to see what was out there on the side of the building related to these 2 pictures?
I saw this side of the building, yes, sir.
Okay, you walked all around because you were doing a thorough walkthrough, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and these accurately depict what you saw on the side of the building that day?
I did not specifically see that, but that is how the building looked, and how Winkler looked. Yes, sir.
This time I attended to opposing counsel 18 and 19.
No objections to 18 and 19.
With no objections made, defense 18 and 19 will be admitted to evidence. You may continue.
Focusing again on the kind of poor job that the investigators did.
Again, continued objection of the narration testifying before question.
That's a statement.
That wasn't even a question, actually.
That's a statement.
Yeah, that was a statement. So,
That's a statement.
8, So defense 18, that shows the location of the side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then facing Winkler, and you see the camera that's facing there, right?
I do.
Okay, and then all 19 is, so the jury gets a better perspective, it shows a close-up, doesn't it, of the camera that was out there?
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about reflective wall, I know you didn't watch video, but was it safe to say when you went out there that day that the whole side of the Chase building is covered or built out of a reflective material, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a mirrored surface.
Okay. Now, and I guess I will ask you this, based on everything you know now, if you were out there and you were the CSI, you would have attempted to get that footage, wouldn't you, if it existed from the surveillance cameras on the side of the building?
Yes, any surveillance videos.
I want to go back for a moment. I know in one of your exhibits, you had a still of the robber with his arm extended, correct? It's
Yes, sir.
blown up, and they can see it when they look at your exhibits. And this is defendant's exhibit number 9, and it also shows the robber running with his arm extended out, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me if you watch I'm sorry, strike that. Yours is just a still drawn from the actual video, right?
Yes, sir.
Mine is a still, ours is a still from the video, right?
It appears, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stills, right?
Yes, sir.
But if you watch the whole video, then you can see that he takes more than one step. He takes multiple steps. He's running with his arm back like that, correct?
That is correct.
As a matter of fact, I think you commented to me that he had a pretty big stride, didn't he?
Yeah, the
robber.
photograph that I was able to, the still I was able to take shows him in full stride.
And so if you compare defense exhibit number 9 to your photograph that you pulled from the video, you will see him in 2 different positions, correct? Well, 2 different running positions, I guess is a better way.
His legs are in 2 different positions while his torso is in the same position.
I guess let me ask it this way too. Actually, as far as 9 goes, you see where he is. When we talk about shot number 4 on that sequence, no one's been able to pull out where the robber is when shot 4 goes off, right? He's obscured from the dumpster, isn't he? I'm not showing it in this picture. I'm just asking you from your recollection. If you recall.
Sir, can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Because I don't know what you're asking.
You position people all over the place in different exhibits, like you followed Tony, you followed the robber, but as to shot number 4, okay, we don't have a clear picture of where the robber is at that time, right?
Correct, because of on the other photographs, you're able to see like the muzzle flash, but on 4, on 4, it's hard to see because of the trees.
No, I'm not talking about Tony, I'm talking about where the robber is when 4 goes off.
Correct.
Okay. In other words, we don't know where the robber is when we hear shot number 4, right? That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Did you know, we know it was on the 22nd of February, February 14, 2022. We know it was a 9:45 at night. Do you know what day of the week it was?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
So you don't know whether it was a weekday or weekend night?
I don't, sir.
And then I have one last question. Considering how, well, I have more than one, sorry. You'd agree with me that even Mr. Alvarez had to make some quick decisions that night, right? Once he came upon the robbery, right? Like driving decisions.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you'd agree with me that it's kind of a chaotic situation when you drive into a robbery in progress or a person fleeing from a robbery, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree with me that Tony would have had very little time, like just a second or two, a couple seconds. I'm not talking from the time he gets out of the truck. I mean, out of his SUV and shooting at the road. I'm talking about the time, from the time the truck emerges from the sign after the robber ran behind it. That was like very short period of time, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so he had a very short period of time, seconds, to process that there might have been a family in the back of that truck at 9:45 at night.
I think that's fair, yes.
And he didn't have the benefit of being able to see in the truck, right, because of the windows.
I would agree.
I'll pass the rules.
Steve, makes it even worse, doesn't it? Not being able to see inside the vehicle.
It does. It's hard to find what you're shooting at if you can't see.
Now, you had, let's go back to the agreement. Are you making any extra money by being involved in this case at all?
No, sir.
Is there an agreement between my office and the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office that while you work on this case, we're paying your salary that they would normally pay? We're reimbursing them for your salary when you work on this case.
Correct. There is an agreement where I believe the county of Harris is reimbursing the county of Montgomery for the time that I have spent working on this case.
So you don't profit at all?
At all.
Okay. Now, as far as, because there are some questions regarding when I contacted you and sent you things, did we instruct you what we wanted you to do?
No, sir.
Was the general request, you tell us if you can give us an analysis of the shooting?
So when you contacted me on July 23rd, you asked if I would be available to assist in a case. I said, what are you looking? I asked you what kind of case it was, and you said it was a shooting case. And I said, well, there's a new protocol since I have come to the district attorney's office, and I need to find out what that is.
Because previously, when you've worked with DAs in this county, including myself, you were with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, and we didn't have to have an agreement.
That is correct.
Now, when it came to, we sent you everything. When it came to the decision not to review statements, whether it be the defendants or Armando's at the scene right after it happened, whose decision was it to not include your analysis of the statements?
That is my decision, sir.
And explain to the jury why you chose to not look at statements because of the nature of this case.
Because of what I was asked to do, and it was to provide an explanation to you all on a specific snapshot in time. When the bullet impacted the truck, what did that look like? What was the angle? And so it does not rely on what a detective says, what a witness says. It's just a scientific part of that. And so although I was provided with an entire link to all of the materials, I still follow a methodology and work through the scientific method on what I was asked to do in this case, which was to give you all a snapshot of what I believe to be the shot that killed Arlene Alvarez.
And whether someone claimed that the robbery person shot first or multiple shots, or that The defendant wasn't responsible for all of the shots. You're just looking at the physical evidence to determine what you believe happened in the shots.
That's it. Yes, sir.
You were asked about the reconstruction of the driving of Mr. Alvarez in the truck. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to explain why it was not necessary for you to reconstruct that area. Remember, we was talking about the chase sign and how much time there would have been for him to see the truck. Remember that line of question?
I do.
And you specifically were trying to say why you didn't have to do reconstruction. So I want to give you the opportunity. Why didn't you have to do reconstruction regarding when the assailant, the robbery assailant, disappears behind the chase sign and when that truck appeared?
Sure. So there are, when we look at the scientific method, right? We state a problem, okay? We develop a hypothesis. We find data. We can do an experiment. We test that experiment, and then we form a conclusion. Okay, so we use the acronym PHDETC. It's easy to remember. So problem, hypotheses, the data, okay, the experimentation, the test, conclusion. When you were looking at when the robber disappears, there is a video, the chase video, and you can see that the robber disappears from behind the sign and the tree and the fence, and the Alvarez truck is on the street and the headlights appear. That occurs simultaneously. And so if could the robber have gotten into the truck, it is my opinion that because of where the robber is when he disappears from view.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. And now
She's now responding to his question that he would let her finish. Right?
Just ask the question.
Okay. So the answer that you said at the end was the robber disappears behind the chase sign and simultaneously the truck appears.
Correct.
Now, you actually went out to the crime scene, so you have the perspective of where the defendant was standing.
Yes.
So when you get asked questions regarding the crossing of the paths of the truck and the robbery suspect, from the defendant's standpoint, would he have been able to even see that?
No, it is once where you are standing both in the lane by the ATM and anywhere around that, where the fence is and the sign and the tree, once you are beyond that sign, you can't see anything.
You were asked about the lifting of the arm and whether someone would be fearful if they saw someone lifting of the arm, so you don't have to wait for someone to shoot. From the defendant's standpoint, would he have been able to see the lifting of the arm?
No, you cannot see anything past that sign.
In addition to going out there, did you actually drive in your truck while you were out there several times?
Several times, yes, sir.
And why did you want to do that?
Because when I reviewed the video, the few videos, there was a part of the video where it was like, I was trying to determine myself if Mr. Alvarez was trying to turn into that first driveway of the Chase Bank. Was he trying to anticipate the interaction of maybe hearing gunfire and so I just wanted to see for myself, having driven down that road during the daylight, because of how far that fence sticks out and how quickly that driveway comes up in that part of the road. And so I went down to the Home Depot, turned around and came back at regular speeds. And there is no way to quickly turn into the Chase Bank at that driveway. You almost have to be at a stop before you can make that turn. It's a very sharp right turn to get into where that back ATM section is.
Right after the fence.
Right after the fence. And that any attempt to whip in there, you would have ended up up on the curb in the trees.
In fact, in order to turn right, we would have had to almost turn left with a big truck to get.
Objection, I'm gonna lead to that, that's a leading question.
Okay.
Rephrase.
As opposed to turning right, like that little dip, in order to get a truck in there, what would you have had to have done?
It is from where the road is, it is a very sharp turn in for, now I do not drive an F-250 diesel truck. I drive a Dodge Ram kind of pony cab truck. And even for my little truck, it was difficult unless I was almost stopped to turn into the back parking lot.
But again, no matter what that happens, from the defendant's standpoint, would he have even seen that dip or the turn?
No, and I actually,
Speculation as to what my client could see.
While you're standing at the scene, from the defendant's perspective, would he have been able to see a variation that we are seeing on the we have the benefit of the video from watching it from across the street?
I'm gonna object if it calls for speculation what he could see, because I don't know where he's putting my client.
Why don't you respond?
I believe well, I'll ask you a different way. Did you go to the scene and stand? I mean, you did the
I'll rewind it. I done messed that all the way up. Terrible. Let me get this back up here. Yeah, it's these shorthand keys on this keyboard. And when I be trying to type messages here, sometimes I'll be hitting the message with something else, and they'd be like, okay, shorthand keyboard. They be thinking I be doing like a clip or something.
was turning left with a big truck to get.
Objection, I'm gonna lead to that, that's a leading question.
Okay.
Rephrase.
As opposed to turning right, like that little dip, in order to get a truck in there, what would you have had to have done?
it is from where the road is, it is a very sharp turn in for, now I do not drive an F-250 diesel truck. I drive a Dodge Ram kind of pony cab truck. And even for my little truck, it was difficult unless I was almost stopped to turn into the back parking lot.
But again, no matter what that happens, from the defendant's standpoint, would he have even seen that dip or the turn?
No, and I actually,
Speculation as to what my client could see.
While you're standing at the scene, from the defendant's perspective, would he have been able to see a variation that we are seeing on we have the benefit of the video from watching it from across the street?
I'm gonna object if it calls for speculation what he could see, because I don't know where he's putting my client.
Why don't you respond?
I believe I'll ask you a different way. Did you go to the scene and stand? I mean, you did the measurements, you did the markup of the shooting. Did you stand in the areas where the defendant would have been standing?
I did.
From those perspectives, would you have even be able to see a variation of the way that the truck was driving?
So standing, I spent hours at that scene, and standing in various areas, anytime a car would approach, until any vehicle, a truck, a car, until that vehicle was parallel with the chase sign, you couldn't see. You could see it coming down the road because of how the curvature of Winkler. But then once it kind of straightened out, you could not see anything about the vehicle until it was parallel with the chase sign.
That's what you showed. So do I understand you correctly? You stood out there at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you watched the headlights of trucks?
And cars. Yes, sir.
And whether, I guess I'm a little confused. Let me ask this. So you're saying you don't know if Mr. Alvarez was turning in to use the back ATMs or the front ATMs, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about this. You know he veered, right?
Yeah.
To the right.
Yes.
Where the entrance is.
Yes.
You already told us you never marked the speed. You couldn't gauge how fast he was going, right?
That's correct.
You know that he, on the video, he does slow down, right?
Yes.
And you told me that even on the video we introduced collectively, you could see brake lights, right?
Yes, sir.
But really where he was heading really isn't that important, is it? I mean, whether he happened onto the robbery, but whether he was going to go to the front or the back, his intent doesn't really play into what Tony's thinking or observing, does it?
No, and I was not asked to evaluate that at all.
That's fair enough. Now, when you were out there watching these headlights, like Mr. Jordan's asking you, did anybody make any sharp turns or quick accelerations to where stuff fell out of the back of their truck?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was never duplicated for you to observe, right?
Correct.
I'm concerned because you said that they developed, or who developed the hypothesis? They did or you did?
What hypothesis, sir?
You said you start out with developing a hypothesis.
That is the methodology in which I evaluate cases.
Okay. So you developed the hypotheses not on everybody's dynamic or position regarding what happened. You developed the hypotheses based on what they hire you to do. Oh, I don't use the word hire. Ask you to do is a better word. Ask you to do. In other words, they told you, you were instructed, they wanted to show that he shot into the truck, right? And where he was when he shot into the truck. Is that accurate?
Mr. Oso, I want to answer you, and I know you're going to object because my answer is going to be long.
Long. Okay.
You're asking me about a hypothesis, like it's big picture.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I can't talk over you. I'm going to try to rephrase it. Did you have you had 2 months to work on the case. Did you have a framework? Like you said you had a limited role, so someone has to assign the limited role as opposed to a big role. So you had a limited role, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you went and looked at all the evidence to further your, or to complete, as a better word, your limited role, right?
Yes.
It's none of my business, but I do want to ask this question. So when you were going out there at night, did they at least give you overtime?
No.
Boy,
No.
That's all I wanted to, I don't even really care.
Keep on moving forward. I have no relevance. Move forward.
Okay, thank you. So while you're developing this hypothesis, we have one shot that's not accounted for. That's shot number 4. Okay, and everybody gave different reasons. But when you determine
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence thus far.
That would be sustained. Statements made by attorneys, including opening statements and closing statements, are not evidence. The evidence comes from the witnesses and the exhibits. You'll probably hear me say that a couple times more. You may continue, sir.
Thank you. When you were unable to locate a muzzle flash, let's say, relative to shot number 4. Did you then think it would have helped to talk to the detective that was out there that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Same question, when you didn't locate a muzzle flash, did you think it was then helpful for you to listen to or review Tony Earls' statement regarding what he believed happened out there that night?
No, sir.
And likewise, Mr. Alvarez, you didn't see any reason to consider anything that the eyewitnesses to the event had experienced?
Correct.
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Stay.
Nothing further, Judge.
Minutes must be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. State of Texas, call your next witness.
State of Texas Rest, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can be seated. Sam, I'm ready for a 5-minute break.
All rise for the jury.
You all may be seated. Defense, did you want to be heard? Any motions?
We would, Judge. At this time, the defense would move for a directed verdict. The evidence thus far, Judge, has been legally insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Earls acted recklessly on the night of the incident when he fired his weapon in the direction of the robber and the truck. As this court well knows, and I believe we would agree for the most part that the issues of self-defense, defense of property at night, mistake of fact are things that are going to come into play and have come into play in this case. It's the state's burden to prove that those things do not apply in this instance. None of those have been disproved beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, in light of the evidence presented, they have failed to prove that the defendant was acting recklessly and that he was aware, not should have been aware, but was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk, that he consciously disregarded that risk, and that disregard constituted a gross deviation from a standard of care an ordinary person under all circumstances viewed by Mr. Earls. The definition of reckless in the law is very, very different than it is when we live our normal lives outside of this courtroom. And the key issue here is whether or not Mr. Earls was aware. What we know he was aware of is that a gun was shoved in his wife's face. They were robbed at gunpoint. The robber ran off, pointed a gun behind him. And it's been conceded a number of times, I think, by both sides. The state has agreed, the state's witnesses have agreed that Mr. Earls was well within his right under state law to fire at the robber. It's not enough that he should have known, Judge. The question is whether or not he did know and consciously disregard that risk. So in light of that, we do not believe a rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt that he acted recklessly, and we would ask this court to enter a directed verdict of not guilty.
The motion is denied. Do you have any witnesses? What are you doing? What are you doing?
We do, Judge.
Okay, that's good. You want
I don't know why they just cut it off like that. I don't understand that. Dang, he said motion denied. Like he ain't even think about it. Gee whiz. You didn't have a chance there, guys. Do you have any witnesses? That's all I want to know. I don't know if court over today or not. I don't know if they getting witnesses or not. So we'll hang around for a little bit. It's what, 3:30?
Motion detected at front door.
Wow. He was like, denied. What witnesses you got? He shut all that stuff down. He didn't even think about it. He didn't say, well, I think this was presented, which shows that the jury can do it. Like, he didn't say any of that stuff. Motion denied. Yeah. Oh, you hear my Alexa? That's the Ring camera. He said, motion denied. I just hate the way sometimes how they leave the courtroom, this court coverage. Let me see. Because it don't really tell me what's going on, or us, at least for what I can see. Oh, they back.
Maybe seated. Stand text-static. What's the defense?
Defense calls Dr. Sasha Lambert. Dr. who? Dr. Sasha Lambert, she's right here. The witness hasn't been sworn in?
I do.
It's up there, just my phone.
Thank you.
Can you do me a favor and please roll up your chair, go to the microphone, please? If the school starters ever looking at you, that means you're speaking too fast.
Okay.
There's some water that you need some liquids. You may, Mr. please.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sasha Lambert. I'm a clinical psychologist. I work primarily in forensics.
Where are you from?
I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Can you give us a kind of a thumbnail sketch of your education background?
Sure. So I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Mississippi, my master's degree at the University of Kentucky, my doctoral degree at the University of Southern Mississippi. I did my internship training. It's a requirement in order to get the doctorate at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center, Worcester State Hospital. And then after that, I started working in a government agency for several years, was licensed initially as a clinical psychologist in 2013. And then I started my own private practice that I co-own in 2015.
You said you do some forensic
Correct.
work. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Forensic work is assisting the court in answering psycho-legal questions. So it can be in criminal matters like sanity or competency to stand trial. It can be risk evaluations, how likely someone might be to engage in a certain behavior. It can also be trial consultation and training.
Have you had training experience? Have you done your own studying and research on how trauma may affect the brain?
Yes, it's a primary area of my work and my study. Not only do I see a lot of clients where this impacts outcomes of legal matters, but I also do clinical work in this area. I regularly present on this topic, and I've had training in that area since about 2007 when I did a full neuropsychological rotation at the University of Massachusetts.
So what were you tasked with by us for this case?
I was asked to explain how the brain responds to significant stressors or traumas or threat reactions.
And you're being paid to be here, correct?
Correct.
What is your hourly rate?
$300 an hour.
Now, as far as, I guess let me make clear what you were asked for and what you were not asked to do. You're not going to sit up there and tell the jury precisely what Mr. Earls had in his mind at the time of any of the events in this case, fair?
No.
Okay. You've not examined him, correct?
Correct.
You're here to talk more globally about how the brain functions for everybody in certain situations, fair?
Correct.
All right. So let's start with the brain structure, okay? And Judge, may I get up and use myself as a demonstrative here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And may I ask the witness to come down? Sure. I was going to get a model, but I thought what better than my pasty bald head. All right. So come over here and using this pasty bald specimen, show the jury where the different parts of the brain are and what they do.
Okay. So from your time in the womb, the brain develops from back. I'm going to try not to touch you, but from back to front. So this area in the brainstem is where the things we don't think about happen. That's breathing. That's your heart rate in general. That's digestion. That's kind of considered one of the more primitive parts of our brain. Then as we develop, we start to develop the mid part of our brain. And one of the areas that I'm specifically interested in is, sorry to do this to you, but if I were to drill a hole right here and through right here, that's where a lot of the parts of the limbic system live.
What is that part of the brain called?
The limbic, the midbrain.
Yes.
So this is the midbrain. We're looking at specifically the limbic system in there. So those include components. One is called the amygdala. And the amygdala, which is a tiny structure in there, is one of our main systems to determine threats. That's the part that helps evaluate what we see, what we hear, to determine if it's a threat, and to begin flooding the body with any hormones or substances we might need to decide if we are going to fight or flee. It's also right next door to the hippocampus. That's important. Here's how I kind of remember the hippocampus. Hippocampus is where we store memory. So I think of it as a campus is where you learn stuff. The hippocampus stores our memory, and the amygdala and the hippocampus are right next to each other. And there's a reason for that, an evolutionary biological reason for that. And it's because emotionally laden memories get stored differently than our normal memories. So everybody's probably had the experience of the first time they touched a hot stove, and that is not something that you tend to forget easily. So those are together so that the brain can store that and respond to threats extremely quickly, sometimes before we're even aware what's going on. A lot of people have had an experience of dropping something and you can reach out.
Slow down for me, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of people have had the experience where you drop something and you can reach out and grab it before you even realize it. This is your brain kind of working to keep your environment as threat-free as possible.
All right. So from there, where do we
So
go?
then we move to this front part. That's this part right here. One of the big structures there is the prefrontal cortex. And that's one of the things that we think of that really makes us human. In humans, this is a really large portion of the brain. That's where we have things like planning, judgment, our ability to predict consequences from certain actions. This is, not to be cute, but kind of where we think of our thinking good part of our brain. So when things are normal, a lot of our information, can you turn to the side again? Sorry. A lot of our information comes from right in here, which is where we get a lot of sensory information. And it processes up to the front where we then decide what to do with it.
All right. Grab a seat if
Thank
you
you.
don't mind. Okay. So given the general structure, I want to venture next into how the brain functions. So take a situation like we're in right now. I'm asking you questions, you're answering questions. What's going on in each of our brains? How physiologically is it functioning?
I'm going to give you for an average person. So I don't know if anybody has social anxiety or something like that, but for a completely average person, what's happening is we are all kind of evaluating what's going on in a relatively calm manner. Most of us probably have what would be considered an average heart rate, an average respiration rate. And so we're thinking top down. So you remember how I showed you guys that we develop bottom up? Most of the time when we're calm and we're not, this is our word in our field is arousal, hyper arousal, meaning the body is triggered to act in some ways to keep us alive. When we're not triggered, we think top down. When we are triggered, we think bottom up. And things can get a little stuck right in this middle section because our threat system is activated.
All right, let me ask you this. Judge Madd published it previously.
Yes, sir.
In his exhibit. All right, so I'm showing you defense exhibit number 8, where we see a reaction to a gun being pointed at my client and his wife. Is this the kind of thing that could trigger something called a fight or flight mode?
Having a gun held to you, absolutely.
All right, so let's walk you through kind of one step at a time here. When your brain gets a fight or flight mode trigger, okay, that's my word, correct me if I'm wrong. Tell us physiologically first what happens. Are there chemicals that are released?
Yes. So one of the first things that happen is, remember, your brain exists to keep us alive. So certain areas of the brain become more active, certain ones become less active. So we see someone hold a gun to our face. Maybe they say something. Maybe they say, stick them up, hold them up. That means our hearing becomes more focused, our vision becomes more focused, pupils will dilate. And so we're taking that sensory information from back here, and then we're going to do quite the stop off here. You guys remember I talked about the amygdala. That's our main fight or flight spot. That thing is ready to rock and roll when you are upset. So it begins releasing hormones. It increases your airways. Everybody that's heard of an EpiPen for somebody, that's epinephrine. That's what that part of the brain naturally does. So it makes it where you can breathe faster and get more oxygen. It sends out additional oxygen to your limbs so you can run or fight. It focuses vision, where some people actually kind of get tunnel vision and they have better visual acuity, but it's much more threat-based. They're looking for movement. They're looking for things that could possibly be a threat.
How well at that point is your prefrontal cortex, that thinking part of your brain, functioning for most people?
For most people, that functioning is suppressed. So this process that I'm talking about is a matter of milliseconds. It's taking me longer to explain this to you than it would be to have the brain happen. And you can stay in this state for a few different minutes. During this period, access to the prefrontal cortex is suppressed. It's harder to get there because the information is stopped here.
Is there ever any situation where people can be trained away from that?
Yes, but it's very difficult. A lot of that training occurs with people who are law enforcement officers, military training. Some first responders are given a lot of training and practice to try to override is the wrong word because the system cannot be overridden. Our literature shows that time and time again, but it enables them to maintain a calmer level where they can access the prefrontal cortex, that front part, a little bit easier to increase the likelihood of making good decisions.
Okay, so, and even when people have that training, are they always able to override the natural tendency to go into fight or flight mode?
No, there's a pretty solid amount of peer-reviewed research that discusses the fact that in training, people who make a good decision, whatever that is, depends on the study. But people can be as accurate as 90% of the time they make the good decision, whereas in real life scenarios, that drops to typically about 50%.
So let's shift gears to this situation. Now you've never met Ballistics, fair?
Correct.
Okay. But were you provided items to review in this case?
Yes.
Can you list for the jury what was provided to you to review?
I was provided with Mr. Earls' 911 phone call. I was provided with videotape of the incident, the robbery. I was provided with Mr. Earls' statement, his interview statement with police, and some of the narrative reports of the arrest.
Okay. And did I just want to make this clear. Did I make it clear if there was anything else you wanted to see to let me know? I'd be happy to give it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that you requested?
No.
All right. So let's talk about the video of the robbery taking place and everything after that. For the record, what I sent her was a version of State's Exhibit number 108. That was the compilation of the shooting with the audio and everything. Okay, so I don't have to play it here. Do you remember seeing the video that showed Mr. Earls getting out of the car and firing his weapon?
Yes.
Okay, and then going out the driveway and doing one further shot?
Yes.
All right. And were you given police reports, et cetera, to review that helped give you context of the whole incident?
Yes.
All right. So starting off, was Mr. Earls' reaction in getting out of that car something that is consistent with a fight or flight response?
Yes, it could be consistent with a fight or flight response.
Explain.
So again, these are natural reactions. In some way, some elements are automatic. Let me clarify that. When I say that, what I mean is the amygdala's response, the body being flooded with hormones, corticosteroids, things that decrease your ability to feel pain, that is beyond control. We can't do anything about that. As far as ability to access the prefrontal cortex, while I cannot say anything directly about this specific incident, I would expect that to be somewhat impaired. The functioning here is suppressed, meaning oftentimes time becomes different. It's not quite as linear as we think. Periods that seem like a long time go by in what feels like an instant to people in those scenarios.
Doctor, let me stop you there and ask you this. Those things you're explaining, is that what happens with average, ordinary people?
Yes. I'm only saying that because average, ordinary people is kind of complicated. It depends on how that's defined.
Sure. Okay.
But in general, someone who has not had any specialized training like military or police, yes.
Okay. So, and then, the way that the testimony has come out is that the pickup truck stopped as after the initial shooting, right, as Mr. Earls was coming out of the driveway and he took another shot. Is that something that's also consistent with a fight or flight response to a potential threat?
Yes.
Please explain.
So if you are already in a fight or flight response, if you are in stress response mode, certain things are going to happen to your vision. Your vision is going to become much more aware of bright lights, so like reverse lights. You are going to become much more aware of movement, and your body is going to respond before, in most cases, you really evaluate what is going on. You simply see either an additional threat or a continued threat.
Now, you're aware there's other people besides just Mr. Earls that are part of this whole incident, right?
Yes.
Is Mr. Earls the only one that's going through this physiological response?
No.
Okay, who else in this incident would be going through?
Anyone, just in talking about just viewing the video, anyone who was involved in this incident, from the original person who held up Mr. Earls to Mr. Earls' wife to anyone else in any of the cars, every single one of these people experienced a very significant stressor. So every single person involved in this is going through the same thing.
And to be completely fair to everyone, I mean, that Mr. Armando Alvarez, the driver of the pickup truck, he's going through the same physiological response.
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Approach me or the?
You.
Okay, sir. that shit up.
I guess they'll return in a moment. As soon as I get something else up, they'll be back in the courtroom. So I'm just gonna wait. How about that? We'll just chill out here. You said you realized that you was on the wrong one. He's so cute, Tanya. I was like, why she not in the live right now? I don't know. We gonna see how her testimony impacts. I don't care what they say. If he want to have a chance, he's gonna have to get up there and testify. Now, that's it. He has to get up there and testify. He does not get up there and testify, then I don't know what to tell him. He has to. If not, then the jury is not going to understand this. He has to say what he's feeling. He has to say that he's seen that man raise up and what appeared to look like a weapon was a weapon being extended and at him. He has to say that he thought that he might have been getting in that truck if he wants to have a chance. If he's going to allow for the defense to do these little ho-ho, I don't think that that's going to work. Yeah. Oh, she going to pick up the boys. Oh, okay, Barbara. I see that she got it in here. She's going to pick them up. I was like, what's going on here? I'm scrolling backwards, y'all. Ooh, wee. So this should be interesting enough to see how this testimony affects. I'm surprised that we went into the defense case so early today. I would have thought, and so late in the day, I would have thought that they would have waited until tomorrow to start the defense case. I am going to put a poll up. I would like to know, we can almost agree that for the most part that we may need some type of punishment, right? I guess my question would be is, what would be the year? So I think I'm gonna do like a 2, 4, let's say 6. I can only do four things. So let me see. We'll do 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. And you pick which one you would be closer to when I put it in there. And then that way we can kind of get an idea of where everybody at as far as the severity of his punishment. Because I think we can all agree in regards to how we feel about that part of it. Also, while we're on the on our little break, if y'all could please if you missed anything in regards to the coverage, please feel free. Look at the channel, and I try to clip up the videos for you guys so y'all can rewatch them, or if it's different points that you haven't seen, rewatch it. Go ahead and like it. It gets us back. It just keeps us in the algorithm. So I'll be clipping up these videos and stuff so we can kind of like stay in this rhythm to the beat of the rhythm of the night. Okay, yeah, that right there. So yeah, if y'all could do that for me, that would be awesome. Whenever y'all see the little videos and shorts come through, just like clicking on it and liking it. And if you have some time, go ahead and rewatch it. I rewatch a lot of this stuff. It's so crazy, but it don't count for me. So okay, misbehaving. All right, you have a great one. I will see you in the AM. Oh, okay. And also putting comments on the videos after we're live is very helpful. That's what our therapist, and I know, has recommended. SD is real good at that. I see her commenting all the time on a video. As soon as I put it up, she be right in there in the comments. Yeah, so anything that y'all can do to help to get us out here. We trying to get to this 10K, so we can have our party. We're going to have a party when we reach 10K. So everybody can be getting their supplies and stuff together. Yeah, but I'm just trying to think of different ways, like, because this case, even though we're covering it and it's not like a national, like it's not being on court TV or anything like that. It's just a case that I found. So it's just being streamed on really local news. So, but I think that it needs some attention to it. So that's why we're listening to it, because I thought it was a good case to cover. And I'm pretty sure you guys enjoy it, considering that we always looking at, well, I'm not even going to say that because this is the same kind of thing. It's just a different charge. So I won't say that. Yeah, and then we got our, we going to our DP. That shouldn't last that long either. I think that would be just a couple days. In regards to that part, I just don't like the way this channel that's covering it, how they do their feed. Like, let me see something. Yeah, see, they don't do theirs like that on here. Wait a minute. Got his head down, shaking his head. And see, they're live in the courtroom too, but they don't take their camera out of the courtroom. The other one, they like take theirs out of it. I don't know why, but I mean, we don't have any TiVo time, but at least, I can kind of tell when they come back. I'm assuming they must have had the jury leave out. That must be his comforter. She must comfort him, because I see she always like patting him on the back, rubbing on his shoulders and stuff. I'm assuming she's not trying to give him a massage right there at the table, but she definitely is there to comfort him. Yeah, Zach, I agree. Definitely with the legal portions of it and how different people stand on it in regards to their positions and opinions. Yeah, definitely don't like, what we facing here, because like I said, it's not just, it's a lot of people involved, and this is one of those things that, I mean, I can see where people would sympathize with the defendant just as well as they would sympathize with the victim. I can see it. Unfortunately, right? Not to say that they have the same loss, but I mean, you got to be pretty peed off that because somebody attempted to rob you and you didn't make a good decision, and now you in this bunch of mess, and this person then just left, and they don't even know where this person at. So yeah, that. You say lots of chocolate cake. Yeah, I think that it was just a rolling effect in regards to it. Baka, yeah. I get that it was senseless, but I can see where it's very I mean, because that the ideal situation would be that he would have just let it go. Right? Let the guy get his stuff and let it go. But he up under 5'11". What can you expect? Mm. He's sitting over there with the snot nose. I wonder if y'all think he been as a PD, or y'all think that he hired his own attorney. Oh no, that sucks. That's never comfortable. Not at all. See here, I don't know. Oh gosh. It probably should hurt. It's so funny. I was watching a movie last night on Shudder. You know, it's like Halloween time. I like horror movies. I'm a big horror fan, and we got to watch it. Well, thank you, SD. Just for the love of the game. No comment, no nothing. She said that I'll put her message for her. There you go, Zach. They're $1 for you to get you some more sardines. I guess depending on what kind you eat, because they could be probably expensive. It's just he can't even keep his head up, and rightfully so. I mean, he really he's a shell of himself. He really made a bad decision. Yes, I love horror movies. Like, oh, you want me to put it out there? I was gonna put it out there when we got done. Okay, wait a minute. I'll put it out there now. Let's see. Beta option, wait. If guilty, how much time? Beta option, close. I hope it makes sense. Yeah, I like horror movie. I like all types of horror movies. Like last night I was watching a shark movie. It was called, what was it called? I think it was called The Animal. It's on Shutter. Like Shutter got this Shutter is like a it's like all horror movies. And yeah, so that's what I did last night. And I think tonight I'm gonna watch I Know What You Did Last Summer, the 2025 version. So that will be my thing. Megalodion? I haven't heard of that one, OnlyFans. What's that about? Like it's so funny because I like the horror movies. Like last night, it was so gory that I would run out the room. Like if it came to like a real gory or real like I knew it was about to be a jump scare, I would run out the room and act like I had something to do. I don't know. They always scare me, therapists. Oh goodness. I'm telling you, I like I said, I think the gory part, like a silly movie about mega shark. No, I haven't seen that one, but I think I like the shark movies that I like is the ones that could be like realistic, like open water. Those were, I don't know if any of y'all seen Open Water, but that was a true story, the first one. So like that could really truly happen. Oh yeah, that probably is not. That he more like an action guy. I can't even see him in a scary movie. Yeah, I do like I man, oh, I seen Meg. I seen that one. I think I don't think it's so much they be scary. I think it be like almost borderline disgusting. Like some of them just get like disgusting. Like, oh gosh, I can't watch this. This is so disgusting. What is it called? The Terrifier? Like the first one, it was just like disgusting. The second one, okay. And then the third one, it was like, okay, now y'all just then went overboard with this stuff. The Saws, I believe the first Saw, that scared me. Oh yeah, The Hills Have Eyes. Oh yeah, like because you can imagine you could be traveling through the mountains and you got these old weird, cuckoo for cocoa puff people. So certain stuff, like if I could see like being in that situation. The Hills Have Eyes. Yeah, like it could totally happen, and it could just be some weird people. But those are the ones that be like real scary to me. Like that one, I don't know if y'all seen it. 12 cameras or 13 cameras. Like that movie got me scared to go to an Airbnb or who you rent from. I think it's called 13. It's two of them. I think it's called 13. I think it starts at 12 or maybe it's 13. I don't know. I gotta figure out, but it's two of them. And I'm like, okay, well, now would they be having in these Airbnbs? We don't know. Do they be having all these cameras and stuff and be watching you? That could very much well be happening. Wrong turn movies, yeah. Definitely. That's kind of like The Hills Have Eyes. You said you haven't been scared since The Sixth Sense. Oh gosh, I like that. I see dead people. Oh gosh. And it's so crazy that the whole time, in regards to Bruce Willis, now that is a real good one. I don't even think that's a scary movie. I think that's kind of like a I want to say that's like more like a suspense movie to me. I love that movie too. Yes, I do. I like that one. But I think it's more like suspense. I don't put it so much as you said and you didn't get it? Oh yeah. That was definitely a catch at the end for the first time when I first watched it. But yeah, I think that's more of a suspense movie than a scary movie. But you had it scared. You were scared. Yes, because I knew. Oh. Oh, I like Saw movies. That's in the rotation during the month of October. Halloween movies, the Halloween series. We watched that during October. We try to watch all the little scary movies that we enjoy, and we just rewatch them and any new ones. It was Ghost. Are you talking about with Patrick Swayze? Man, bye. That was Love. Oh, you like all the Conjuring movies? Okay, so you like more like paranormal movies? Phil said, "Yeah, I love ghosts. I was crying like a baby." The others, you say you can't do no scary stuff no more. Yeah, I the others. I'm trying to think. Another movie. Now that you mentioned the others, Chrissy, Strangers. The strange. If y'all haven't seen that one, that's more like a realistic, like that could really happen. The Strangers, and they got a Strangers Part 2, and those were both good. You say gore is scarier. I don't know. When it get too, bloody, like we watch Clown in the Cornfield. That's another new movie that's on Shudder. And I'm like, okay, this is just too much. Like it gets so unrealistic. Like, yeah, it'd just be too much. I don't know what they decided. They didn't really tell us. The other camera feed just cut out on us. It didn't show us anything. Yeah, the other one just had they just cut their stream until they go back in court. So I went to this one so we can at least make sure that they still in court, right? And I couldn't tell if the jury was out. Oh yeah, the Strangers. Oh, the Strangers was real good. They coming out with the other one, chapter 2 this year, Pretty Brown Girl. Yeah. And what other one that we always watch? Oh, I crack up at this one. I be laughing at this one, but it's still got some jump scares. I gotta think of it because I know I was trying to think about watching it last night because it was like a rotation. We watching them all, like all all the time. Okay, it look like they standing up. Let's see what they talking about.
Maybe seated. Mr. McLean, I think you have to.
Thank you, Mayor. First witness, Judge. Now, among the other things that you reviewed was the defendant's statement, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, we're not allowed to get into what was said, so we'll avoid that. But I want to show you defendant's exhibit number 20. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and you had an opportunity to review the video of the statement, right?
Yes.
And does defendant's exhibit number 20 fairly and accurately depict a still, a screenshot from that statement?
Yes.
Right. Tender to opposing counsel and offer defendant's number 20 into evidence?
No objection, Judge. We'll go to your
So, as one, oh, I'm so sorry, Judge.
Defense exhibit number 20 will be admitted as evidence if opposed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. At one point in the video, or in the video statement, and again, let's avoid what Mr. Earl said for evidence reasons, we can't do that. But the officer, does he show Mr. Earl something?
Yes, I believe it's either a video or a picture of the robbery.
Okay, and when we say the robbery, this is of Mr. Earls and his wife, like around that time where they were robbed, right?
Correct.
All right, and defendant's exhibit number 20. What's Mr. Earls doing there?
I don't know exactly if this is the time, but it's around this time that he begins to cry.
Okay, and is that something that is consistent with somebody who has just gone through a fight or flight type of mode?
Yes, it can be consistent with someone who has just gone through one and or is actively re-experiencing that mode.
All right, along those lines, is this a switch is on or a switch is off as far as when you're in this fight or flight mode, or does it kind of vary?
No, in general, people oftentimes think about being able to access that prefrontal cortex as an on or off light switch. Sorry, as an on or off light switch, but it's more accurate to think of it on a dimmer. So different things will allow that access to occur. So this is not an on and off, it's a spectrum of behavior and it's a spectrum of bodily responses.
And is that spectrum of behavior and bodily responses something that reacts in proportion to the perceived threat?
It can. In short, the larger the stressor, and when I say larger, what I'm typically talking about is lethality. So the more lethal a stressor, the larger and less predictable the response will be.
Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So when you said a reasonable person, Stan, we weren't talking about in legal terms, right?
No, that is beyond my purview.
Okay. You're just saying normal people can experience these things.
Correct.
And some people can't, correct?
Did you say some people cannot?
Correct. To a degree.
To a degree, yes.
And having never met Mr. Earls, you don't know what his response was.
Correct.
Because you don't know what he brings to the table, correct?
Correct.
Like for instance, when you're dealing with somebody, let's not talk about Mr. Earls, a person may actually already be a hothead, so to speak, right?
Correct.
Or a very quickly to anger person, correct?
Correct. There are temperamental differences, yes.
Exactly. So what you bring to the table very well may exaggerate or affect how you're going to respond to this kind of action.
Yes, while there is a general human response, there are certain individual differences that can affect the magnitude of that response.
Right. And I appreciate you're giving us concepts that the jury can consider, but it really is subjective a lot of times depending on who it's happening to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And like for instance, in this case, Mr. Earls made a whole lot of decisions before that robbery, correct?
Objection. I think you misspoke, but mischaracterizes the evidence. Mr. Earls did not do any robbery.
No, before the robbery. I didn't mean he did robbery. Like meaning he chose to have a weapon, correct?
Yes.
he chose, he didn't have to, but he chose to carry a 9mm on his person, correct?
I'm not aware what the type of the gun was, but yes, I am aware that he had a gun on him, yes.
And you will agree that when you choose to carry a weapon, there comes responsibility, right?
Sorry, I'm thinking of if I can make that actual judgment. I would say yes.
I mean, gosh, if you're carrying your weapon for protection, if something happens that you are describing that could get us in this situation, carrying that weapon could affect the outcome, right?
Could, yes.
And you said fight or flight, right?
Correct.
And no doubt, being robbed is a very fearful thing, right?
Yes.
Like I'm sure his wife was petrified with a gun to her face, right?
I don't know specifically, but I believe the average person would be, yes.
I mean, when you saw the picture, we can conclude.
Yes.
I mean, you sound like another expert that said she won't say that it's fearful. but
She
we agree.
appears terrified,
Thank you,
yes.
okay. And then he's right next to her and he, I'm sure, is afraid as well, right?
He appears afraid, yes.
But he also, he's probably mad that his wife is being robbed, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if he has that gun in his waistband there, he doesn't take it out during the robbery, does he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He doesn't want to put his wife in jeopardy to take the gun out, right?
Correct.
So he's responsible enough at that moment to choose not to do something like that to put another person in jeopardy, right?
This is actually a complicated question that I would have to answer with, I'm not sure.
Well, it's also an innocent third party is sitting right next to her. And if he has the right to shoot and kill that robber, he's putting that innocent third party, his wife, in jeopardy, correct?
Objection, it's a vague question based on.
I'll be very specific. You know the robbery occurred, right?
Yes.
You know the robber's on the side of the car, correct?
Yes.
His wife is the innocent third party for
Correct.
him trying to defend. And he chose with a gun in his waistband not to take the gun out and shoot the robber because his wife is right there, right?
Though I'm having trouble with the word chose, and I'll tell you why. One of the precipitating factors before a fight response is a freeze response. This behavior, which I believe is in the picture as his engaged in this behavior, this is not just a learned behavior. This is kind of almost an automatic behavior. So there is a chance that in the moment, you're not always just worried about your own survival. Sometimes if there's a child near you or another person near you, that person can play into this system, almost increasing the threat. So I'm hesitating with the word choice because I don't know how much of a choice it was, or if that behavior is representative of a freeze until there was a moment that the threat left the scene.
Okay, well, let me remove choice. He doesn't take his gun out at that point and defend he and his wife, right?
Correct.
And if he would put he and his wife in jeopardy at that moment, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Then when the robber runs off, right?
Yes.
He gets out of the vehicle.
Yes.
He then immediately shoots as the robber's running away.
That's my memory, yes.
And all he is seeing is the back of someone, right?
Objection, it calls for speculation. There's no way for Mr. Jordan to know what the defendant was seeing.
Well, you saw the video, right?
Yes.
You can clearly see when the defendant gets out, he is watching the robber run away from him, right?
I'm trying to determine if I can, he appears to be looking in that direction. I don't know if that's exactly, the video isn't clear enough for me to see exactly where his vision. Remember, we talked about how sometimes you can get tunnel vision when that stress response is activated. So I don't know exactly what he was looking at, but yes, he appears to be looking in that direction.
Okay. And then he shoots at the robber as he's running away.
Yes.
And so that would certainly be the fight, not a flight.
Correct.
And so, and human emotion is interesting. Right? It's like, when it comes to like self-defense, you had to do it. That's fear normally, right?
Yes.
But when you are angry in a fight, that's the opposite of fear, right? You are angry that this person just run.
No, I would not say that's the opposite of fear.
Okay. Well, it's not fear. it's anger, correct?
Correct.
Right. Then, once that robber disappears in the night behind that sign, the defendant could have gotten back in that car. Right?
Yes,
That would have been the whole flight thing, right?
possibly.
Like, you're fearful and that you lost the suspect or the robber, you get back in the car and you drive away, and that's the fleeing part, and nobody gets killed, right?
Correct.
And he did not do that.
No.
In fact, he actually goes into the grassy area, right?
Correct.
And he ends up firing into the next vehicle he sees, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. There were two vehicles. There's no foundation that that was the one he saw.
The first vehicle that came his way, he shot at.
If memory serves, yes.
Multiple rounds in the direction of the vehicle.
Correct.
And remember the whole that fight and flight thing. He is not giving any kind of indication of flight. He is now fighting. He is shooting a gun at a vehicle.
Correct.
And he is not jumping behind the pillar to protect himself, right?
Correct.
He is actually getting out in the open space with the gun out, right?
Correct.
He's not like dick down like this, right?
Not that I recall.
He is,
Correct.
he is in the open.
Correct.
Right? Not flight at all. He's not fearful at all. He is angry.
That behavior does not, in my world, mean that he is not fearful.
Okay. In your world.
Yes. In psychology.
I'm just a common guy.
Yes.
In psychology, but
yeah,
there is no indication from looking at this that he's fearful at that point. If you think you're going to get shot at, when you get behind a pillar,
not necessarily. No.
when you get behind a sign,
I mean, I personally would, but I know I am a fleer. But it's different depending on the person. There are some people, remember how we spoke about temperament? There are some people who do tend toward fight almost every time.
yeah, and those people are different than people who don't, right?
Sometimes, yes.
They're scary, right?
They can be. It can,
Argumentative.
That's all.
it can also be people who are in public service, like military
We're not talking
personnel.
about military, we're not talking about public service, we are just talking about someone reacting to this event.
Yes.
And by the way, in mixtures, because you testify in court, so we have to mix psychology with the law, right?
Right.
Okay, and we know that in that beginning, when the defendant is firing at the person running away in Texas, the law does say he can shoot and kill that person, but it's only to get his property back because the robbery's over with. You realize that, right?
Yes.
It's, at that point, he can shoot in the back because he's trying to get his property back, right?
Okay.
Now let's fast forward to the end in the 10th shot, right? Now we got someone in the car is parked away from him, right?
Yes.
And you probably know there's some testimony that Mr. Alvarez gets out of the vehicle, so they see him outside the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Objection, speculation, mischaracterizes the evidence. There's nothing indicating who saw which person get outside the vehicle.
Mr. Sting, please clarify your question.
Well, we've heard multiple statements regarding Mr. Alvarez getting out of the vehicle, and the defendant, you saw the 911 tape, right? You heard the 911 tape.
I heard the call, yes.
And you heard his wife describe the person who was in the car was an Hispanic male. Right?
Yes.
And from a vantage point, the only way you would know he's a Hispanic male is if you saw him get out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. So as they're exiting, they see the Hispanic male outside the car, right?
I would, yes.
And the car is parked away. And by firing that shot and then driving left away from it, you're clearly not trying to get your property back, right?
No, I would argue you're probably trying to escape.
Right? Now you're fleeing. Right?
Yes.
But you're not shooting down there to get your property back, which the law would allow. You understand that?
Objection to the sidebar regarding the legal conclusion of what the law allows.
Yes.
So that would be inconsistent, that you shoot and go the other way if you're trying to get your property back, right?
Inconsistent from a legal perspective, yes.
Okay. And you also heard him in 911 that he says that he was shot at first, that's why he had to shoot. right?
Yes.
That would be kind of like a self-defense issue, because now you're fearful. But we know that didn't happen, correct? He wasn't shot at.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. That's their theory, but that's not necessarily what the evidence shows.
That's the thing. Statements by trades, including opening statements, closing statements, arguments, are not evidence. The evidence is going to come from the witnesses and the exhibits given to you. I say this on both sides. I've said it before. May continue, sir.
You saw that chase video, right? Of the robbery?
Yes.
You saw him get out of the car, right?
I'm sorry.
You saw the defendant get out of the car?
Yes.
You didn't see that assailant shooting at him before he started shooting, right?
No.
Okay, that's why I asked the question.
Okay.
So when he was shooting, he wasn't in fear, right, then, right?
I don't know if he was in fear or not.
But you would agree that the first shots and the last shot are inconsistent with trying to get your property back, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back to those middle shots, he is in the open space, just firing into a vehicle that he can't see into, right?
I don't know if he could see into it or not, but yes, he is firing at a vehicle.
Makes it scarier if you can't see in a vehicle. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know.
But then he also does something else. After the vehicle passes, did you notice he kind of then goes even further and looks on the sidewalk to look, see where the vehicle went?
Yes.
Then further exposing himself and clearly not fleeing, right?
Yes.
There is a real possibility where his wife may have been fearful. He was just angry.
There's a possibility, yes.
And although you wouldn't concede that he's not fearful, you said you never wanted to say that, but nothing objectively from his actions, immediately getting out of the car and shooting at someone as they're running away, his actions of going into an open space and shooting in a vehicle and not ducking, his actions of
Objection,
shooting,
this is a closing
none of
argument.
that objectively shows fear.
Objection, this is a closing argument.
That's going to be sustained. Just ask it again.
Nothing about his behavior that night shows fear. It shows fight, right?
It shows a stress response. So it would be difficult to determine. Fight can be a manifestation of fear in the stress response.
Very briefly, the prosecutor talked to you about fear, anger, fight, as though these are all completely separate things. Is it possible for these things to coexist after a highly stressful event, like having a gun pointed at you?
Yes, they often do.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Next witness, please.
At this time, we call Andrew Tavarello.
He kind of batted her away like passer. Like they throwing a basketball. Passer. Dang.
This witness hasn't been sworn in? Just up with that.
Judge, if I could get State's Exhibit 108. May we have a moment to set this up?
While they're doing that, sir, if you could do me a favor and speak loud and slow, because we'll charge it a little bit, that means you're speaking too fast.
I can start us off while she's sitting there.
I'll remind you.
Thank you.
Would you go ahead and state your full name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Andrew Tarabella.
And you can tell us where you reside, not the specific address, but are you from the Houston area?
I am from the Houston area since a young child.
And you're employed now, right?
I'm employed, yes. I'm a crime scene analyst and reconstructionist with expert witness solutions.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about your background and experience. Give us kind of a general synopsis of how you got to the point to work as an expert in this field.
Sure. So, I graduated from Stephen F. Austin University in Nacogdoches with a criminal justice degree, and I went from there into the Army, where I was a helicopter pilot for about 8 years.
Where was that at? Like
That was Army Reserve, actually local in Conroe.
Okay. And you operated as a helicopter pilot?
I was an officer in the Army Reserve and flew Apaches and Cobra helicopters.
Okay, I'm going to let you go on, but I want to ask you, how long were you in the military?
I did 8 years
Okay.
as a reservist.
Okay. Even as a reservist and a helicopter pilot, did you have training with firearms?
I did, yes.
Okay, how to shoot,
Yes,
how to respond to gunfire,
yes.
things of that nature. Okay, and go ahead. So after the military, when were you in the?
1988 is when I joined. So I joined from the military. I went to the Houston Police Department in 1992. Excuse me. I first did years on patrol, and then several years later, I became a divisional crime scene unit at the West Side Patrol Division. And shortly after that, in I believe it's 2000, I joined the Homicide Division and became a crime scene investigator. Once I was a crime scene investigator, I began teaching crime scene investigation classes routinely at the Houston Police Academy. I was an adjunct instructor for Texas A&M University in forensic photography, as well as an adjunct instructor at Keystone College in Pennsylvania. From there, I attended many, upwards of probably 40, 45 or so forensic training conferences and symposiums, where I routinely presented and taught some workshops and seminars, and then amassed thousands of hours in training, a large majority of which were in the disciplines related with crime scene investigation and reconstruction. That included everything from fingerprinting, crime scene processing, evidence collection, trajectory analysis, forensic photography, bloodstain pattern interpretation.
I was just going to ask you, have you testified as an expert in the state of Texas before?
I have. Most of my testimony was for the state as a police officer for this county. Before I retired from the police department just earlier this year, which has enabled me to then broaden my where I was previously restricted as an officer for civil or criminal just on the state side. I can now work for defense and other areas.
And how long did you say you were with the Houston Police Department?
I was with the Houston Police Department for 32 years.
Okay. And out of the 32 years, how long were you in the homicide division?
So I was a crime scene investigator. Homicide division, the crime scene unit was transferred in and out of different divisions through the department with reorganization, but just under 16 years as a crime scene investigator.
Since it's 4:45, I'm going to move on and then ask you a couple questions. So, how did you get involved in this case?
So as a crime scene reconstructionist for a company that's known in the community, I was called by you about 3 or 4 weeks ago and asked if I was interested and had time to help with this case.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether that process took place as a result of Celestine Rossi being brought into this case for the state?
Well, that's what I believe. So I was brought in, as you know, as in a reactive manner instead of like she was brought in a proactive, asked to do certain things. I was brought in to be more reactive, to analyze the case, look at the evidence, look at basically the case file, and then be available to look at how the other experts from the state side had interpreted a certain piece of evidence or did their testimony, and whether or not I agreed, disagreed, or that their methods were valid.
More particularly, did we ask you to review some of the exhibits that were created by members of the District Attorney's Office, Harris County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And so to move along, you had an opportunity, I believe it's State's Exhibit number 108, is it? Okay. You recall seeing the compilation that was put together by, I believe it was Mr. Caldwell, sorry, it's getting late for everybody. Zachary Caldwell, you had an opportunity to look at that, correct?
I did.
And for what reason, well, first of all, when did you first have access to it to review it? Let's go with that first.
We're talking about Mr. Caldwell's
Yes.
compilation.
Compilation.
I believe that was Thursday morning of the day 2 of the trial.
Okay, so after the trial started, you were given an opportunity to look at that compilation, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it safe to say that during this trial, you were sitting in, not either here or watching the live stream to listen to the various experts testify for the state in this case?
I did, yes.
And why did we ask you to do that?
That was the only method that I had to actually review things that were offered into court, such as this video and other exhibits.
Okay. We didn't ask you to do any reconstructions of the actual shooting, did we?
No.
Did we, had we ever asked you or told you that we were challenging the fact or wanted to challenge the fact that Tony
I want to
shot?
object, Judge. It's a violation of the court's order regarding communication between experts and the defense.
Just clarify your question.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, the specific reason we asked you to get involved. Were you asked to do some reconstructions, or were you asked to review their experts' evidence, testimony, and exhibits?
So I was asked to review the exhibits and their testimony and offer guidance to the defense regarding those.
And as to states 108, the compilation, you said you first saw it on Thursday. Did you still have, I'm sorry, the second day of trial, did you still have an opportunity to review?
I did. Part of what he presented, I was only able to review through the live feed, was not offered the physical file to look at.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of the things that you can republish your Honor 108, and I'm going to, if I can approach it. Okay. I'm going to tell you where to stop it. I think we're all in agreement that this whole incident started out with a robbery, correct?
Correct.
An individual running up to Mr. Earls and his wife while they were at the ATM.
Objection, narrative leading.
You're setting up a question on some.
I was going to ask, is this the compilation with the call-outs? Okay.
You're asking me for that?
Well, you've seen this video?
I've seen this video in many different contexts, so until it gets playing, I don't know if it's the one with call outs or not.
Would you stop it when you see the call-outs, Mr. Newspaper? So you can see them later on, right?
Yes.
Now stop it for 1 second, would you please? You've seen the photograph that's in evidence that shows his wife and Tony has his hands up like this,
right?
I have, yes.
And so there was some questioning by Mr. Jordan to the psychologist about him not pulling out his gun. He would have to have shot, well, first of all, at the point that he was referencing and questioning her about why he wouldn't pull his gun out, based on your review of the evidence, at that point, was his wife being held at gunpoint?
Absolutely.
Okay, you may proceed. Stop it right here. Stop it right there. Where the- How come the callouts are the graphs?
It's towards the end.
I'm sorry.
It's towards the end.
Where you're attempting to locate is further along in State's Exhibit.
You want the callouts? The callouts. Is that a different exhibit or is
No, he's saying it's just later.
Oh, it's just, okay, all right. This conduct right here, well, the callouts are connected, so go ahead and go through it and we'll do the callouts. This is that same video for the record that we just started to watch on the callouts. Stop it right here. Okay. Let me ask you a question, because you're familiar, are you not, with Texas law, right?
I am.
Okay, so he has a right to shoot at the robber, correct?
Correct.
In this call outs, explain again to the jury what these are.
So this is what we call a wave form. The waves that you see are basically sound waves, and it shows the sound waves as they come through with the spikes in their amplitude. And it's the audio that was taken a couple blocks away from here, superimposed on this video.
As far as how Mr. Cole did that, you didn't have a problem with that, did you?
I did not.
Okay, well, go ahead and hit it, you will go from there. You can keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait, let's talk about that. I'm sorry, stop it there. 4 is a shot that you've been watching this trial, right?
I have been.
And none of their experts have accounted for that shot coming from Tony Earls, have they?
Objection leading.
That's overruled. Correct.
You've watched everything, you've listened to the testimony.
I have.
Did you hear of anybody being in a position from this witness stand being able to account for shot number 5?
Number 4.
4, sorry.
No, I have not.
Objection, Judge. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony and the evidence before this court.
I'll just give the jury some admonishments. Again, you guys heard the evidence. You guys are going to be judging who you want to believe with respect to the witnesses. Statements by both attorneys, the state and the defense, that's their opinions. It is not evidence. You may continue, sir.
Let me ask you your opinion. You've reviewed this, right?
I have.
Have you reviewed all the video, surveillance video?
I have.
And have you listened to the testimony of their experts?
I have.
Do you have an expert opinion as to whether or not this shot, the state's able to identify where this shot came from?
I do.
Okay, what is that opinion?
My opinion is that shot number 4 is unaccounted for. It's certainly not attributed to Mr. Earls, given the evidence in the video.
So that you heard the testimony of Mr. Alvarez, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you know that he was under the impression, at least back in 2022 and 2023, that the parties, Mr. Earls and Robert, were had shot at each other, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can keep going. Keep going. What is that roll to you right there?
So, yeah, if you go back, that is a spike in the waveform that is attributed not to a gunshot, not to, it's attributed to the squealing tires. And that's why I think Mr. Caldwell explained why he did not put a number on that particular spike.
We know where the squealing tires came from based on your experience and training, or do you have any idea?
I have an opinion on where they came from. My opinion is they seem to coincide when I put all the videos together and the sound like he did. The squeal of the tire seems to coincide about the vicinity where the left wheels of Mr. Alvarez's truck that struck the curb were squealed at that point.
And, would it be reasonable to believe that Mr. Earls could have heard the squealing tires?
Yes.
Continue. Again. Continue. Stop it. Go back. Did you hear the five noises?
I did.
Okay. And talk about that for a moment. What was your immediate reaction when you heard that for the first time? Right there.
So my immediate reaction was they were gunshots.
Okay.
The first time I heard that.
And you've dealt with weapons extensively over your 35 years and at HPD and 8 years in the military, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, let me ask you a question. When we went back together collectively and we reviewed this compilation he made, did he include spikes to reference or coordinate the spikes with what was going on and what we were hearing?
No, it appeared the sound waveform that he had on the bottom had faded out just before those gunshots came in, so you did not see the spikes graphically.
So for this exhibit to occur like this, then he would have to deliberately leave those off?
I'm going to object, Judge, leading.
Please don't leave your witness.
Okay, when you make a compilation like this, okay, would it be better to include all of the gunshots?
I'm going to object again, leading, Judge. This witness has not been designated as digital forensic analyst who would compile these kinds of videos or opine about how they are.
Those two different objections. With respect to the leading, I'll also state it. Just open it.
I'll do it this way. Open it. Thank you, Judge. What was your concern when you watched this video?
So when I watched the video and when I heard Caldwell testify about the video when he was playing, my concern was, one, that his boxes that he placed up there obscured part of the video at the very time that some of the gunshots were being played. And what also concerned me was that in passing, he simply attributed those 5, what I consider additional gunshots, as ambient noises.
And what did you think about them being considered ambient noises by this digital photographer or video man?
Well, by definition, even given the waveform that goes along with the audio, they're not ambient noises, simply based on the spike that is shown in the wave pattern.
Let me ask you, based on your experience and your expertise, presenting something like this without the 5 gunshots, because you testified that they're gunshots, being included in the audio portion, could this video be, or this exhibit be misleading to the jury?
Objection, argumentative.
It's overruled. So I believe it was misleading. First, I didn't say they were gunshots. I said I believe them to be gunshots. Certain noises like that, as a police officer, that perks my interest right away to take cover for something like that when we hear something very similar to what we heard there. So
Was the succession?
the succession, the cadence, the concussions, in my opinion, I believe them to be gunshots, and they should have been addressed in the video more so than just passing them by as ambient noise.
So it required some sort of further explanation.
And what was your definition of ambient noise?
So ambient noise by definition, very similar to ambient light. Ambient light are traffic lights and street lights and porch lights, and even the moon is ambient. It's anything in the background that is like standard. Ambient noise is the same. Ambient noise would be the rush of traffic or the running air conditioner or ceiling fan. Ambient noise associated with spikes would be something that is a very standard, maybe like in New York City, if you get a car honking, if it's very common, you can consider that ambient noise because if it has a spike. But typically, if it's an event that's different from the common baseline of the sound signature, it wouldn't be considered ambient.
Now approach you on that. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23. Ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And who created that?
I did.
And does it accurately depict what you were attempting to show?
It does.
And I guess just for the benefit of the prosecutors, so they know, did you make any efforts, were there any efforts made by you to see if those 5, what you believe to be shots would register as a sound? Am I saying it correctly?
Well, the test was, is it registered in the sound wave that is part of the file?
So in other words, if you wanted to add the call outs for the 5, what you believe to be shots, gunshots, it would appear, right, on the screen?
Yes.
And how do you measure, how did you measure this? What process did you use to create this exhibit?
So I used a very similar software to what Mr. Caldwell used. He used, I think, Camtasia, which is a video film editing software. The one I used was Adobe Premiere Pro, where it enables you to layer videos and audio tracks on top of each other to play them simultaneously, which then would enable me to synchronize them, the sounds to a video, which is basically what was done here.
Now, we didn't go to that extent, you just got that back, but did you at least measure the sound waves or the call outs?
Well, I viewed the call outs that he produced are the ones here.
No, the ones you produced, is that what you did?
Right, so I didn't produce them. All it did was the software made them visible on the audio track.
You put the audio in and that's saying those programs tell you the piece.
Right, correct.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to tend it to State's Attorneys. Defendant's Exhibit number 23.
You said what number?
Defendant 23, Your Honor.
May I take this witness on board, Your Honor? Mr. Taravella, you're not a digital forensic analyst that's certified by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, are you?
I am not.
You're not a digital forensic analyst in the context of video and audio overlay, are you?
I am not.
You've never before testified as an expert as it pertains to video and audio overlay, have you?
I have not.
You've never testified as an expert as it pertains to sound waves.
I have not.
You've never testified as an expert as it pertains to video compilations.
I have not.
You've never testified under oath that the audio and video overlay in a specific case for a specific piece of evidence is or isn't what the state is alleged for it to be.
I don't understand that.
Is this the first time that you've ever sat in the chair like that and testified under oath regarding audio and video overlay created by the state?
Well, this was created by me, not by the state. But I've testified many times on surveillance video and audio tracks that go with surveillance video.
Video and audio overlay specifically.
Video and audio overlay, not specifically, no.
Okay, and here you've identified the peaks in the gunshots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the side. You have A, B, C, D, E in the middle, right?
Correct.
You're saying A, B, C, D, E are gunshots? 5 of them?
That is my opinion that I believe them to be gunshots. And I don't know, there is certainly no way to prove they were not. They sound gunshots to me.
You certainly couldn't attribute them to a specific person, could you?
Well, we can't, anytime we hear gunshots, we can't attribute to, so as a policeman, we get calls for gunshots all the time. In fact, the 911 calls
Mr.
from
Turbo,
this scene.
I don't mean to be rude or interrupt you. I'm just trying to be respectful of everybody's time. Can you contribute 9 muzzle flashes to the defendant's firearm? Yes or no?
I contribute 9 muzzle flashes, yes.
You can contribute 9 gunshots to the
Hold on,
defendant's
hold on,
firearm,
hold on,
right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. Took him on board relative to the exhibit.
Let's keep it to the
And,
exhibit.
and also, if I might, Your Honor, he didn't do an overlay. All he did is put the sound that they gave us into the computer and into the program they use, or a similar program, and it registered the sound call-outs. That's it. He didn't do any compilations. He didn't, I'm not going to go on because.
Well, I'm gonna ask what he did exactly. But are you finished with?
Yeah, Judge, I mean, the state's objection is that he is not a digital forensic analyst and he's not certified to render an opinion about these types of matters.
What's the response from the defense?
I'm sorry?
What's your response, sir?
Good. Can we approach? Sure.
Yeah.
Well, not in this exhibit.
Not in that exhibit.
No. This exhibit, the audio didn't come from the sound that was produced in one of the videos from a lady who went to her aunt's house and got the video of the shots being fired.
So the audio track that went with the video from 149 Winkler, which was the video that was presented as part of the evidence in the case. That video was accepted, and that's the one that was used by Mr. Caldwell to produce his, put in his software that produced the same sound waveform that's there. I just extended that sound waveform to include those other gunshots.
And again, so we're clear, that's just, your opinion is that gunshots, you're not,
Correct.
and to be fair, you're not saying who was responsible, where they came from.
I'm not attributing those gunshots to any person. All I'm saying is that there's gunfire in that same span of time frame that this occurred that was picked up by that audio.
And it's a different sounding, rapid succession, right, as far as volume goes?
As far as the amplitude of that, it's slightly lower, and yes, it does have a different signature than the 10 gunshots recorded on the same track.
And then this is the ABC, ABCDE that he's referring to, right?
So yes, I used A, B, C, D, E just to delineate them differently than the 1 through 10 that was already there. I didn't want to confuse the fact, but those 5 to me indicate that there's actually 15 gunshots heard on that audio track.
Now, that would be this right here, and is that what the call outs are where they're registering?
Yes.
Okay. So if the state, in your opinion, wanted to give the entire picture, then would it be your opinion that those call outs should have been also added to the compilation that their expert made?
Objection leading.
Just tell me whether or not you feel that way. How about use your own words?
I feel that they should have been addressed instead of just bypassed as ambient noise.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about your belief that they're gunshots. I'm going to do that because Ms. Rossi's sitting back here. They might call it back to dispute that opinion. that they were gunshots, but they're in rapid succession, aren't they?
They are,
They're of equal sound levels pretty much, right?
yes.
Okay. And as far as them being maybe a lower sounding or softer sounding, you don't have any idea what type of gun the robber was holding when he pointed back towards our client, do you?
Other than a semi-automatic, I don't.
So it could be the caliber could impact the amount of sound or the level of sound.
Certainly. So the caliber, and still I'm saying that that I don't know these to be gunshots. All I'm saying is I believe them to be gunshots. And certainly I don't have to have gunshots proven to me to believe they're gunshots. As a policeman, we get calls frequently of reports of gunfire and that we never find the source, yet we still have to react to believe they're gunfire for our own safety. We would all take cover if we heard that one standing on the street. I believe them to be gunshots.
I think that Mr. Jordan had asked the psychologist about flight and fight and fight and flight. I'm sorry, you've watched the videos, right?
I did.
Okay. I think everybody agrees, he even said it in opening. He had a right to shoot at the robber when he was running away, right?
Yes.
And he characterized it as, to get the return of his property, okay?
Yes.
That's not the only reason you can shoot at a robber, is it? Someone who robs you at gunpoint at night?
I don't know the exact wording of the state statute to be specific for that question. I'm sorry.
If, when he was out on the curb, if the robber was in the truck, the suspect was in the truck, and, he doesn't have to wait till they pull up on him and shoot at him, do they? If you have a reasonable belief that your life might be threatened, you have a right to respond, don't you?
Judge, objection leading and asking the witness to draw a legal conclusion.
We don't need your witness, but I believe both of all of us, the witnesses, any questions?
I'll rephrase it, Judge, to make it easier. You don't have to wait to be shot on in the state of Texas to shoot back, do you?
No, you do not.
Okay, you certainly, he didn't have to be killed and then find out that the robber wasn't in the truck, right?
Correct.
I know that sounds like a pretty dumb question, but it's obvious, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to talk to you about, can I approach you?
Okay.
Show you what's been marked as defense exhibit. Number 24. Did you generate this?
I did.
And does it accurately depict, you basically, let's go through this. All you did is you took three pictures, correct?
Well, this is a compilation of these three videos at a still, at a moment in time.
That's what I'm saying. You're not overlapping. You're taking a still from one video, a still from another video, and a still from a third video.
Correct.
And you're making just a picture.
Correct.
Okay, because as he pointed out, you don't do extensive digital overlays and compilations. If you do, but he's questioning your.
Right. I don't do extensive compilations and overlays. This is not extensive. This is a compilation of a commercially available software that I use to put the videos together and synchronize the sound and freeze frame it at this very specific point.
There's no sound on this picture.
There is not.
So you're not adding sound, right?
Correct.
Let me show the state.
I may have misspoke. The moment of the freeze frame was not delineated in this case by sound, rather a visual that was related to the sound.
Okay, and the sound that's related to is on their exhibit, shot number 4, that is unaccounted for.
Correct.
Show.
And I'm sorry, may I take this witness on board, Your Honor? So are you telling us that in State Defense Exhibit number 24, it is capturing the moment in time, the exact moment in time in every one of these 3 videos?
I am.
Okay, so every one of these 3 videos and every one of these 3 frames, you're testifying captures shot number 4?
Correct.
No objection from the state, Judge.
What was that?
That was Defense Exhibit number 24.
Without objection made, defense attorney will be admitted to evidence and made published.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I think, let me ask you a question, I guess, so to clarify a few things. What were you trying to show in 24, Defense Exhibit 24?
So the freeze frames in all 3 of these are showing that at the moment, that shot number 4 was sounded, that the robbery suspect was not visible at that moment in these 3 surrounding videos.
Okay, and let's talk about that for a moment, because I think what we haven't addressed here really is, first of all, these cameras, where are they located, like height-wise, most of them?
Most of them are under the eaves or under the roof overhang of the surrounding businesses.
Okay, you reviewed all the videos. Were you able to find a single video in the state's file that has a view at eye level, looking straight at what Tony Earls would have been seeing at the time this whole incident occurred?
At Tony Earls' eye level?
Eye level.
No.
Okay. Everything, all of these exhibits in this courtroom presented to this jury have all been from heights that were almost ceiling level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so when we talk about the fact, right, that the robber is out of the view of these cameras, okay? We already know, don't we, that he ran behind the sign, right?
Correct. In the lower left corner, that's the video from the Chase Bank that at that moment, according to Mr. Caldwell as well, at the moment that shot 4 was sounded, the robber is not seen, he's behind the sign.
Okay. So basically, you can agree or disagree. If you rob me at gunpoint and you run off and you run away, and a minute later, a car comes down the street towards me, or a truck, then you'd agree it'd probably be unreasonable for me to shoot into that truck, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I should have had enough time to process that it's not connected, right?
Correct.
Okay, but if you need to try and figure out whether or not it's reasonable to believe that a truck coming at me or towards me is involved with the guy I just got robbed from, then time would be a critical factor, wouldn't it, as a investigator?
Judge, I'm going to object leading.
There's no need to witness.
Well, tell me if time, tell me how you would evaluate time relative to what took place out there.
How at what point?
Well,
There's
from the point in time when So the robbery suspect hits the corner of the sign to the time that the headlights of the truck emerge.
So I think that's within a second, or certainly less than 2 seconds.
Well, I'm talking about hitting the sign and seeing the lights, correct?
Correct.
Now, as an investigator, a crime scene investigator, how would the truck going from a slope leading up to the bank, going at a slow rate, okay, or speed, and then immediately accelerating and squealing its tires, would you as an investigator give that any significance or importance in trying to figure out what's going on?
I do.
And how does that play into it?
That could easily give the appearance of that truck was waiting behind the sign, possibly parked there or stopped there, because it was not in that line of field of view until such time as Mr. Earls would have rounded the corner around that sign to see it coming straight at him.
From everything you viewed during this trial, was there anything that indicated that the robber ran in an opposite direction from the truck?
Was there anything that indicated?
Yes.
Well, certainly. I mean, there's
No,
surveillance videos to show
I
that.
don't think you understood my question. Wasn't it clear, was it clear from everything that you viewed and heard that the robber ran right at the truck?
Yes.
Okay. There's another video where, I think it's on this video actually. Do we still have their video ready to play? Can you put that up and go to the part where they emphasize that he shoots at the truck as he's pulling out? I'm going to talk to you about that. You're aware that as Mr. Earl's wife is, they're trying to pull out, that he looks down the street and shoots, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you saw it,
I
you're
did.
aware of that, you gave your testimony, you saw it on this video. We don't need. Now stop it there for a minute. We don't see him running down the street after the truck, do we?
No.
There you go. And then stop it when he's pulling out right there. Okay, and that's where you see him shoot towards the truck.
Presumably, yes, the truck is down around that corner.
Okay, well, there was testimony, I don't know if you heard that part of the trial. So if you had heard that he stopped his truck and he started to back up, in your opinion, could that be construed as though the robber was in the truck and they were coming back to cause harm to Tony and his wife?
I think that can be construed as that, yes.
Okay. It's not unreasonable to think that if a guy who went by backs his truck up, right?
Correct.
Could, in your opinion, could that explain why he, when he was leaving, he fired the shot in the direction of the truck?
I believe that could explain that, yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Are you guys okay? I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, or you're good? Okay.
If we could consult,
Sir?
can we consult with our expert?
Well, let's take a 5-minute break. So you can talk to us.
All rise for the jury.
I think, remember what I said about the quorum?
Gosh. Okay. So like, what time is it in Texas, in Houston? They don't be playing. They going all the way to 6 o'clock. What time is it, therapist? Shoot. Yeah, they must be going to 6 o'clock. He said a 5-minute break. You say, well, they only work 4 hours a day. Wow. Well, clearly, because he like 5 minutes. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Let me see what we got on our poll. Okay, so do you think this like, okay, 67% said yeah. 33% said no way, no how. Oh, y'all hear that train? The train coming by. I'm trying to wait for the train to get past. Oh well. I need some soundproof material. That's what I need. Something to be soundproof up in this place. I said I want to get that, and I want to get me I want a new camera. Put my wish list. I got a wish list. They supposed to be having Amazon Prime Day coming up beginning of October, and I'm look at my wish list and get me some new stuff. Step my game up a little bit. Yeah, Pretty Brown. I am too. I'm wondering what they're gonna do. I want a new camera. The soundproof stuff I probably gotta wait on because I gotta figure out how to even soundproof it right from the train. I don't even know if the train can do it. And I got my I don't know. Do y'all think I need some more lights, or y'all think my lighting is good? I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that bad. I was thinking about getting me an actual green screen, but I be thinking that look funny sometimes. Like you like floating in a room that you're not supposed to be in. I need more lights. Okay, if I need more lights, Tanya. Okay. I gotta put lights on there because I only got like 2. I probably need like a light up here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So more lights. Lights, camera, action. I don't want to be so lit up that I'm hot up in here and sweating more than what I have to be sweating. Now that's gonna be part of it. I don't want to do it. Okay, so I gotta put lights. I know I needed the camera. Lights, camera. I want to get another camera. I want to. They said I need another camera if I want. No, I got 2 lights up here. SD. Yeah, I got 2 lights, one coming this way and one coming that way. And then you can see the sunlight coming from here. I probably could just open that up. Oh, yeah, and the chair. Oh, I do need a chair. You right. I do need a chair. Oh gosh, thank you. I'm gonna be looking for this stuff when Amazon Prime Day. Yeah, so chair, lights, camera. And I think I want a green screen because that's why I want a new camera, because they told me if I microphone with whatever it's called to block sounds. I don't know. What, like a diffuser? I don't know, because I got one of those good mics. The Rodecaster. So I got a good mic. Oh no. Who me, Cat? Oh no, I don't do cats. Look, I don't do cats at all. I'm scared of cats. That's what I can tell you. Definitely scared of cats. Yeah, so I want to get that and the green screen thing so I could, it's a some curtains in the rug. Yeah, I'll get like a green screen and look, don't send me no chair that don't never work out. Look, no thank you. Yeah, they told me like with the green screen, like I can put like the courtroom feed behind me instead of me being like side by side. And so I want to kind of do that. I want to try it out. Yeah, equipment suggestions. Yeah, step our game up here. A little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit here. Oh yeah, because how I'm gonna be the chair dance? Look, how I'm gonna be the chair dance queen and don't have a proper chair dance? I need y'all should look up and we should find me a chair that got lights and stuff on it, like the little lights with the gaming chairs. They got the little lights and stuff, so I can be doing it up in here. Thank you, SD. A throne? I was thinking like a chair with some lights or something. Like, you know how the game, like, I don't know, maybe I can clip some lights on there or something like that. He say just a joke. Yeah, boo. I don't do cats. Ask therapist about that. She sent me a text message with a cat jumping out at me, and I almost got in a car accident. Looking at my text messages, I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, good, Kirby. Okay, cool. You voting for a disco ball? Okay. Yeah, I need something for this train because it is always coming. It is always coming. Like it's like one of those Amtrak trains. Like I don't know where these people be going to that they're not flying. I think they be trying to go to the Grand Canyon. I don't know what they be doing, but it is always traveling. And maybe because down here in Arizona, we don't have water, so a lot of things can't come in by boat. So a lot of things is by train. Oh, y'all like the train? All right. And this microphone, it pick up everything. Like only fan heard my TV all the way in the sitting room playing Everyone Loves Raymond, the piano. He like, whose birthday? And that's just the TV in another room playing. Oh, good. Well, I won't do much. We'll look for a chair. I'll get a chair, and then we'll try to see if we can find one with some lights on it. And we'll just listen to the train every now and again. This should really be coming. And I guess depending on what type of day, because I could open up I'll probably get a whole bunch of sunlight. Oh, that's cute. That look like they got lights on it. Pretty brown girl. I just got sent the chair. It's real cute, y'all. I'm gonna bring it up on the thing. You got the lights and all that stuff. I think you got the lights. It look like you got the lights. If you don't have the lights, it got a whole bunch of colors. It do. Oh, let me pull it up for y'all and show y'all what she picked out. I had to see if it's on Amazon. Amazon and Walmart, they be selling this. Walmart, right? Yeah, they be selling the same stuff. Let me see here. I need the name of it. The name of it is you have to give me the name of it because with the picture, it don't have the name on there. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can just search it. Oh, here we go. What y'all think about this chair? Oh, they back in court, I guess. No, don't matter.
Mr. Taravel, is it okay if I call you that, Mr. Taravel?
Certainly.
Okay. I want to go over some of your background and your training. You testified a second ago on direct that you've testified on many occasions.
Yes.
As a police officer, as a reconstructionist, digital forensic analyst, which one?
As a police officer, as a crime scene investigator.
Okay, with the Houston Police Department?
With the Houston Police Department.
It seems like for a while, right? Since, I think you said 92?
92, yes.
Okay. But you're not a licensed crime scene reconstruction expert, right?
I am not licensed. When you say licensed through the
Texas Forensic Science Commission.
I am not.
Okay. And you said you work for Expert Witness Solutions.
Yes.
That's your company?
No, it's not.
Okay. Somebody else owns it, you just work for them?
Yes,
Okay. You were contacted by the defense in this case?
I was.
In fact, you actually came with them to our office.
I did.
And we sat down and we went over Charlie Rossi's demonstratives that we looked at in court today.
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And you were sitting here during her testimony,
Yes.
but you weren't here during Zachary Caldwell's testimony.
No, I wasn't here in the courtroom. I was watching on the live stream.
And then, just so that I can get an understanding, how many times have you watched these videos?
I couldn't put a number on it. Lots of times.
Have you ever been to the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. One or many occasions?
I was there twice during the daytime and once at nighttime.
Did you go stand where we see the defendant standing when he discharges the firearm?
I did, yes.
You would agree with me that once a person passes that chase sign in the tree, you can't see them any longer?
Well, from which perspective?
From the defendant's.
At what point?
When the defendant gets out of the vehicle and he takes the first shot, you would agree with me that at that point he can't see the assailant, right?
At that point, he can see the assailant, yes.
After the first 3 shots, he can no longer see the assailant.
I think that's fair, yes.
So he can't see the robbery suspect after shot number 3.
From the perspective of shot number 3, yes.
From the defendant's perspective of shot number 3.
Correct.
You would agree with me that the tire screeching or squealing occurs after shot number 5.
Correct.
So that means that the defendant's already turned his attention to the vehicle and shot number 4 and shot number 5.
Yes.
At the vehicle.
At the vehicle.
Within seconds of the robbery suspect running past the sign.
Within seconds of the suspect disappearing, yes.
We're going to review State's Exhibit number 108 before I ask you the next couple of questions. And again, no specific training in digital forensic evidence. You don't have any specific training in digital forensic evidence?
Digital forensic evidence in what form?
Analyzing it?
Analyzing video?
Yeah.
I've had classes in that, yes.
Well, when I asked you earlier on voir dire, you said you'd never had any training on that.
No, I didn't. I don't believe I said I've never had any training in that. You asked me about have I testified and have I put these things together? I don't remember the exact. You rattled off them very quickly, like 7 or 8 in a row.
Yeah, that was a big quick,
Yeah.
so I apologize. I didn't mean to catch you off guard. So let's ask it again. You are not licensed in digital forensic analysis.
I'm not.
You are not. You've never testified as an expert in digital forensic analysis.
I have not.
You've never testified to overlaying audio and video as a digital forensic analyst.
I have not.
You have never been offered up as an expert in the subject matter.
I have not.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 108. So, Mr. Taravel, I just want to make sure, because it was, you guys talked about it on direct, let's be sure not to leave a false impression to this jury, right? The law of
I'm
self-defense.
gonna object to the form of that question.
I can rephrase, Judge. Absolutely. The law of self-defense does not justify you shooting somebody in the back as they're running away. Yes or no?
Correct. I didn't imply that in the previous question. We were talking about the law about shooting to get property back.
Okay, then let's go to the 10th shot. You would agree with me that somebody shooting down the street and then turning in the other direction is not consistent with someone trying to get their property back.
Well, that one now goes back to more self-defense, in my belief.
Okay, so we're picking and choosing which one applies in those circumstances.
Well, we can't, I mean, I'm not the one that
Let's
was.
start with shot number one.
Please don't interrupt each other.
Let's start with shot number one. The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect and the robbery suspect has his back turned. Yes or no?
Yes.
Not self-defense. Right?
Not in my opinion, no.
Okay, let's talk about shot number 2. The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect as the robbery suspect has his back to him, right?
Right.
Not self-defense.
Not in my opinion, no.
The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect when the robbery suspect has his back to him for shot number 3, not self-defense.
Not in my opinion.
Okay. So then he turns his attention to the Alvarez's truck. And, you know, there was a mention about a minute passing maybe, but let's just be clear. Robbery suspect disappears simultaneously as the Alvarez's vehicle approaches.
Well, he's approaching before you can actually see the headlights long off before he gets to the driveway.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Terabella. From the defendant's perspective, the robbery suspect disappears and simultaneously the truck is approached.
I think simultaneously the truck has approached.
And then he turns his attention to the truck and he shoots 4 and 5.
Fair.
Wait, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Yeah, you
because
just-
He hasn't proved that 4 was the shot from Tony Earls. Yeah.
You can answer the question if you can.
I'm going to,
So-
well, he's assuming facts not in evidence in his question, so that would be my objection.
I'm going to sustain it for that purpose, but go ahead and ask it.
Let me ask you this. You said that if you heard those 5 gun audio sounds that you identified as gunshots A, B, C, and D in the photo that you provided, it would cause you to duck and take cover.
Yes, if I was out on the scene, that would cause me to take pause in what I'm doing. I would stop what I was doing, and probably look around as every other officer that would on that scene would do the same thing until we found out coast is clear and we'd start again. We're all accustomed to hearing gunshots like that from a distance.
Let me ask you this. You're very precise about your words, so I don't want to mince your words. You said, I believe that those sounds are gunshots. Is it your opinion in front of this jury under oath on this stand that those 5 sounds are gunshots? Yes or no?
I cannot tell you they're gunshots. I can tell you I believe they're gunshots. And I think I don't have to know they're gunshots to believe they're gunshots. As an officer, if I heard that, I'd have to react in a way, I would react in a way that they're gunshots.
So are they gunshots or not?
Who knows? We can't determine they're gunshots. What I'm saying is I would believe they're gunshots if I was on that street and I heard them. And I think it's reasonable for anyone else who was on that street to certainly believe they're gunshots.
Then I think we can agree that it's reasonable if you hear gunshots, you would duck.
I'm not gonna duck, especially if they're gunshots that might be further off in the distance or where I don't know they're coming from. It's got to be contextual. I don't know what the context was. I wasn't there. I just hear the audio track.
So those 5 shots, you're not testifying in front of this jury. They're from our scene.
I'm not.
You're not testifying in front of this jury that they're from the robbery suspect.
I am not testifying to that. When you say this scene, since this scene includes that audio track, then yes, I'm saying they're in this scene. They're heard in the middle since the first shot. That's identified as number 1, and they're heard before a shot is number 10. So yes, they're in the scene because that audio video is in the scene.
That's fair. Let me be more specific. You're not attributing those 5 gunshots to the robbery suspect.
I'm not.
Okay. You're not attributing those 5 gunshots to Armando Alvarez.
I'm not.
And we know that the defendant shot the gun at least, according to your opinion, 9 times.
Correct.
And you're just saying the 4th shot's unaccounted for?
There's 5. Number 4 is when I say unaccounted for, mean that there's no muzzle flash visible in 2 separate videos coming from Mr. Earls, and that the robbery suspect is obscured at that very moment as well.
Defense exhibit number 24 is the exhibit that you created to show that the robbery suspect is obscured.
The robbery suspect is obscured, yes.
Who's that right there then?
That's the robbery suspect.
Does he look like he has his arm turned around with his arm extended like we see in the other frames?
Well, what's the point of having his arm extended? You don't have to have your arm extended to, all I'm saying is he's obscured by the truck, meaning that had he fired that shot, hypothetically, if a muzzle flash was present, it would be obscured by the truck.
You would agree with me that he looks like he's actually ducking, like you would in this situation.
I don't believe you can tell what posture he has right there. He's running. Because we see him running before and we see him running after.
So he's running, and tell me with which arm, turn and tell this jury, which arm is he shooting the gun with?
Sir, I'm not saying he's shooting a gun. You're putting words in my mouth. All I said was he can't be ruled out as firing shot number 4 because we can't see him in any of the video at the time shot number 4 was heard.
You would agree with me that the time of that at which shot number 4 is heard, the audio signature from gunshot number 4 is consistent with the audio signature of all 9 other gunshots by this defendant.
I am, and according to Mr. Caldwell, any gunshot that was fired in that area is going to sound the same because it's reverberating off the building. And that's how I explained why gunshot number 10 was slightly different than 1 through 9.
So to be clear, it is your testimony in front of this jury that although gunshot number 4 has the same sound signature as every other gunshot we see associated with muzzle flashing, it didn't come from this defendant?
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is we can't exclude that gunshot came from the robber. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
Then why does that gunshot sound signature sound different than the 5 taps we hear on camera?
Why would that sound different?
Yeah.
Because the 5 taps we hear on camera is somewhere else. I can't explain those 5 taps anymore.
So why don't we see him shooting at any other point?
You're asking me to speculate why a robber would shoot and not shoot. I can't do that
And
either.
let me ask you this. When he has his arm extended, do you hear a sound signature? Yes or no?
I do not.
When he has his arm extended the second time, do you hear a sound signature? Yes or no?
No.
When he has his arm extended a third time at the fence, do you hear a sound signature? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. When the defendant shoots his gun the first time, you do hear a sound signature.
Yes.
When you hear him shoot a second time, you hear a sound signature.
Yes.
The third muzzle flash, sound signature.
Yes.
Fourth, still a sound signature even though you don't see the muzzle flash.
Yes.
Fifth, sound signature.
Yes.
Sixth, as the Alvarez's truck is coming by him, sound signature.
Yes.
Seventh, as the Alvarez's truck is coming by him, sound signature.
Yes.
Is this funny?
No, it's not funny.
Okay. Eighth, as this Alvarez's truck is still going by him, sound signature.
Yes.
Ninth, sound signature.
Yes.
All of them sound the same. And then the 10th, we watch him shoot down the street into the middle of an intersection. Yes or no?
I don't know which direction he was shooting into the intersection, but he shot out the window of his car.
While the car is moving.
Yes.
You've been to the crime scene, though. You don't know that there's an intersection on the other side of that frame?
I do know. I just don't know where his intent was to shoot.
You're right, because he could have been shooting at Armando Alvarez. Yes or no?
Yes.
And he could have been shooting at the parked truck. Yes or no?
Yes.
And we can tell from the China Star video that the truck is parked and the rear lights are facing the defendant. And he shoots in that direction. Yes or no? So even though we see the robbery suspect here, and even though sound signature for number 4 sounds just like all the other 9, it's your testimony that the tapping, you tell me, is the tapping not consistent with packing a pack of cigarettes?
No, I don't believe it's consistent with packing a pack.
You believe it's a firearm?
I believe it's a firearm.
Please turn and tell the jury what caliber of a firearm it is that is being discharged in that audio.
Cannot tell what caliber of firearm from the sound.
Tell me what it's consistent with.
It's consistent with gunshots.
What caliber?
I cannot tell you, we don't even know the origin or the area of where they may have originated.
So you heard a sound on the audio, right?
I did.
And then the defense called you to the stand to testify that those are 5 gunshots. Yes or
The
no?
defense called me to the stand. I'm not testifying they're 5 gunshots. What I'm testifying to is I believe they were gunshots.
Yeah, let me ask you this. You can't contribute those to anybody.
No. Not trying to contribute them to anybody.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
I have a few, Ronnie. Sir, how many times have you testified as a state's witness in a courtroom in Harris County, Texas?
Probably 50 or 60 times.
In each of those instances, did the state of Texas put you on as a witness in the case?
They did.
Did they ever indicate to you they had a problem with your testimony?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, now, you went out to the scene a couple times. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 25. Ask you to take a look at this. And ask you if you recognize it. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, other than the fact that it's you took that picture during the daytime, right?
Yes.
Okay. It shows the roadway and the sign in the trees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where you depict what you saw when you were out there that day?
It does.
Okay. Now, first of all, I'm going to attend it to opposing counsel.
No objections, Judge.
You said no objections, sir?
No.
Judge, I'm going to ask that you instruct them not to make faces in front of the jury.
I'm not, no one's making any faces. When no objection makes faces, whatever 25 will be admitted.
Before I publish it, Your Honor, I want to clarify something that even confuses me, and I've been working on this case for a while. If you're Mr. Earls and you're shooting towards me, okay? If I'm right near the truck at the time that you're shooting at me, or in the vicinity, let's say this is the truck, okay, or the truck's in this vicinity, and you're shooting at me as I'm running towards you, okay? Is that concrete proof that his intent is to shoot at the truck, or could it be that he's shooting at me?
I believe,
I'm sorry?
I believe his intent would be shooting at you.
Well, let's look at this exhibit where they pointed out 24 right here. You see the robbery suspect's right on the truck, right? Right. I mean, that's sorry. This thing's garbage. There we go. There's the truck and there's the robbery suspect, right?
Yes.
At least at that point, that flash, he's right at the truck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this has been admitted. This is defendant exhibit 25. Okay. Now, you aren't out there that day, were you?
The day of the incident?
Yeah.
Or the day of the photo?
No, the day of the incident.
No, I was not.
And you heard Ms. Rossi testify. She wasn't out there either, correct?
Correct.
But you saw video and you saw graphics showing that Tony ran to the edge of the street, right?
Yes.
So if you stand at the edge of the street from 25, may I approach, sir? Okay. And you were taking the picture, okay? Can you tell us whether or not you can see a truck, where the truck would have been coming up, and where after he cleared the path, but when Tony ran out here, okay, can you tell whether or not he would have been able to see the suspect? running still.
At that point, it would have been difficult for him to see the suspect running beyond that point.
No, I'm saying like if you come out here, okay, and you're looking down the street, because he comes out from the video and he starts shooting at the truck as it comes towards him, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we know from the exhibit that the robber came in close proximity to the truck, right here, correct? And the truck's still on the street, right? I mean, it's on that street we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Coming up, he's coming towards, the truck's coming towards Tony, right? The robber's running away from Tony.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not asking you to give me a concrete answer, but if you saw something like this, is it possible you could think that the robber's getting in the truck, being that close to him?
I think at that point, the robber is within arm's reach of the truck.
Okay.
And I think it's conceivable that someone who loses sight of the robber at that point could believe that that person got into the truck.
Well, we keep talking about losing sight of the truck. Does anybody really know exactly where Tony was, okay? In this photograph here, we've had computer snapshots of it, but has anybody, based on the testimony you've heard, been able to pinpoint where Tony was in proximity to the edge of the road here and the sidewalk?
No.
The 5 shots that you believe were shots, let me ask you, sitting in this courtroom, if you heard that, the 5 taps, shots out in the hallway, would you run out there? What would you do? Would you respond?
So as counsel tried to imply that they would be consistent with packing a pack of cigarettes, the amplitude, the volume of those was equal to those gunshots, even though it was a different sound signature. If I heard those gunshots out in the hallway, or those sounds out in the hallway from this courtroom, I believe I would react as the bailiffs would react. I think everyone would take pause and turn and look in the hallway, thinking there's a possible threat.
Let me ask you a question. We've heard a lot of testimony about drones, about lasers, about weeks of preparation to make these exhibits, to try to convince the jury about the fact that he acted in a way that they wanted to believe he would be unreasonable. You looked at everything. Did he have that much time? And did he have a drone?
No, I did not have a
Did he
drone.
have a, hold on.
Judge, I'm going to object argumentative and leading.
Please don't lead the witness. Okay, can you tell us whether or not, based on what you saw, he had a drone, any drones?
No, Mr. Earls did not have a drone.
And did he have any lasers?
No.
Did he have the benefit of overhead video cameras reenacting what he did?
No.
Okay. And I just have one last question. You'd agree with me that he had basically a split-second decision?
I'm going to object, Judge. He's leading the witness.
You don't need the witness.
Judge, I'll rephrase it,
Please.
Do you think he had, strike that. He didn't have very much time, did he?
No.
And there were a lot of factors, were there a lot of factors that come into play?
You're leading the witness. Don't
I'm
have the
sorry.
witness. I'll help you answer it.
Tell me whether or not, I don't want to lead you, tell me whether or not there were factors that you saw evident during the trial that would be something that you as an expert would consider would come into play in looking at this case as a investigator.
So I'm not sure where you're going with that.
I'm just asking like.
Judge, I'm going to object. Not only is he asking the witness to invade the province of the jury, but he's also asking the witness a compounding question that the witness couldn't understand.
Well, first of all, can I respond to the first objection? He needs to rule 7.0. He needs to read rule 702 because it specifically says that I can ask that question and it's not objectionable. Secondly, I can rephrase the question if it's compound and I'll make it easier for him to understand.
There you go.
Thank you. Here's my question. If you were the investigator involved, would you consider all of the factors? I'm sorry, did you see a lot of different factors that you would consider in forming opinions about this case?
Yes.
Okay, now, I know you've been in HPD 35 years, you were in the homicide division. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the state of Texas routinely calls their lead detective in their prosecution? I'm sorry?
Your question is,
do they routinely call on their detectives, the lead detective, to testify in court?
Objection, relevance to this case.
Just what do they do
Yes.
routinely?
Yes, they routinely call the investigating detective to testify in the case.
I'll pass it.
I've got nothing for Mr. Chair.
may I sort of be excused?
From the state, yes, sir.
Defense?
No, we're good.
I think you understand. Who do you have next? Do you have anyone next?
Defense resting close, Your Honor.
State resting close, Judge.
Both sides of wrestling closed. I think this is an excellent time for us to stop for today. We'll start tomorrow. There's a couple of things that I have to do. You guys are doing testimony, opening statements. You haven't heard closing statements. You haven't read the jury. Well, I haven't made the jury charges. I have to listen to everything. So I'll start with that. Instead of y'all waiting, why don't y'all come like 11 o'clock?
That would be
So you can finish everything.
I think.
And then what we'll do is when y'all walk in, I'll have everything ready for y'all, and then we'll read it. I'll read the jury charge to you all. That's the law that's gonna govern the case. And then we're gonna go right into closing, and then we're gonna go right into deliberations. Okay? I think that's more efficient than you all waiting, because there's things that we have to discuss outside the presence. Again, remember my admonishments, I know you're tired of reading them, but please don't research the case, don't look at the news, et cetera.
All right, for the jury.
And if I'm gonna stick around for a few minutes, we can talk about that. Y'all may be seated, we'll stand in recess until tomorrow morning.
What time do you want us here, Judge?
Earlier, let's talk about the jury charge.
You want to be off the
Off the
record,
record, please. Yes, ma'am. Thank
I
you.
don't know if the state wants, you guys want any lessons, or you don't want any lessons? No, you don't want it. Okay. That's good.
Did y'all want anything or no?
I don't think we do either. We have to talk to our client. I think it's an all or nothing.
But,
It's either or not.
So we want to know what defenses the defense is asking for, Your Honor.
right, I'm trying to get in there as well. I'm gonna let me get a primer. Are you taking charge of this stuff? Are you writing the charge?
I have written a charge, Your Honor.
Why don't we all-
We'll have a proposed charge.
Well, that just sealed his fate right there, because I don't know why he not taking a stand. How he think that's okay? How they think that's okay? Because he has to explain. The psychiatrist cannot get up there, or psychologist, or whatever she was. She cannot get up there and explain that for him. This detective cannot get up there and explain how he would have thought that those were shots. We needed Tony to actually get up there and show us how afraid he was and cry on the stand. So he messed that up. So yeah, we have closing arguments tomorrow. The holiday must not be a federal holiday where I guess a federal holiday, but I guess not one like New Year's or September, Labor Day, Memorial Day. So it must not be one of those holidays. But So it does seem like they said court will start about 11 o'clock tomorrow. I'm not sure if they will have, if they'll let us in for, I guess, when they going through the jury instructions or not, but they did tell the jurors not to be there till 11. So that's probably about 9 a.m. You think the judge will go lenient regardless, but I'm shocked. I think that if anything, yeah, I don't know how he can't take the stand. In most self-defense cases or anything where it's something about fear, you have to take the stand. Yeah, and that's something that you have to be up to. Yep, closing and jury instructions tomorrow. So it looks like we'll be starting about 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Yeah, I think that he should have got up there, Carvel, and cried and did whatever he needed to do. Yeah, I don't think this is going to cut it. Because what they did is they try to put these experts on the stand to try to bring in what he felt, bring in what he heard. And that's not going to work for him. Yeah, he should have got on the stand, Liam. Wow. I was not expecting for him to do that. But he did it. Like Dora the Explorer. We did it. We did it. Yeah, we did it. I wonder why his attorneys went that route. I guess we will find out tomorrow. So that is on our list of things to do tomorrow. I don't think there's anything else, unless I find out some more information about that one case that I wanted to cover. I don't know if they're going to have gavel to gavel coverage on it, and I am not going to be running around trying to put pieces together. That ain't going to work for me. Yeah, and I just don't, I don't think we can cover the baby one. So yeah, just talking about that one this morning kind of had me shaking. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, and I would like to do this Van Patten one, but I can't. They got all this stuff up in here all. They got all these clips, and I don't know how to. I have to see if I can get all the clips and put them together or something. Because I wouldn't mind watching that one, the machete one, but I don't want to be doing it with pieces and parts. Yeah, so I guess other than that, he kept on the court to a little bit after 6. We got closing statements. They come in a little later tomorrow. They should have a playlist. I'll go in there and see what I can find. If I can find something that's worth our while, then we'll start at our regular time. You know, early enough where we can cover it. Because I wouldn't mind seeing that one. That's this one. Wait. Let me share. See, right now, this is all I see over here. And I just don't want to really be putting this stuff, piecing this stuff together. But I'll see what I can do. Yeah, see, like this video is only 17 minutes, and it look like they doing all these kind of commercials and stuff. Oh, look at that knife there. Boy, oh boy. Yikes. Yeah, all these commercials and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see what I can find because I definitely I wouldn't mind watching this one. Yeah, so we'll see. If I can get it together, then I'll put out a notification and then we can kind of go from there. I don't know anything of the backstory, but it looks like some other people that went to prison for this or something. But I haven't listened to any of the backstory on it, but I'll check it out and see if we can cover it. That's the best that I can do. And then, Wednesday, it'll look like we'll probably be in deliberations for this one tomorrow. We'll be in our DP case on Wednesday. And I'm sure that I don't think this jury gonna come back fast. I think this jury is gonna take some time. I don't think they're gonna be a quick fix. I think this is gonna be, we need some time to think about this stuff. And I'm really interested in seeing, and I'm gonna see what time they put out the notification for in regards to the local channel for the coverage tomorrow, because I would love to hear what jury instructions are gonna go in, because that's gonna be very important. I be trying time. I be sure trying. Yeah, so I'm gonna see what we can get together. Yeah, because these jury instructions are gonna be important. The way they present these jury instructions and the way they do these closing arguments, because I'm telling you, I think that the jury can be hung. I think we can get back there and it can be some mixed opinions and some people that's just not gonna move. And I think they're gonna be back there for a minute. All right, so it sounds like we got a plan. So what I am gonna do, y'all look at y'all little notifications. If y'all get a chance, if y'all see a video out there, anything like that, please go in there and just look at it just for a minute. I ain't saying you got to do the whole 30 minutes. Or the clip, like, put a comment, or when we in the live, put a comment in there, because we trying to kind of move this. I want to get to 10K so we can have this part today. And I got to get this stuff moving out here. I'm like, sometimes YouTube love me and sometimes they don't. And so now I gotta figure out something how to shake it up. I'm like, I gotta figure out something how to shake it up. So if you can, I would appreciate it. If the members, mods, chat, anybody that's listening right now, yeah, go in there and put a comment after we end the live. If you see, I'm not gonna put that many clips out today. I only clip up the video so y'all can see them in direct testimony, besides all the other stuff that we do in between. So that's why I clip the video, so y'all can kind of see it in segments and go directly to what you want to hear, because you may not want to hear the whole 8-hour stream. So I just try to clip it up so you can listen to that particular part. So but I don't plan on, I think I put 2 clips out there already today. I may put one more, but I'm not going to put a whole bunch of clips out there today. But yeah, if you can, guys, and you got some downtime or you're not doing anything, definitely go in there and make a comment, like the video, so we can get back out into this rhythm, to the beat of the rhythm of the night. That's what they make me feel like. Oh boy. Yeah, Baka, each judge is different. You seen how the judge was in Karina Cooper case. Karina cried the entire time during the case and he didn't say anything. So it's definitely judge based. That is definitely a truth. All right, crew. I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Everybody was great. We will have a plan for tomorrow. All right. And just remember that you were in the right place today, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts, So you can be the judge. All right, guys. I appreciate you all. Have a great, safe evening. Don't do nothing that I wouldn't do. Yeah, don't do nothing I wouldn't do. All right. Peace.